Okay. Members of Darlington Borough Council, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is now being live streamed. Please receive the Worshipful, the Mayor of Darlington, Councillor Chris McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Swinhoe, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of the Council. Before we start this evening, I would like to invite Bess Robertson to say a few words. And Bess is a member of my chaplaincy team, and she's a member of Darlington Hebrew Congregation Reform Synagogue. Bess.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, Bess. Go for it, Bess.
Okay. Well, as we just said, my name's Bess. I am chairperson at
Bess, go closer to your microphone.
all right, sorry, Gerald. Thank you.
Thank
Can you hear me now?
Fine.
Yes, we can hear you now, Bess.
I would talk to you about the difference between a reformer and an orthodox. But all I can say is reform is far more progressive than orthodox Jewry. I'm very pleased to have been invited here tonight to address you. And I'm also very proud to be a member of the chaplaincy team. I've learned a lot about other faiths, been on walkabouts, we've visited other places of worship, all of which has broadened my horizon on other religions. It's always, I think, ignorance is not bliss in the world of religions. So, goodness on its way, which means that so is the Passover. And the Passover commemorates the Jews escaping from slavery. And it is a celebration, but it's a tongue-in-cheek celebration, because we don't celebrate that so many were killed during the race season, when the sea closed up. It is a nice time of year. We eat unleavened bread, and it actually precedes Easter this year. It's usually always the same time. But our years work differently to the following calendar, so that 3 year very nice to be here. It's a shame it's a shame everything. Thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to meeting you all in next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bess. And no doubt we'll meet up again for one of our walkabouts with the chaplaincy team when regulations allow. Colleagues and members, I'm confident that I don't need to speak at length regarding virtual meeting protocols. However, just a quick reminder that microphones should remain on mute at all times during the meeting unless you're invited to speak, at which point you should unmute your microphone and address the meeting, subsequently remembering to place your microphone back on mute once you finish speaking. If you wish to speak, you should indicate this by using the raise hand function, which we are well versed now on the menu control bar. I'm being supported by Democratic Services staff who will help me keep track of who is wanting to speak. It may take a little time to relay any messages, so I do ask for your patience and understanding, which I'm confident you will give if I don't respond to you immediately. Once you've spoken, please can I ask that you lower your electronic hand. I am conscious that recent meetings, aside from the last one, have been quite lengthy. Therefore, if we reach 4 hours, which is 10 p.m, I will ask Council how it wishes to proceed in respect of those items which remain. There will be an option to continue, or we may consider an adjournment to a future date, but we shall see where we get to, but I'm confident we can deliver this meeting within a 4-hour timetable, if not less. I would also encourage members to reflect on their individual contributions during the debate and ask themselves whether they feel their comments add value to the discussion. Item number 1 is attendance at the meeting. We undertook a roll call as members joined. I can confirm that there are 47 members in attendance using Teams. Ahead of the meeting, apologies was received from Councillor Paley. Are there any further apologies? Councillor Newell, who I understand is unwell, no other apologies. Members who have not joined the meeting or given apologies will be recorded as absent. Thank you. Item number 2 is the minutes of the meeting of the Council, a copy which has been previously circulated. Are there any corrections to the previously circulated minutes? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to question, last time my council laptop wasn't working. IT did try. Is it right that apologies will be put in, because I was willing to attend and willing to go to the town hall, which was a no?
I'm sure there will be, Councillor Bell. Mrs. Wright? Yeah. Minutes will be amended to reflect that fact, Councillor Bell. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Any further question or comment? No. I move that the minutes of the meeting of this council held on 20th of January 2021 and 18th of February 2021 are correct records and the common seal be affixed thereto. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you. I think that was Councillor Johnson. Can I see all those in favour indicate by raising their virtual hand? We have a majority, colleagues. That is carried. Mr. Swinhoe. What do I say? Thank you, Mrs. Swinhoe. Item 4 is order of sealing. I move that the register of documents which have been sealed since the last meeting of council be signed by myself. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson seconded. Please, can all those in favour indicate by raising their virtual hand? We have a majority. That is carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Swinhoe. Item number 5 is announcements, and there are 3 announcements to make this evening. Firstly, it is with great sadness that I must inform members of the recent death in service of Rhys Williams, who passed away on the 7th of March 2021. Rhys, who was 57 years old, was employed as a case management officer in the civic enforcement team and was a valued member of staff within the economic growth and neighbourhood services. A letter has been sent to Rhys's family, conveying the council's sympathy, and human resources are ensuring that his family receive the appropriate advice and support. Indeed, I wrote to his widow personally today. May I ask members to please join with me and observe a short silence in respect of our former colleague. Thank you, colleagues. Secondly, As members may know, Pauline Mitchell, Assistant Director, Housing and Building Services, will be retiring from the local authority on the 30th of April 2021. As this is the last ordinary meeting of the council before Pauline leaves, I would like to take this opportunity to thank her for a huge contribution she's made to this council, particularly in relation to her work in housing services. I, for one, have had many dealings with Pauline, all of which have been constructive and helpful. So I would like to thank her personally, but us as Mayor, for her service. Finally, just advance notice that I will be contacting you again about my virtual Mayor's Ball, which will be taking place on Saturday the 24th of April 2021. The ball will have a 1980s theme, my era, but also will seek to celebrate lockdown heroes. I recently wrote to you all with a letter that I would be hugely appreciative of you circulating to volunteers and frontline workers that you're aware of that may wish to enter the draw, because we will be giving away 50 pairs of tickets towards the ball. And second, I will be wearing denim in aid of dementia tomorrow. So if you feel a desire to get your denim jacket out and join me for a good cause, please do so. Photographs will appear on social media for you to admire my look with chains and denim. Okay, moving on, colleagues. All right, can I apologise? I've had my first there is no failure mistake of the evening. Could we return to item 3? Could I have declarations of interest, please? There are none. Return to the agenda. Item number 6 is questions with notice from the public, and there are 5 questions for consideration this evening. The first question has been submitted by David Clark and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. As Mr Clark is unable to attend the meeting, I shall ask the question on his behalf and invite Councillor Marshall to respond accordingly. Mr Clark's question reads as follows. Councillor Marshall, regarding the Skirningham Garden Community Development, on 18th of February 2021, so after the draft Local Plan Regulation 19 public representation period had closed, the council released a copy of its full traffic modelling report. This was the first time the public have had access to the full traffic report for the North Darlington. This shows on page 19, figure 12, a new Skirningham link road connecting the A167 Beaumont Hill North to a roundabout on the A1150. It has been stated this link road with its East Coast rail line crossing is not scheduled until sometime after 2030. So until it's funded and in place, or if built at all, the development would have to rely on a number of totally unsuitable access points. These are Whitebridge Drive, Bewley Drive, Barmpton Lane, and the council-owned strips of land between Galloway and Caithness Way to give vehicles access onto Wimbush Way. So my question is, rather than just saying the access points will be discussed in detail with residents when a planning application for this large development is submitted, would you personally take the time to go out and visit each of these access points to see firsthand how unsuitable they actually are for a development of some 4,500 new homes, and then take the time to listen to residents' genuine concerns regarding the problems that thousands of additional vehicles using these already busy routes would cause. I would now like to invite Councillor Marshall to respond. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Clark, for your question. I will be brief. The issue of access roads to the proposed development has been raised and answered at a previous council meeting, and that answer remains valid, and I have nothing else to say on it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. The second question has been submitted by Alan McNabb and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. The question reads as follows. The council Councillor Marshall, can you mute, please? That's not the question, by the way. At the council meeting on the 28th of January, I drew your attention to the fact that people were buried in Skirningham Woods, where Darlington Golf Club will be relocated. Your response to me was the council were not aware that the wood was a burial ground, but that it may be possible that when designing the layout of the course, the location of this grave could be sympathetically and respectfully incorporated into the golf course. What do you mean by sympathetically and respectfully incorporating the graves into the golf course? Do you agree that it would be cruel and insensitive to do as you have suggested, and the people who are buried there should rest in peace in the wood? Will you please make sure that the graves are not disturbed or incorporated into a golf course by imposing a tree preservation order on Skirningham Woods? If you will not do this, why not? Thank you. I would now like to invite Councillor Marshall to respond. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McNabb, for your question. Firstly, before I answer your question, could I request that if you are going to quote me, that you do so accurately and fully, in order that the context of my words can be understood. And secondly, I'm sure you don't need me to explain the meaning of sympathetically and respectfully. With regards to Skirningham Woods, Skirningham Woods is not a designated burial ground. However, the council is aware that it has been used for burial grounds on a limited number of occasions, as noted in the emerging local plan. It was a voluntary planted by the landowner, who has subsequently granted permissive public access, and it is not therefore expedient or necessary to impose a tree preservation order, as the trees are under good arboricultural management and not at risk. Skirningham Garden Community is currently being considered through the local plan process. With any future planning applications, there is a requirement for the burial ground to be conserved, and the immediate environment will not be subject to change as a part of the Skirningham Community project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. The third question has been submitted by Paul Harmon and is once again addressed to Councillor Marshall. Mr. Harmon asks, given that DBC, Darlington Borough Council, has declared a climate emergency, how are new housing developments going to help reach zero carbon, and how is DBC, Darlington Borough Council, working with other local authorities to ensure shared low carbon housing standards are implemented by developers? Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Harmon, for your question. I'll answer as follows. The Council has committed Darlington Council to become carbon neutral by 2050. And we will use our influence on the wider borough, but there is no Darlington-wide carbon target. The local plan has been submitted to the Secretary of State and is under examination by an independent inspector. He will consider climate change as a part of his examination of that local plan. Regarding new housing developments in Darlington, there are several related policies, including sustainable design principles, protection of biodiversity, green and blue infrastructure, and inclusion of electrical vehicle charging infrastructure that support our climate ambitions. In addition to these, the government's proposed future home standard that will impact on building regulations nationally will require all new homes to radically improve their energy performance and to be zero carbon ready by 2025. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Our fourth question has been submitted by Rachel Nixon and is addressed to Councillor Keir. Ms. Nixon asks, what is the weight of waste that has been collected from recycling bin each year over the past 3 years, and what is this as a percentage of total weight of waste collected from recycling and general waste bins? What percentage of the waste collected from recycling bins was contaminated and didn't reach the recycling process for each of the last 3 years? how are the council going to encourage people to first reduce their waste and then recycle better? Councillor Keir to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rachel Nixon, for your question. On the first part, the recycle weight of the bins going through the council is I'll give you 17-18, years 17-18, years 18-19, and years 19-20 numbers. The weight for 17-18 is 6,685 tonnes. For 18-19 it's 7,018 tonnes, and for 19-20 is 7,316 tonnes. The percentage of that as the total weight is 24, 25 and 27%. And what percentage of the waste collected from the bins was contaminated? And that is 15%, 14% and 22%. What I'd like to offer to Rachel is that we have overall figures, because obviously in the borough we also have the HWRC, the Waste and Recycle Centre. And when we look at the overall numbers, our total recycle percentage is 40%, and going forward we obviously want to, that's the area we want to increase, and we want to take that to up to 45% by 2025. So that's the difficulty we have, and as Rachel has asked, what we're going to do about that. There are a few things we're looking at. I have a meeting actually next week with the various people in the council, along with the comms people, to understand how we can up the communications to folks as to what those recycling numbers mean and how we can try and improve that. We have started, I hope you would notice, there have been things in the One magazine, One Darlington magazine, etc., and on the website where we're using existing messages that we're recycling. And we plan a new campaign this year with an enhanced message, and we're going to be looking at how we can make that message more in people's faces, more forthright as to how we can go about the recycling portion. I think when we think of online shopping, that's going to take us even more into thinking about how we can maximise that recycling without causing contamination and getting those recycle numbers up. Currently the council is also looking at its fleet to renew, and one of the things that we've found fairly recently with the amount of waste, particularly recycling waste, that's coming along, our fleet is getting aged, and we've had a couple of breakdowns, and people will have seen in those breakdowns, they will have seen where some of the waste is getting put into the same bin. So one of the things we're going to be doing from next year, when the new cycle bins recycling bins come in, we're going to retain either one or two of the current bins as spares, so that we never run into that situation. We'll always have some of those. We'll always have a spare vehicle available, so that any breakdowns we can handle that. And the other thing that does is it helps keep our message clear and consistent, that we do require people to recycle. We're asking them to do their best to do that recycling, both in their bins and also when they go to the recycle centre as well. When they take their waste to the recycle centre, make sure that they can extract what's recyclable from the general waste and put it in the appropriate bins. So that's where we're at just now with that, councillors and Mr. Mayor, and I hope, Rachel, that satisfies your questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. Final question has been submitted by Kendra Ulhart. and it's addressed to Councillor Marshall. Ms Olhard asks, can the council commit to their duty to preserve hedges, hedgerows and wildlife? Can the council commit to minimising the loss of hedges, hedgerows and wildlife? Can the council give an assurance that all hedgerows lost due to development will be replanted immediately? Can they also confirm that they recognise the importance of upholding the Hedgerow Regulations 1997 and guarantee that they will uphold this law? Can the council comment on the loss of Bankside Hedge and the hedgerow at the bottom of the bank at Middleton St George Water Park, and if it complied with Hedgerow Regulations 1997? I'd like to ask Councillor Marshall to respond. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Kendra, for your question. To all the points you've raised, referring to the council's position on hedgerows and the protection of wildlife, I can confirm that the council is committed to not only maintaining biodiversity, but increasing the biodiversity characteristics of the borough. Policy ENV7 of the submitted local plan requires developments to provide net gains for biodiversity. And this provides evidence that the council are committed to biodiversity, as this was a policy approved by the council in advance of the environmental bill. Regarding the Hedgerow Regulations 1997, I can confirm that the council recognise the importance of those regulations and will abide by the requirements contained within them. With regard to Middleton St George, this action was carried out by Middleton St George Parish Council and is not related to any development. Whilst clearly this has caused some consternation locally, I can confirm that the action did not contravene any regulations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Item number 6 is questions with notice for members to Cabinet and chairs. There are no questions for consideration this evening. Item number 7 is to consider reports to be decided by Council, which have not been considered by Cabinet, and there is one report for consideration this evening, colleagues. Item 7 is Pay Policy Statement 2021-22. The report has been circulated to all members. I'd now call upon the Assistant Director Resources to introduce the report. Ms Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report presents the 2021-22 Pay Policy Statement, and it sets out the relationship between the highest paid employee and the median workforce earnings. It also notes the remuneration policies in regard to chief officers. The policy meets the requirements of the Localism Act and must be reviewed and approved annually by full council. The pay multiple ratio as of December 2020 is 6.66, which has been reducing year on year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Davison. Are there any questions to the Assistant Director Resources of a technical, factual nature on the report? No, there are no questions. Now call upon Councillor Johnson to move the recommendations and speak to the report. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Davison, for presenting the report. I move the recommendation as detailed in paragraph 5 of the submitted report be approved, and in doing so, I say a few words. Members should note this is not a reference to any pay awards and focuses only on the Council's pay policy, which is legally required on an annual basis as listed in paragraph 8. There have been no amendments to the policy since publication in March 2020. However, necessary revisions have been made to cater for the Council changes during 21-22, as seen in paragraph 18. Appendix A is the subsequent revised policy, which members are asked to approve tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is that seconded? Is that seconded? That's been seconded.
Sorry.
I'd now invite members to enter into discussion on the report. Members. Councillor Johnson, there's been no comment. Do you wish to make any closing comment?
No, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Now ask members who do not support the recommendation moved by Councillor Johnson to indicate by raising their electronic hand. Do not. I can confirm that nobody's against the recommendation, so can members in favour please indicate by raising their electronic hand. That is carried. Thank you. Item number 8 is to consider Cabinet recommendations and reports. And there are 8 reports for consideration this evening, colleagues. The reports have been circulated to all members. I'm going to ask each Cabinet member in turn to introduce their report, perhaps make some comment if they wish, brief, and perhaps members will then be given the opportunity to make comment and ask questions of that Cabinet member. Briefly, I do hope. Item number 8 is the overview of the Leader of the Council. I would invite Councillor Mrs Scott to introduce the report. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. And can I start by apologising? I'm suffering quite badly with hay fever, so whether my voice holds out, I'm not sure, but I will do my best. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the Leader of the Council portfolio, which has been previously circulated, and just make a couple of brief points. On paragraph 5, the Treasury campus, as you're all aware, in addition to the Treasury relocating here, we've been informed this week that the Department of Trade and Industry is proposing to come, and also the business and energy sector. There are potential 2,000 jobs available. Obviously, some of those will probably be people who will relocate, and there is an exercise going on at the moment, particularly with Treasury employees. But obviously there will be major opportunities for people both Darlington and regionally for jobs. And I hope that all council members welcome this. I think this is tremendous for the future of the town. And if I can also comment on the strategic transport, paragraph 10, I think you'll be aware that funding has been made for transport, for bus funding and for cycling and walking. Obviously, we're looking at that quite closely, and reports will be brought forward to Scrutiny and to the Council in detail. And then paragraph 16, we've also been awarded funding for work to be carried out at the Hippodrome and the Town Hall to link into our climate change policy for the Council. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Is there any question or comment? I've got Councillor Harker. Any further questions? McCollum. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I can make 3 comments and questions on your reports, Councillor Scott. Firstly, on the Treasury campus, if the Northern Echo is to be believed, it would seem that nearly every government department now wants to come to Darlington. Perhaps word has got round that the North East, it really is a great place to live and work. And absolutely, this is great news. New jobs for the borough and more people spending money in our town centre. However, I do feel I should note that there's context to this. What we shouldn't forget is what the North East has experienced over the last 11 years of Conservative government. The Conservative austerity programme has seen the loss of nearly 6,500 government civil service jobs from across the North East. And local authorities too have had to cut jobs. And in Darlington alone, as members will know, we've had to make around 750 redundancies. So there is another perspective to the Treasury jobs, which is that it is no more than your government undoing the damage that they have only recently done to employment opportunities in the wider North East over the last 10 years. So yes, let's say hurrah for those new jobs, but in our excitement, let's not forget what we've already lost. Secondly, Mr Mayor, if I can comment on the section on youth and employment. There's been much concern rightly raised about the impact on young people during this pandemic. Clearly, unemployment is one area of great concern, and as the figures in paragraphs 18 and 19 show, it is having an impact in the Tees Valley in the North East. It is known that young people who face periods of long-term unemployment can face a severe impact on their whole lifetime employment prospects. However, I would suggest that youth unemployment figures were rising in the first half of last year, and that was known. And what I wanted to ask is, why has it been left until now to set up the task force? Ironically, the task force has been created not at the time when youth unemployment was rising rapidly, but just at the time that there has in fact been a modest improvement. And finally, in paragraph 20, the report notes that 112 young people are being supported through the council's YEI team. This is good news for the 112 young people, but that does, by my reckoning, leave 778 young people who are presumably not being helped. And my question here is, do we not have the capacity to support more young people? And is this just another example of our underfunded local authority being unable to help all people who are disadvantaged? And finally, Mr. Mayor, I read with interest about the installation of the sculptures on Horton Road roundabout. It's always a tricky issue who to invite for the photo call. An invite list fought over far more than any film premiere. Sometimes it's the mayor, sometimes it's the leader, sometimes the portfolio holder, and sometimes ward members, and sometimes a mixture. However, there now seems to be a new category, ward councillors, but only if they are Conservative councillors. Can I ask, was there a reason why Councillor Hazeldine seemingly wasn't invited, other than perhaps he's a Labour councillor? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harker. Leader to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very pleased that Councillor Harker welcomes the Treasury coming here, and I will ignore the other comments. I think that we're in a different situation now. We have to welcome the opportunity that we've got, and obviously I hope that the people of Darlington, and particularly the young people, take the opportunity for the jobs that will be on offer. As far as the youth unemployment figures are concerned, I would agree with Councillor Harker that youth unemployment is still a difficulty, but obviously we're doing everything that we possibly can, and certainly we will be continuing to involve ourselves in the task force and to improve the situation for young people. I'm sorry, Councillor Harker, my voice is I'm really struggling a little bit. If you're not satisfied with my answer, I will give you a fuller written report. And as far as the sculptures were concerned, as you're aware that we are in the difficulty with COVID and social distancing, there was a limit to the number of people that could be involved. And obviously it was important that the people who had, particularly the sculptor and the people from the A1 Trust, were invited to be there, and representative from the Friends of the museum. So it was purely because it was limited in the numbers, and it's unfortunate, but this is the situation that we're in, and if we had been able to invite more people, we certainly would have done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Do you need to get a glass of water, Leader?
I have got a glass of water. It doesn't really help.
All right, okay. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's on somewhat of an administrative matter. I would like to ask the Leader if she has responded to the email from Michael Nicholson, who is the President of the National Market Traders Federation, who sent an emailed letter on the 17th of December 2020. I did follow up with the Leader with an email on the 8th of February, but I would like some assurance that the President of a national trading body has received a response. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Leader, respond. Yes,
Councillor McCullen, I understood that obviously a response had gone to Mr. Nicholson because Councillor Marshall had a meeting with him, and we had sent a joint response to that. If he requires a separate letter from me, I can certainly send that, but it will just really be confirming the information that was given to him previously.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comment and question relates to paragraphs 1 to 4 on page 31 of the document. Now, obviously, Darlington has responded remarkably well to many of the challenges posed by the pandemic. Vaccination centres are in place, and only the supply of vaccines limits access to appointments. Our community testing with lateral flow tests has been widely available across the borough, yet the case number rate remains stubbornly high, the highest in the North East. It appears that the piece in the pandemic control jigsaw that isn't working at a high level is the contact tracing part. Despite the £35 billion spent on this service, a recent report by the Department of Health and Social Care found that the contribution to stopping the spread of infection, the R number we hear so much about, by the contact tracing service was no higher than 5% and possibly as low as 2%. At an LGA conference earlier this week, I heard directors of public health from up and down the country talk about how local knowledge, expertise and boots on the ground had proved in many places to be the most effective way of cutting infections and saving lives. Local schemes have been proved to improve traceability, enable increased target testing, to be better integrated with other council support services, more cost effective, the list goes on. So I asked, does Councillor Mrs Scott agree that the only way to fully rectify the situation is for full control of contact tracing to be passed to our local authority with the necessary funding to do the job properly, with national support? And will she work with our own Director of Public Health and other local healthcare providers to bring this function into a local level?
Thank you. Leader, respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that our lateral flow testing facilities that we've got here in Darlington have been working particularly well. I think that the numbers that we've had increased locally recently is partly due to the return of the schools, and I think that has been proved and commented on. As far as your other comments about general contact tracing, I would have to give you a response in writing, Councillor Necker. Obviously, I will talk to the Director of Public Health, but the meetings that certainly I've been having in the Tees Valley, it's not an issue that they have raised as a problem, but I will discuss it with her and I will respond to you in writing.
Thank you, Leader. Can I bring in Councillor Holroyd, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My point relates to point 11 on strategic transport. Whilst I welcome the mention of electric charging points being installed, one game changer will be when we get ward-based electric vehicle hire bays. This is so that in areas where car ownership is low, or indeed where it's so high that there is more, they take up more space than so high that there are more cars than space available on the street. People would be able to hire one cheaply and easily for journeys when they need it, but without wasting money and valuable street space owning a car otherwise. When can we expect our car, co-wheels or zip car hire points? We need transport as a service. It's already being talked about in other urban centres, and building it into infrastructure, particularly when we're talking about building new housing estates around the outside of the urban area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Leader, respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Obviously, I'll have to get back to you in writing. We have got plans in place, but we're not that far advanced yet. But obviously, yes, I agree with you, particularly on new housing developments. We've got to have facilities available for electric cars. So I will get back to you in writing because I can't give you a time scale on that, but it is something obviously that we are seriously looking at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really just coming back with a little bit of information on the point that Councillor Snedeker raised. Normally his facts are pretty good, but I'd just like to point out that 34 billion has not been spent on test and trace. 34 billion is the budget for test and trace, of which approximately 5 has been spent. And the vast majority of that has been spent on testing, which I'm sure everybody is very supportive of. There's very little of it it's still a big number, but in proportion, there's very little of it actually on the tracing element. So just to correct the fact, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Howell. That concludes questions for the Leader. Moving to item 8B is the overview of Cabinet Member with the portfolio for stronger communities, and I would invite Councillor Dulston to introduce and speak to his report. Councillor Dulston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the Stronger Communities portfolio, which has been previously circulated, and in doing so, I would draw members to the following. As always, I like to begin by updating councillors on the progress of one of this administration's most successful projects, the bread and butter thing, which has so far supported 12,200 families since it was launched over a year ago, which has saved an astonishing 146 tonnes of food from going to landfill and provided 348,657 meals to the residents of Darlington. On Monday, the 1st of March, I joined the leader of the council to launch our 5th hub at Skirn Park Community Centre. It was great to meet with the organiser, Sue McGee, along with her fantastic army of volunteers, who I am confident will make this a success for their community moving forward. We are now in the final stages of launching our 6th hub within the borough, which will be in the Banktop and Lascelles ward, further details of which will be shared with members in the coming weeks. Following the appalling murder of Sarah Everard in London on the 3rd of March, we have seen a number of women come forward and share their experiences and concerns around their personal safety on the streets of our country. I am pleased that government recognises these concerns and have outlined a number of measures, including the doubling up of the Safer Streets Fund to £45 million. I am pleased to inform members that Darlington is ahead of most other local authorities, as we have already submitted our application for the maximum amount possible to enhance our CCTV provision, along with investing in better street lighting across our town centre. Working in partnership with an independent consultant and the Police Victims and Crime Commissioner's Office, we are confident that our bid is strong and captures the key issues we need to address to ensure we build confidence with both our female population but also our community as a whole. The outcome will be announced in June 2021 following the local elections in May. Mr. Mayor, over the last few months we have seen a small increase in concerns around the theft of dogs, along with people acting suspiciously. Whilst overall reporting still remains low, we are focused on maintaining confidence within our communities and take this very sensitive crime seriously. Last month, I asked officers to purchase 6 dog chip wands, which will allow civic enforcement and police to complete random checks of dog walkers whilst out on patrol. Officers have already commented on how well this has been received by the residents they have had contact with. A great example of problem solving and partnership work and delivering positive results for our communities. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I would like to thank both our housing and civic enforcement teams for the joint work in building a successful case against one of our problematic residents at 7 Alston Moor. The female in question was continuing to cause harm to her neighbours by repeated incidents of antisocial behaviour, along with active drug dealing within the property. Due to officers' hard work, I am pleased to inform members that magistrates granted a premises closure notice. Residents have already expressed their delight in this positive result, and I hope councillors can be assured that this council is taking a tough new approach in dealing with those who continue to destroy our communities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston, and the Mayor and Molly are quite welcome to be tested on the wand for any promotional material at any time. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dalston, apart from the few questions that I emailed to you that don't require an urgent answer, I've got one question previously prepared, but something you've just said has just prompted me. You mentioned with the Safer Streets about more CCTV and street lighting, but you only mentioned the town centre. Is the CCTV and extra street lighting going to be rolled out in other areas, or are we initially only concentrating on the town centre?
Thank you, Councillor Dawson.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. So there's 3 separate projects. There's the Safer Streets Fund 1, which your ward's involved in, as is Northgate, and there's a lot of different mechanisms that we're getting involved in different strands. One of them being issuing CCTV in terms of doorbell CCTV to individual properties, but also looking at the capacity around the area. The second one, which has just been announced, is the Safer Streets Fund for the Safer Streets Fund 2, which is about our town centres and giving residents reassurance, particularly at night and within the nighttime economy, about giving them the opportunity to feel more safe. And then the third strand is that we're doing a town-wide piece to review our CCTV capability across the town in terms of our future readiness, and also looking at potential new locations. But it is certainly an area that we need to invest in. So in answer to your question, yes.
Thank you. My original question concerns paragraph 40 on page 40. And I just wondered if, since preparing this report, the officers have got back to you with any kind of update.
Councillor Dalston to respond.
Yeah, he's having to read. It's fine. He's got to read it.
That's all right.
Yeah, so that work is ongoing. I mean, that really is the latest picture, but we are staying close to that, and it's something that the police have also taken forward. So I don't really have much more to add to that, other than it is still firmly on the radar, and we are currently working with partners to address it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. Before I bring Councillor Wallace in, it's helpful, as advised, to reference a paragraph number, but also reference the subject as well, because whilst Cabinet members read their portfolio reports and are able to speak to them, they may not have memorised the title of each paragraph, but they will know the issue, if that makes sense. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to paragraph 9, the back lane projects. I know there's agreement across the council, Councillor Dalston, about the need to tackle back lane litter and fly tipping. Are you aware, however, that the tactic of issuing blanket Section 46 legal notices has caused real anger and upset to many householders? There's a fine line between taking tough action and stigmatising entire streets of people, the vast majority of whom not only follow the rules, but go above and beyond to pick litter in their communities. At all times, the council should be working with the majority of law-abiding citizens and not be needlessly alienating them. So can I ask, firstly, can Councillor Dalston confirm in writing, if necessary, which streets to date have had blanket notices? Secondly, will Councillor Dalston review the policy after speaking to the ward councillors in Park East, who have been fielding multiple complaints? And finally, if regrettably he won't listen to concerns, will he ask officers to alert ward councillors before posting heavy-handed blanket Section 46 notices, so ward members can be prepared for the complaints that will inevitably follow? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dalston to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make absolutely no apology for the issuing of the Section 46 notices. I think they are a stern reminder to people's obligations of ensuring that their waste is disregarded in a responsible manner. Just to put this into context, although members from the other side have said that there's been several complaints, I personally have had no complaints. And up to now, we've done a blanket approach on 55 separate streets across the borough. And out of those, it equates to about 1,000 houses. From that, we've had about 30 people contact customer services for clarity around what the notice actually means. And out of those 30, only one person has been unhappy with being issued with that notice. So I don't take the point that people are angry. I think people understand that this council has to do something. The Section 46 notice is the first step in ensuring that we can tackle this issue once and for all. But I'm being very clear, it's a zero tolerance approach. And just to dispel any of those myths, this isn't about people who accidentally leave the bin lid open or various different myths that have come to light in the national media, which this is gained traction on. This is about us working with responsible neighbours and to send a firm reminder to those that want to destroy our communities that enough's enough. We will prosecute and we will fine. With regard to the last point, I'm more than happy to read out the 55 streets if Councillor Wallace has got a pen.
I said that could be in writing, Mr. Mayor.
Could I suggest that if you've got them, you email everybody to save us time, Councillor Dalston, but it's good that you've got them to hand. Okay, Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dalston, for a thorough report. My question is page 41, crime and disorder. It's good to see that, I mean, although I might disagree that there may be a reason why crime has gone down, because we're on lockdown, etc., etc. But one thing that I would like you to comment on and explain a bit more about is nationally we've seen an increase in spates of domestic violence, and I'm just wanting to know what we're doing as a council to support those people who have seen an increase in violence in their own homes since lockdown. What is the council doing, and have we seen an increase here in Darlington? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dawson, respond.
Yeah, the answer to the question is we are seeing an increase in domestic violence in Darlington, as are the country as a whole. I'm pleased that this now is a key theme within the Community Safety Partnership plan that we will be launching next week on behalf of the council and partners, as well as the police. The police and Darlington Borough Council have just launched the 4 Kids initiative, and this is around supporting children in primary schools around domestic violence. So it is an area that we are investing in, and also in the coming months we'll be outlining more work that the council will be doing on the back of some funding we're receiving from government to take this agenda forward. So there's a lot of plans and there's a lot of agencies now working together to push this further up on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Are you able to turn your camera on? Is there a problem? I'm just thinking when you're answering questions.
It's on.
All right.
Well, it's on for me. No.
All right.
Oh, it's not a bad thing.
Modern technology, Councillor Dalston. I don't know what's going on.
I'll turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Whilst we're fiddling around with that, Councillor Cousins.
I'm happy to send emails if you'd prefer, Mr. Mayor.
For what? A picture of you?
Just the replies.
The camera's showing on the live feed on YouTube, so it might just be an issue with the internal system.
Ah, right. Okay. It's not just me. We can't see Councillor Dawson, can we? On the Teams.
Yeah. No. We can't.
I can see him, Mr. Mayor.
No.
No. I can see him on my screen.
All right, it might be a glitch. Let's carry on anyway. Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Councillor Dalston.
Hello.
I can't see you, but you can see me, which is probably not a good thing. Anyway, it's in relation to your paragraph 3 about the COVID pandemic prevention and compliance group. I have had a phone call from one of my residents. It's the lady who runs the local food bank. They've just been delivering, over lockdown, they've just been delivering to the many recipients of parcels. And she was planning on an opening again in a few weeks, probably after April the 12th. But, however, on Monday, she's become quite wary about opening up again. What he said, apart from being worried about the increase in COVID numbers in Darlington, what's made her more worried is the fact that for the first time in almost a year, she went to Sainsbury's with her husband on Monday, and as they drove past the QE College, she was aghast to see 60 or 70 young people all huddled together, no masks, no social distancing. A good number were even linking arms. I've also heard that there was large amounts of young people on the high road doing a very similar thing, and there were a number of police about, but nothing was done to intervene in the situation. I'm not just laying the blame at young people's door, as I myself went into town for the first time in over a year on Monday for an eye appointment on the high road, Specsavers. I was amazed at the number of older people sitting on the benches with other people stood around chatting to them. Again, no social distancing, no masks. I just wondered what the police are doing about this, Jonathan. I realise people, you know, need some freedom, but I have a lady who lives a few streets away from me. She'd been reported for having her family around. Her daughter who is dying and her husband who with Alzheimer's. The police turned up. She's taken to her bed, too distraught to venture in the street. Anyway, people are saying on social media, etc., that the police are only confronting, the less intimidating. I would be very grateful, Jonathan, if you would address this or ensure that you will raise this as a very urgent issue, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dalston, respond.
Two points I'd like to make to Councillor Cousins. Can you see me yet, Mr. Mayor?
No, I can't. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, Councillor Dalston. But you, as long as I can hear your voice, that's critical.
The first point, Councillor Cousins, is that it's an issue that is absolutely number one priority to both the civic enforcement team, our community champions, our public health teams, and the police. I would like to say on record that Tim Fisher, the principal of Queen Elizabeth Sixth Form College, has done a tremendous amount of work in trying to educate the 2,000 students that go to the QE. And to be fair, he has made significant inroads over the last year. It's still not perfect and it's still very difficult. The number one issue that they're up against is when they're in the college, the legislation is different to when they're outside and they're socialising in public. So that's a bit of an issue for them to change that mindset as they come and go. I think the second point to make is absolutely I will raise this with the police and share your concerns. Tomorrow, for those that don't know, I'll be chairing a town-wide online pact with all 4 of the police sergeants in Darlington, and what that'll aim to do is publicly see me holding the police to account on the various issues that you told us are important to you. So I'll make sure that that's one of the things that I respond to.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just got 2 comments and 2 questions. Firstly, I'd just like to thank Councillor Dawson for supporting me as the LGBT ambassador for Darlington, improving the equality for both the council and our town. This is having great impact for our community and extremely excited to see the progress that we're actually making. And we are so excited to see the up and coming projects that we'll be sharing with members in the coming months. But unfortunately, in our community, we still face hate and stigma, both locally and nationally. Recently, media attention has highlighted that still in 2021, conversion therapy is still in practice in our society. No one, absolutely no one, should be told their identity could be cured, changed or corrected. I am pleased that our MP, Mr. Peter Gibson, has taken our worries and concerns down to Parliament after meeting with me earlier this month to push this ban of conversion therapy forward. I'm happy that Mr. Gibson spoke to the Secretary of State for International Trade, Liz Truss, about the need to make this ban, put this ban past as soon as possible. Other members have showed the same concerns as myself and our community, that these types of therapy are just barbaric. My question is to ask the Deputy Leader, would you sign a letter to send to our Prime Minister to have the ban of conversion therapy put on the highest list of the government's agenda, to have this ban finally squashed? And my second one is going back to your fly tips and your back lanes. On my ward in Banktop and Lascelles, yes, we do deal with a lot of issues over here. We have seen a difference. It is getting better, but we still have the issue. Can you tell us what the next steps taken forward for the fly tipping and how we're going to move forward with this? Thank you.
Councillor Dalston to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And firstly, I'd also like to thank Councillor Wright for the work that he's doing in pushing the council's equality, diversity and inclusion agenda forward. He is absolutely making inroads, and I think that we can be confident that this council will be significantly different this time in 12 months' time. So thank you for that, Councillor Wright. Absolutely, you've got my commitment as Deputy Leader of the Council, along with Councillor Scott, the Leader of the Council, that we will sign that letter to the Prime Minister with pride that we are pushing this forward. I think it's a significant step that the Equalities Minister Liz Truss made a statement yesterday to the House saying that this is back on the agenda and it will be banned. We just need to make sure that the voice is heard and that we push this and keep it high on the agenda so it doesn't get lost. With regards to the Back Lanes project, I am pleased that we have seen significant reductions in fly tipping across our town. I think what I didn't mention when I was responding to Councillor Wallace is for those streets where we've issued the Section 46 notice, on average we're seeing a 50% reduction in reported fly tips on the data we have to date, which is a significant achievement and just demonstrates that these are absolutely the right approach and will continue to do that because it gets results. In addition to that, we've also looked at mobile CCTV. We're investing heavily in that capability as we move forward. And like I've said previously, me and Councillor Keir continue to have this as one of our top priorities on a joint approach. We're looking at our campaign because that's become tired. It's served its purpose, but it's an evolving picture. So we need to make sure that we're continuing to engage people and showing them the journey of exactly what burden these small majority of people are causing to our town, because it's only when the community comes together can we really solve this problem.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Cruddas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm referring to paragraph 19 on page 37, the Water Safety Group. Last year, when lockdown eased a little bit, we were inundated in Low Coniscliffe, High Coniscliffe and Broken Scar with young people wanting to get out and enjoy themselves having been locked down. And unfortunately, we had the nasty accident at Broken Scar where a young man lost his life. We're beginning already to see young people take trips to these areas. We got a lot of complaints in Low Coniscliffe about the volume of people that go through. We have a lot of evidence that they've been partying and having swimming parties and things. And I'm just a bit concerned that we don't really manage to get across to these youngsters the danger of swimming in the Tees. And I'd just like Councillor Dalston to say if the council's got anything in hand to try and tackle the issue with water safety amongst our young people, well, and old people as well if they happen to be there.
Councillor Cruddas, thank you. Councillor Dalston to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Cruddas. It's a real priority of mine over the next few months, particularly as the roadmap progresses and lockdown restrictions ease, that we will see an influx of people going down to the open waters at Broken Scar, Low Coniscliffe, popular destinations within the borough where people like to congregate, particularly young people. So we started this work about 3 months ago in preparation. And what we've done is I've brought all of the multi-agency partners, so the fire brigade, the rescue service, mountain rescue, police, environmental health, all of the different organisations that can support us in pushing this forward. And we're looking at every single strand of how we can enhance the area. So this week we've got a detailed action plan which of key areas, so Broken Scar, where we reviewed all of the signage, all of the life-saving equipment to upgrade it, make sure it's in good working condition, cut back shrubbery where appropriate, change signage, relocate signage where appropriate, just so we can make sure that that signage is absolutely visible for young people. In addition to that, we're running a number of campaigns. The first one is we'll be doing some work on social media to make sure that we can target young people as as we come into the summer months and try and get those safety messages around water shock and all of that that potentially can harm young people. In addition to that, last week our education department linked in with the schools as part of their network to ensure that head teachers are providing key information that we've put together just to do that education piece before the young people break up. I think it's on this Friday, tomorrow, in case they go down to the river. So I'm pleased that the work is progressing. There's still a lot of work to do, but we are seeing some significant progress with our position.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With reference to paragraph 12, antisocial behaviour / COVID breaches multi-storey car park, possibly the longest paragraph title in the report. While I'm sure that Council would agree with you in condemning the nuisance and breach of COVID restrictions, and certainly we would appreciate the tactful way in which civic enforcement have sought to deal with offenders in the first instance, I'm sure he would recognise that there is a distinct lack of provision for action sports, with only 2 skate parks in town. Certainly South Park skate park in my ward has seen huge attendance at times with many people pre-COVID, but the park itself has seen better days, and it's not fit to serve the numbers of bikers, boarders and scooters that want to participate. Skateboarding is also to be included in the upcoming Summer Olympics and continues to be enjoyed by a cross-section of people. But as you point out, it is rightly controversial when it causes nuisance to the general public. So I would ask the member, does he recognise the deficiency in provision for our young people? And would he also recognise that there is prevention of antisocial behaviour to be made by investing in positive activities for young people? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor doesn't respond.
Yeah. Absolutely, I take Councillor McCollum's point, and I'm absolutely as disappointed as she is that our parks have declined in the way in which they have over the last few years. And it's a shame that previous administrations didn't have it high up on their agenda. Sadly, this council has inherited a number of problems that we've had to fix, and the decline of the conditions of parks is only one of them. And we will get round to investing in those parks. I am pleased to announce to members, though, that the Member of Parliament, Peter Gibson, is working with an independent company who will be investing heavily in North Lodge Park to enhance its provision, on the hope that we'll be able to do further work with this company. Now, we've got a balanced MTFP over the next 4 years, and I will be working with partners to understand how we can further invest in our young people. But I am, just to repeat the point, very saddened that this wasn't a priority of previous administrations.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding item 3 on your report with the COVID Prevention and Compliance Group, can I just congratulate the police, the officers, the enforcement team for working together so well in our ward to deal with a persistent breaker of the COVID rules, not only with the business but also the people who attended those places. They've done a fantastic job, and we do believe that things are progressing nicely within the council to have that stop completely. We also have problems around the schools, and the information that we're handing out to residents is that they should ring 101 and get it logged on the system to the breaches of the COVID situation. We don't want the parents to get fines, or we don't want the children to get fines, but advice needs to be given to them from people with authority, I think.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Dalston, respond.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. The premises in question has been a problem for a number of months, and I'm pleased that progress has finally been made. But it just shows you that this council is absolutely committed to ensuring that no one's public health is put at risk. And in partnership with the police, we have seen some positive results with that individual.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My point also refers to point 9 on page 36. Although the question I'd prepared has largely been answered, I suppose, Councillor Dawson, what we're trying to do is change the view of what back lanes should look like and try and reinstate some civic pride about where people live. I know that this the action you've been taking has not been focused on College Ward, but I'd like to pass on thanks to civic enforcement officers, because a couple of residents did start leaving bins out on pavements, blocking pavements, and after a short while it seemed like these wheelie bins were breeding, and other neighbours started doing this as well. But thanks to the timely intervention of civic enforcement officers, they nipped it in the bud and the problem's gone away. So where it's a small problem, I think it's solved easily, but where it's a long and ingrained problem, that's obviously where there's a bigger mountain to climb, and it will take longer to get results. So pass on my thanks to civic enforcement, please.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Dawson, respond if he so chooses.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pass on my own thanks to Jonathan and the civic enforcement team and the policing team, really, because the property in Alstonmoor that you referred to earlier was a massive issue for the residents of that street. Previous interventions to try and stop the behaviour of that resident just did not work, and it was unfortunate that the final action was obviously to evict. But to the teams that worked so hard day and night to resolve the issues in that street, thanks very much to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson, to respond if he so chooses.
Just to make a comment, thank you, Councillor Tate, for the consistency he had with this property. He's absolutely pushed this forward and got us to this point. So thank you for his representation of his community and pushing this forward and getting the positive outcome that we got.
Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 comments, if I may. The first is regarding point 4 on pavement cafes. It sounds like a very positive development for the town centre, and I hope it may result in more of what were very popular extensions of restaurants and cafes, particularly in the Grange Road Imperial Quarter area of the town, and make the town centre feel more vibrant. They'll clearly have an extended lifetime as part of the town centre recovery plan. Obviously, we don't know how long this COVID situation is going to drag on. But there are also many examples of where they've been popular over longer periods. For example, outside the Tapas Bar and English Gentleman pub, which have been in place for many years. Indeed, they were very popular last summer. And where there are conflicts with highways, which were mentioned in your report, I do think that the vibrancy of the town centre and its businesses should be put first, obviously with time periods to allow deliveries. But the reduced space for vehicle access that this will require should also help to make the town centre a safer and more pleasant place to be. My second point relates to point 18 on regulation for private landlords. It mentions promotion of this, and I wanted to ask who it will be promoted to, whether it will be to landlords only, whether you're working with letting agents and or with tenants themselves. Educating tenants is always useful, because otherwise some awful conditions never get reported because we just don't know about them. However, after they've signed a tenancy agreement, some tenants may be too afraid to complain for fear of revenge evictions. Will the team be requesting these reports from known private rented sector housing for spot checks? And please, can we also consider making a registered or quality landlords network so that we can enforce all this legislation in the properties where the council would then have much greater control, and tenants could have greater trust that homes had been inspected or checked for legal compliance and any other obvious issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Dawson, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to give comfort, just to give reassurance, the pavement cafes is a joint approach. Myself, Councillor Keir, Councillor Marshall, Ian Williams leading the officer team are committed to make sure that we can support businesses as we recover, and we're looking at how we make that process as easy as possible. So if you're a business and you're trying to adapt your business model to survive, then be assured that this council stands ready to work with you to come up with the best solution that is right for our residents, but also right for the business. In addition to point 18, yes, I've had a briefing today with our private sector housing team, and we are looking at how we engage with private landlords, but also letting agents. And then she did actually comment on that point, that it starts at the letting agent point, not necessarily once they've been letted. So I think we will be sharing details on some work that we'll be doing over the coming months, because it's still very much in its infancy. With regards to a network, I presume you are referring to the licensing approach that we see in County Durham, and it is something that we've explored, and there is merits in that. I'll be honest, it's not on my radar at the moment as such, but it's probably something that we will explore in the coming months or years. But at the moment, I'm quite happy with where we are and the work that we're doing, but there is still work to be done.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to paragraph 9, the Back Lanes project. I wrote to Councillor Dalston 2 weeks ago expressing my displeasure and concern in relation to the threatening and heavy-handed Section 46 notices issued indiscriminately in Park East. Councillor Dalston, in his response to my colleague Councillor Wallace, seems intransigent in his position, despite the valid concerns raised. However, in my letter, I specifically asked, first, what reasonable adjustments to protect the more vulnerable in our community were taken when composing these letters and choosing to deliver them in a blanket fashion on a Sunday afternoon. And that's taking into account our obligations under equality impact assessments. Secondly, will these notices be rewritten to permit action to be taken against the guilty whilst maintaining the goodwill of the law-abiding? And finally, when will a much-deserved apology be issued to our compliant, responsible Park East residents who are rightly aggrieved? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Dalston to respond. Councillor Dalston, you're on mute.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for giving me the opportunity to repeat this council's position. We are taking a very tough approach on those people who continue to destroy our communities. The Section 46 notice is not something new. It's a tool that we've used previously. People will have seen it in the town criers. When we talk about that blanket approach, everyone has probably had this notice in the past, and I'm sure Councillor Hughes is aware of that. So that's the first point. The second point is we're issuing it as a blanket approach to streets that have been a problem. And we hope, and we know actually from the data that we've got from residents, that most of them understand what we're trying to achieve. So I'm confident that those that have destroyed our communities will get the message that, guess what, it's not going to be tolerated, and this is the tough new approach that you're going to feel. And if you are a law-abiding citizen, what I would do is I would reassure you tonight that that letter is a reminder to you that we are taking that approach. So read the letter, understand that's what your neighbour who is causing harm to you and your family will be receiving. The next step they'll get is a firmer letter and a fine of £1,000, and then we'll prosecute, because we are not going to accept this at all. And I think the basic thing council can do is ensure that we continue that momentum and have that tough approach to ensure that we get cleaner streets and people can have confidence in the council that we are taking the tough decisions. But if the Labour Party want to continue to champion those people who continue to destroy our communities, well, guess what? You're backing the wrong horse.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two comments, if I may. The first one to Councillor McCollum, who was asking for money for a skate park. Councillor McCollum, can I just direct you to the likes of the villages around the area? In Hyington, we've purchased a 10-acre field. We've installed a colossal play area. We've put money forward to a changing room. We've built a mugger, and yes, we've actually bought our own skate park. all through the parish council and through the general donations and fundraising within this small community of ours. Now, before anybody from the Labour Party jumps on this terrible comment, then of course we've all got money. Please do not insult the residents of Hyington Parish. We do this because we take pride in the community. We do it for our children. Now,
Councillor Lee, is there a question for Councillor Dalston or comment about his report rather than a debate? Thank you.
It's a comment, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't let that one go. Fly tipping. I'm delighted that the Conservative Council are taking this hard measure. Fly tipping is a scourge of the nation. If you live in the Highlands of Scotland, down the tip of Cornwall, if you live in the rural areas, or if you live in the urban area, people complain constantly about fly tipping. Now, it's quite interesting. Not too many years ago, London Borough did a large consultation where they involved independent consultants to look at the problem of fly tipping and, of course, come up with some kind of solutions to reduce it. And part and parcel of that was to look at the reasons, and they came up with 8 reasons, which I won't bore you all with, but there are 3 which I think are quite important. The first one was the lack of understanding about the impact of fly tipping within the community, within people's lives, the quality of lives, and so on and so forth. The second one is the one which you've heard me say so many times ago when I put my litter hat on, which is the amazing amount of people who feel that it's the council's responsibility towards fly tipping and therefore they can fly tip. And the third one, and this is the most important one, Mr. Mayor, which relates to Councillor Dalston's comments, is there is a very low perceived threat of enforcement. And this is coming from London, and this was done a while ago, and it was done obviously before this new tighter measure. And the recommendation from the London Authority is to increase the perceived threat of enforcement. And that, Mr. Mayor, is precisely what the Conservative Council are doing. We are proud of Darlington. We are delighted with what the government are coming here, but we are aware that we need to clean some parts of the town. It's not all parts, as you well know.
Councillor Lee, are you coming to a point? And I appreciate and I'm well aware of your passion on this issue. Are you coming to a conclusion?
And the conclusion is quite simply that the Conservative policy on fly tipping is absolutely correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Dalston to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd quite happily let Councillor Lee go on for another 10 minutes because what he's saying, is absolutely right. The Conservatives are taking this seriously. We are determined to send a strong message, and the fact that we are discussing this at length tonight shows that we are absolutely making inroads. So I'm glad that this is top of the agenda, and I hope that we continue to discuss this and continue to apply pressure to those who continue to destroy our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. And Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 points. One relating to the ask that Councillor Wright made. I think it was Councillor Wright, possibly Councillor Tate, in terms of the letter that you asked Councillor Dalston if he would sign. I would make the point that I'm sure if you asked most members of this council, you'd be pushing at an open door in terms of willingness to sign that letter. I accept a letter from the leader, and the deputy leader carries weight, but I would argue that if you made the letter open to all members, you'd probably get most members to sign that letter, and that would be far more powerful. So that's a suggestion I would make on that. What I wanted to comment on in addition to that was firstly on what you said at the very beginning and open your remarks on your report. It's such a long time ago, I can't actually remember the precise words you used, but you made reference to the bread and butter thing. And to someone watching this from outside who doesn't understand how the council works, I fear that you will have given the impression that the local authority is running the bread and butter thing, and it's a scheme owned and run by the authority in its entirety. And I do think that's grossly unfair on the bread and butter thing. That scheme is run by them. Yes, this local authority has provided financial support, and through Seth Pearson's team, I know we've provided a lot of support in finding locations and that kind of thing. but the day-to-day running of that scheme is run by the bread and butter thing and by the many volunteers that they've found to help that scheme. So I think it's a bit of a cheek trying to claim credit for a scheme that is essentially being run by an outside organisation. And I would make the point that the germ of that idea actually came from a visit that Councillor Andy Scott made, I presume with officers, to Manchester before the local elections took place. So I think perhaps a little bit of honesty and decency in terms of claiming credit for something that isn't really entirely down to yourself, as you implied in your opening remarks. And the second point I wish to make is in your answer to Councillor McCullum's comments about skate parks, and you suggested that the previous administration, i.e. us, had made choices about to run down our parks, I think was a phrase that you used. Once again, Councillor Dunstan, I do feel I need to remind you of history. In the last 11 years, when your government has been in power, your government made a choice to slash funding to local authorities. And as we've seen in the last year, when if money is required, money can be found by governments to fund things. So it's quite clear now, if it wasn't already at the time, that austerity was a choice that your government was made. And in that 10 years, your government has slashed and slashed and slashed local authority funding. If those cuts hadn't taken place, our spending power in real terms would have been £50 million higher than it is actually today. And given our revenue budget is around £90 million, our budget would have been 50% more than it is today. That's the reason the previous administration had made lots of awful choices that it didn't have to. And I would put to you, as I've said before, when you've suggested we made a choice about cutting services, if we were to have spent the same amount in our parks, where in social services would you have chosen to make those cuts? Which adult services would you have cut? Which children's services you would have cut? And to push the lie that this local authority, as many other local authorities, have cut things through choice over the last 10 years is an absolute travesty of the truth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dulston, respond. Councillor Dulston, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And obviously there's a lot to respond to. What's concerning is that the Labour Party, both nationally and locally, don't really have a position. Because on one hand, Councillor Harker is saying that the bread and butter thing was now the Labour Party's idea, when in actual fact, they're now putting a motion to council saying that the bread, let me quote this, the bread and butter thing only masks the serious issue of food insecurity. So what is it? Is it a good idea, or are we just masking the idea? So do the Labour Party actually want to solve the problem, or are they supporting us masking the problem? Because you can't have two positions. That's the first point. The second point is I'm proud that this council has invested and enabled the bread and butter thing to relocate to Darlington. The bread and butter thing was set up in Manchester. They would not have come to Darlington had the council not put that infrastructure and continue to put funds into that infrastructure to make sure that our communities can have access to what is an absolutely fantastic service. I'm not taking credit that this is solely a council project, but what I am saying is that we are heavily involved in its success and will continue to fund it to ensure that we work with communities and get this service to as many neighbourhoods as possible. With regards to austerity, you know, austerity, as we call it, started in 2010, and I'm proud that we are 10 years on from those days, and I do not make any mistake that significant choices were made, decisions had to be taken, and it was a difficult time because we were ultimately reforming local authorities and how they better serve the communities. I'm thankful that this administration over the last 2 years has transformed, and we will continue to do that, and we will continue to look at innovative ways that we can best serve our community and deliver vital services to the community. But the big step change for us is that we're ambitious and we talk up our town and we attract future investment. The fact that Darlington has been chosen to house the Treasury and the International Trade Hub is a clear indication indication that Darlington is moving. It's on the up. We are ready for people to come and invest in our town. We're ready for people to come and live. We're ready for small businesses to set up. That's the town I want to be proud of. And I'm delighted that this council has launched a council plan that is absolutely focused on our communities and building vibrant communities, strong, resilient from the ground upwards. That's where our attention should be. With regards to the parks, we fundamentally disagree. You know, for all of a sudden, the Labour Party have got ideas about how we should be spending money. Well, I just can't understand why they didn't have these ideas 2 years ago, perhaps 3 years ago, and they may have just, well, still be in control.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. I think finally we've got Councillor Lister. Councillor Lister?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was just a bit taken aback by Councillor Dalston announcing in council that a firm are coming in to deal with North Lodge Park. Neither Councillor Ali nor I know anything about this. I don't know if the Friends of North Lodge Park know anything about this. Maybe I've missed something. I do at my age, but you know, I'm just so taken aback, and I am also taken aback by him saying the stuff he said about we had no ambitions for Darlington. We worked our socks off as a council group, and we didn't have the money because of the Conservative government cutting back and cutting back and cutting back. So, but that's by the by. But I just wanted to know which firm are coming into North Lodge Park.
Thank you, Councillor Lister. Councillor Dawson, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will obviously be sharing the finer details with the council members in due course, but we're absolutely committed on supporting our parks, and I'm delighted that Peter Gibson was able to secure this partnership working with an independent firm. Just to give reassurance that Yvonne Richardson and the Friends of North Lodge Park are fully engaged in this project. They know what's going on, and this is a clear sign that we care passionately about our communities, and we care passionately about giving provision to young people.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Councillor Ali, and I think that will be the final question, but famous last words. Councillor Ali. Councillor Ali.
Hi, sorry about that. Just on Councillor Dalston's last comment, it's quite disappointing because I've been working with Councillor Dalston on the Northgate initiative. Once again, to have to request to be included in information being made about a ward where we have been elected as councillors by the residents of the ward, and yet once again he is telling us how the Friends of the North Lodge Park, Yvonne Richardson, has been fully informed of everything happening. Can we make sure that when you're doing these meetings and having these conversations, that we put the party politics aside, and as you said, you want to work towards benefiting the good of our local parks, and please make sure that the councillors in the ward of the park that you're dealing with are involved, because they do have to answer to their residents, and it's the residents that choose to have these conversations. And my residents certainly have over the last few weeks of North Lodge Park, and I've done 3 different walks with different council officers in the park. So this has come as a shock. It would just be nice to have that, you know, respect of being informed on things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Dalston to respond.
Yeah, I would like to make the point that these plans are in the very early stages, and you know they need to be firmed up before we start sharing and building momentum. But what I would say to Councillor Ali is that we have a fantastic working relationship. She knows the commitment of this administration in improving the conditions of the declining Northgate ward that's been neglected for years. But she has my ultimate commitment that I will ensure that she is brought up to speed on this project and will continue to enjoy that level of communication that we have over recent months. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. You can have a rest now. That was a marathon and a half. Moving now to item 8C. is the overview of a Cabinet member with portfolio for adults. I would invite Councillor Mills to introduce her report. Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Members, to note the contents of the report on the adults portfolio, which has been previously circulated, and try to keep things brief. With reference to paragraph 6, just some up-to-date figures from this week. So since 28th of September 2020, care homes have now reported that 288 residents and 279 staff have tested positive with the COVID-19 virus. As of this week, we are down to 3 care homes who are classified as an outbreak, so that's down from 5, so that is good news. With regard to paragraph 8, just to let members know that the round of second vaccinations in care homes was initiated last week, so we've started on the second jabs for those most vulnerable people in our community. And with reference to paragraphs 5, 11 and 12, I would request that all members, if you can identify carers within your ward that may need extra support, especially at this time. I mean, I'm aware that some carers don't consider that they qualify as a carer themselves, they might not realise, and they're not then aware of the extra support that they can possibly access. And I think it's especially important in this time now when we've gone through a year of coronavirus pandemic, that there are people out there that could possibly be falling through the net. And if we can all, as members, keep an eye out and try and signpost people who may be struggling and caring for vulnerable people in their circle, that would be most helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mills, and thank you for raising the issue of carers and asking us to exercise our responsibility as community leaders to do that signposting, and I'm sure members will do that. Maybe follow it up with some information that we can prompt us, but thank you for that. Questions? Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My point, Councillor Mills refers to points 2 and 8, which I think are on page 43 and 44, regarding vaccination. I'm particularly interested in vaccination of staff. I see that you say that 95% of Priority 1 social care staff who want a vaccine have received their first dose. And it's encouraging that all social care staff have been made available to have their first dose. But residents have contacted me with concern about vaccination rates amongst staff and whether they are able to bring the virus into care homes or to their loved ones. And so I'm wondering, are you able to share with the council tonight what proportion of all Priority 1 staff have received their first dose, not just those who want it, and what proportion of all social care staff have received their first dose? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mills to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. It is of a concern, obviously, to a lot of residents. I've received questions about this as well, and it's obviously been highlighted in the media this week as well on a national scale with regard to the enforcement possibly for care home staff to have vaccinations. I can't at this moment in time give you the absolute up-to-date figures, but I can make sure that that email is sent out to you and all other councillors, because I think it's of interest to everybody within the next couple of days, if that's acceptable to you.
I'm sure it will be. If it could be shared with all members as well, please, Councillor Mills. And Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to the section on climate change, point 17 to 19. I refer to the Council's commitment to meet its net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and this will also relate to adult social care facilities which the Council commissions. I'm aware that we don't own them, but they will be counted as emissions on the council's behalf in order to deliver our services, given we fund people placed there. In this light, can Councillor Mills provide me with any information regarding the help that the council is giving to care facilities, whether nursing, care homes, supported living or sheltered accommodation, to examine their carbon emissions and help them to identify funding streams to cut their energy bills? Given that the financial sustainability issues mentioned as a result of COVID with room vacancies and that sort of thing, this will all also help to improve their financial sustainability. Thank you.
Councillor Mills to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Holroyd, for that question. Yes, that is a piece of work that's obviously going to be ongoing. I'm interested in those results myself, and I will make sure that that information is passed on as and when we get that.
Thank you. Councillor Ali.
Hi, thank you for your report, Councillor Mills. My question was just regards to carers and their assistance and pay in Section 8. It's been reported by the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman and in the March edition of the National Social Work newsletter, Community Care, that pressures to clear backlogs arising from last year's 6-month suspension of assessments is leading to unfair decisions, while some commissioners are wrongly screening people out of consideration for continuing healthcare funding. So, do we still have a backlog? If so, how big is it? And secondly, can you assure Council that patients in Darlington and their families are not being negatively affected, please? Thank you.
Councillor Mills to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Ali. I think this is a question that kind of overlaps into with myself and Councillor Nicholson with Public Health, and we can obviously get back to you with that because it's quite a complex question and there'll be quite a complex answer. But yes, I do share your concerns, and I am happy to have a conversation with you outside of this meeting as well and provide you with further details.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I'd like to just make a point of clarification regarding COVID vaccinations. Just because you have 2 vaccinations and you've had them does not mean you cannot catch COVID. The funeral director I was dealing with has had both his vaccinations. He dealt with a family previously to come in to deal with me. The day after he visited me, he got a positive test result. I had to self-isolate for 10 days, and thankfully I hadn't caught it, but it does not make you immune. The important thing is the most vulnerable people catch it, so that if they do get vaccinated, so if they do catch it, the symptoms are less dangerous to them. It's you can still catch it if you've been vaccinated. Please be aware of that.
Thank you for that public health advice, Councillor Curry. Councillor Mills, any response to
that? No, Mayor, I think yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Mills. It's good to hear in paragraph 2 about the successful programme of vaccinations for care and support worker staff. And as we heard from Councillor Snedker, we are aware that not everyone wants to receive the vaccination, and some of this is with the exemption of legitimate medical reasons. But could you tell us if you agree with the no jab, no job stance that other organisations are taking? Thank you.
Councillor Mills to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Crumby. I can give you my personal opinion, which may be, you know, you may not agree with. I think that personally, unless you have a good medical reason not to have the jab, if you are working with vulnerable people, I think that it can only really be logical and correct for you to have the coronavirus vaccine. I can't think of a reason other than your own health or perhaps some other extenuating circumstances. But in general, I think that if you're working in care homes and you're working with vulnerable people, then yes, it's your responsibility. You should be responsible and you should have your coronavirus vaccination.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. That concludes your report. Moving now to item 8D, overview of Cabinet Member with Portfolio for Children and Young People. Councillor Clark to introduce his report. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right. I'd ask members to note the contents of the report of the Children and Young People portfolio, which has previously been circulated. Just before that, I would just like to make a few comments that aren't mentioned within the report, if I may. And the first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to just talk about briefly the school Easter activity programme that is going to be launched. So over the next 2 weeks, myself and Councillor Dalston will be working with 5 community hubs across the town as we launch and deliver the Easter activities programme. Working with schools, we have identified those children most in need and have pulled together a nutritious menu of hot daily meals along with a diverse educational and fun activities programme, which is designed to stimulate children's creativity. Plans are already underway on developing this scheme over our summer holidays, where we will be supporting even more families, details of which will be shared with members over the coming weeks. And I think that's probably quite apt, actually, after listening to the Voice of the Child this morning with the meeting that was arranged by Children's Scrutiny Committee, because what came across loud and clear to me was that children and young people need these, are wanting, in fact, and need these kind of activities planned for them throughout the holidays. And if I look at some of the activities that are going to be taking place this Easter, it really is a diverse programme. We have things like dance, youth theatre, fun fitness, games, Tai Chi, first aid courses, reading, and even circus skills. So you cannot get more diverse than that. So I actually welcome the work that Mike Crawshaw and his team have actually done to provide this Easter. Just on top of that, it's just worth mentioning that, as in previous holidays, we will be supporting families through the One Supermarket voucher scheme, and families in receipt of free school meals will receive a £50 supermarket voucher for the Easter holiday period to support with food and fuel costs. My final point is probably, and I'll use the sort of modern day vernacular of, I'd like to give a massive shout out to our heads and staff of our secondary and further education settings for the fantastic work that's been carried out in welcoming our children back to school. It really has been a phenomenal effort by all. But the one thing that really stood out, and we're talking about COVID, is the near 24,000 tests that have been carried out by staff within these schools. I remember when the school, when they were going to go, the date was announced when they go back to school, and all the sort of, say kerfuffle, but the concern raised about how we were going to test all these children before they actually sort of sat down and started learning. And I was one that had really concerns about this. So to have managed these 24,000 tests since the 8th of March is truly a phenomenal achievement by all. So I'd hope everyone that agree with that they need thanking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Heslop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Clark.
Good evening.
First, can I just thank you for both your responses regarding issues with CAM services for Darlington residents. Both responses have been vastly appreciated. My question tonight is relating to Rydal Academy and its plans to make, as I understand it, 10 teaching assistants redundant, which at this moment in time seems to me a bit ridiculous. I appreciate that as an academy, it's outside of local authority control. But as I see from academy reports and what I've been told, attendance has gone up from 92.9% in 2018. This was in part why the school previously received a poor Ofsted report. This improvement has also been reflected in governors' reports. In the last report I saw on the website, 281 pupils out of 597 were eligible for pupil premium. It states that the percentage of pupils who are eligible for pupil premium is more than double the national average. The school deprivation indicator puts the school in the 80% percentile and indicates that pupils are considerably more deprived than the national average. 174 pupils were supported through alternative care arrangements, child protection plans and early help, looked after children, previously looked after children and children in need, equate to 30%. So my question, Councillor Clark, is what steps will and can the local authority take to ensure that standards as a result of making 10 teaching assistants, including the attendance officer, redundant, do not have any impact on child education and care? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark to respond.
Okay, thanks for the question, Councillor Heslop. I'm obviously not aware of that situation in Rydal for obvious reasons. 12 support staff does seem quite a lot based on the size of the school. So I'm just wondering in my own head whether 12 are in actual consultation and it might not be actual 12 actual redundancies. I can't answer that. But it is a difficult question. And as you've said, like the local authority doesn't really have a direct role in how Academy Trusts organises its staffing structure. So any sort of concerns regarding staff levels really are going to be considered by the Regional Schools Commissioner. However, we do, as a council, have a really good working relationship with schools. So we'll ask officers to have some informal discussions around this situation. And I'll get back to you with what the outcome is for that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Councillor Clark.
Good evening.
I'd like to talk about it's paragraph 8A, and it's about the report to corporate parenting. The impact report indicated that Year 11 pupils had the lowest percentage of pupils making good progress. I'd like to ask, what additional support are you going to call for to help these young people engage effectively in education and make the progress they so desperately need at this critical time in their lives? I think this is especially sort of vital in the face of the sort of figures about youth unemployment, and it is a crucial time for all young people, but especially children in our care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Clark to respond.
Yeah, can I just clarify, are you talking about specific schools or schools in general? I haven't got that report in front of me, so
it's in paragraph 8, it's about the corporate parenting panel, and it was the report to corporate parenting about how the cared for children are progressing and how well they're doing at school. And it identified specifically that Year 11 students aren't sort of making the grade, aren't sort of performing as well as they should. It's about the impact of COVID-19 on cared for children, and particularly highlights the concern for Year 11 pupils, if that makes it any clearer for you.
Yeah, okay. Right, sorry, apologies for that. I thought you said paragraph 18, so I was getting a bit confused on that. I mean, for the fullness, for the accepted time, it'd be quite a lengthy answer that to sort of give you at this point. I'm quite happy to get back to you with a full sort of what we're actually doing as a council and how we're supporting the education support units around that situation that you described. So if you're fine with that, I'll quite happily respond to you with the right.
That would be very helpful.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Linda Hughes. Councillor Linda Hughes.
Sorry about that. It helps if I take myself off mute. I'm sorry, somebody has got their microphone very close to their mouth. It's heavy breathing. It's really disconcerting.
I'll ask Mrs. Wright to mute everybody and then you bring yourself back in, Councillor Hughes, Linda Hughes.
All right, thank you. That's better. Thank you, Councillor Clark. It's paragraphs 3 and 4. You talk about the health and well-being board meeting, and in particular the Carers Action Plan. Can you give Council a bit more detail on this, please? Particularly what practical support has been put in place for young people caring for family members, particularly in relation to digital accessibility during the pandemic? And secondly, I understand that there was a recommendation at the Health and Wellbeing Board that you as a portfolio holder are to act as the champion of the Carers Plan. Can you outline how you will be acting as champion for young carers and what's your top priority, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark to respond.
Okay, well, with the last part of your question, that is something I'm still working on. You know, the area of where I intend to champion, and the work actually I'm going to do, because obviously it was quite recent that that this forum met. On the first part of your question, which was what was that again? Could you just remind me? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. The practical support being put in place for young people caring for family members, particularly in relation to digital accessibility during the pandemic.
Okay. Again, with that one, I'll give you a full written response with exactly what we're doing with that, because I don't have access to that report at the moment.
Okay, and thank you, just to say thank you for your response that you've sent through on the CAMS regarding the neurodiversity.
Thank you. Okay. Hope you found it helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to paragraph 18, and I note from the minutes of the schools forum that Darlington's high needs overspend is currently £823,000. And that at the meeting on the 9th of March, Schools Forum agreed to transfer $332,000 from the schools block. Now, the schools block is the block that schools can use to pay the wages of teaching and classroom assistants. They moved that money to the high needs block for 2021-22. So it's a bit like robbing Peter to pay Paul, when what the council needs is sufficiency and certainty of funding to meet significantly increased demand for SEND support. So, Councillor Clark, can you assure Council that the continuing Darlington high needs deficit is not negatively influencing the numbers of young people receiving timely assessments and diagnoses of special educational needs? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clark to respond.
On probably the first point that you raised regarding the movement of high needs funding from the high needs block, I was actually at that meeting and there was no objections whatsoever that came across with the proposal of what was done. I can't guarantee what you're saying. All I can say is that obviously we're opening 2 SEND units later this year, and we are working actively to reduce that deficit that we have at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark referred to the hearing earlier today with young people about their experiences of lockdown and their hopes for the future, and I'm sure he heard loud and clear their call for activities that got them out of their homes, away from their screens, safely rebuilding their social networks and their friendships. And I welcome the Easter activity programme, which he's highlighted verbally this evening. Given the Chancellor's budget, where he indicated further spending cuts in the next 2 years, I'd like to ask Councillor Clark how we're going to fund, as a council, an enriching and broad section of services and events for children and young people as they come out of COVID lockdown and try to recover their childhoods.
Councillor Clark to respond.
Okay. Well, we have funded obviously for this Easter and summer, and obviously in the summer holidays, we are hoping, and you know, I'm probably going to be more insistent that we open it up to further families and children to engage in these activities. So I think it's so important. With how we're going to find the money, that's a good question. But I think through innovative ideas and ways of working, that's the areas I'll be looking for to see if we can fund this and probably make, and just, to me, it's a need, it's a necessity, and if we need to find the money, then I think we should find the money, because it's so important for our children's futures. But again, I'm only a small portion of the money that we have available to, well, I'm not actually a big proportion, but a lot of it is statutory, but actual free spending money, pocket money, is at a premium at the moment. But I can be assured that I'll be fighting tooth and nail that what we heard from the children this morning, we as a council deliver.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the risk of sounding like a stuck record after my last comment to Councillor Mills, my point relates to point 26 on climate change. I welcome the increased agile and home working, reducing the occupancy of large buildings and staff travel needs. However, has the heating profile of the large office buildings that are mentioned been adjusted in response to this, or are we now heating those large buildings as well as the staff's homes as well, which obviously could make the situation worse? This may be a next step to look into to realise heating cost benefits as well as reduce carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Clark, and I think this could be the final question. Oh no, Councillor Cousins. Right, Councillor Clark. Brilliant, Councillor Cousins.
Right, whether the thermostat has been turned down in the town hall, I have not got a clue. But I'm presuming there's be some cost-conscious people knocking about that building that would have exactly done that same thing. It seems a sensible thing to do. If it hasn't been done, I think there'd be some serious questions asked on that one. But I will ask that question of the appropriate person tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Cousins, famous last words. Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark, can I just ask, you've mentioned about provision for free school meals for primary school age children, but could you tell me what about the secondary school age free school meals children in Darlington? Will they be getting their provision planned for them over the Easter holidays? And what about the young people on free school meals in the rural areas?
Yes, there's a criteria that's been obviously set for anyone on certain benefits, etc., or learning. And there is a criteria, so I can guarantee that it is primary and secondary children and in rural areas who are eligible will be open to the activities and the £50 voucher scheme that's been on offer, as in previous terms.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And that concludes Councillor Clark's element on the agenda. Before we move to Councillor Marshall, I'm going to suggest, we will take a comfort break and resume at 8:15 or thereabouts. Okay, thank you, colleagues. you indicate when live streaming is commenced, please? I can't hear anything. Okay, welcome back, colleagues. Item 8E is the overview of the Cabinet Member with the portfolio for economy. Councillor Marshall, please introduce your report. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the economy portfolio, which has been previously circulated, and I would like to highlight a couple of areas, if I may. One, in para 7, the local plan. As you're probably aware, a programme manager has been appointed to coordinate the interactions between the inspector and the council, and officers are working hard to respond to all the questions that have been raised and continue to be raised by the inspector. With regard to the local restrictions support grants in paras 25 to 31, the list of grant schemes shown within those paragraphs, and the list is at para 26, shows all of those currently in operation. However, please note that the first 6 schemes shown in the table are being wound up as from the 31st of March 2020. The ARG scheme, the Additional Restrictions Grant Scheme, has now allocated circa £1.5 million to local businesses, and we are finalising plans to ensure the remaining amount of this fund continues to support businesses in Darlington. And finally, on this section, the government's restart scheme will commence next month, and details of that scheme are still to be advised. And with regards to climate change in para 32, you'll have noticed that all the portfolio holders have a section now on climate change, and the climate change action plan is being finalised. But climate change activities are being undertaken in other portfolio areas, as you've heard. It's ready to take any questions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Snedker, then Councillor Barch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of points from me, Councillor Marshall. Regarding to the grants that you referred to as you summarised your report there, I noticed the additional restrictions grant. There's far more being declined, certainly in the table presented to council, than are being approved. Is there something wrong with the application system, or is there something that we as a council can do to help guide people so that they get their applications in right first time, so that this money that's vital gets to the right people as soon as possible? And the final question is referring to point 5. After the roundabout on Thompson Street is widened, would it no longer be true to say that Springfield Park remains safe and untouched by road development? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Snedker. Yeah, the number of grants, there have been a lot of rejections. We have a strict criteria, and in spite of the fact that we recently opened that criteria up to a whole range more of businesses, there are a lot of people who don't meet the criteria that have been set. The criteria is set by government, and we chase every applicant up to make sure that they can give us all the information that we need. And if they can't give us the information, then we can't process the grants. We have to be auditable for this money. And there's nothing wrong with the application scheme. There's nothing wrong with what's on the web page for information. It's just that some applicants do not qualify. They do not send the right documentation, if they send documentation at all. And as I said, every one of those that are refused after an exhaustive effort to support them to get them through it. With regards to Springfield, I'll have to give you a written answer now, Councillor Snedker, and I'll do that as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Barch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I want to thank you for your report, Councillor Marshall. In particular, I would like to draw attention to I would like to comment on paragraph 30. I am pleased to hear of the impressive support we've been able to provide to businesses across the town throughout this crisis. The steps the government has taken and continues to take are phenomenal, and residents across Wingfield have expressed their gratitude for this support and the council's efficient handling to me. I was also thrilled by the recent announcement of Darlington as the home of the new Treasury North campus. However, were you, like me, and I am sure as all councillors will have been too, horrified by the recent comments expressed by Sir Keir Starmer when he claimed that the move wasn't levelling up, but in fact giving up? Thank you.
Councillor Marshall to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Barcher. I thank you for your comments with regards to the work that's been done by the office in Darlington to disperse monies to all of the businesses that have qualified. It is truly a remarkable team effort, and we have been up there amongst the best councils in the country for making sure that all the monies that we've been given to disperse have been dispersed efficiently and effectively. And like you, the arrival of the Treasury Department and having the campus in Darlington is exciting news, to say the least. And it was disappointing to hear the leader of the Labour Party say that this was giving up, not rounding up. And I agree with your comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Somewhat in contrast to Councillor Barch and keeping away from national matters, which I know this administration doesn't appreciate being raised, at last council, I asked Councillor Marshall about a long-term strategy for the outdoor market, as I asked for such a strategy at the Scrutiny meeting in August last year from Market Asset Management. So far, such a document has not been forthcoming. I did ask Councillor Marshall to kindly lend a hand in chasing down such a vision. I'm saddened to note that there is no reference to this in his report, indeed, particularly because this is a time when non-essential traders are looking for some reassurance and a way forward. And this administration, in a continuation from its decision, is letting down traders by refusing to give an indication of what happens next. They are stuck on a market square that is now being squished not only by businesses that will be opening up and making use of pavement cafes, as we have heard, but also by the opening up of the Dolphin Centre and the requirements for fire access, and by the continuing works on the indoor market, which take up space that could be better used by traders. So I'll ask again, does the member have an update for us with regards a long-term vision and strategy for the outdoor market going forward? And failing that, will he move the market back to Northgate, High Row, Bondgate and Westrow? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marshall, respond. Thank
you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McCollum, for your continued interest in the outdoor market. The decision we made for placing the outdoor market in the market square still stands, and we are working with MAM. We sublet the responsibility for markets, indoor and outdoor, with MAM. And we are working with them to look at the long-term strategy, particularly for when the indoor market is complete. And when that's finalised, we will share it with members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Marshall, I just wanted to refer back to a couple of the questions that were asked by members of the public at the beginning of the meeting. David Clark, if I've got the questions the right way around, asked a question about the access routes from the proposed Skirningham development. And I think he asked a simple question, was whether you'd be willing to visit with him those entrances so that he could demonstrate, I think in his words, that they were unsuitable. And you chose to avoid answering the question by simply referring back to an answer you'd given beforehand. And I just put it to you, perhaps given it was a simple yes or no, it'd have been quite polite to say yes or no to him. I took it from the answer you gave that the answer was no. But I think given it was a member of the public, not one of ourselves asking the question, it would have been considerate to simply answer his question, yes or no. And secondly, if I can refer to I think it was the second question asked by Alan McNabb, And he asked you to clarify what you meant by being sympathetic and respectful in terms of those graves. And I think you answered by saying, well, everybody knows what being sympathetic and respectful is. Well, respectfully, given that he was talking about the potentially movement of graves, I would suggest that we have widely differing views as to what is sympathetic and respectful, and two people would have very, very different views about what is appropriate and not appropriate. And I therefore thought it was not an unreasonable question for him to ask, for you to clarify what you did have in mind in terms of dealing with those graves that were there. And I would ask you to reconsider your written answer and actually rewrite part of it in full and go back to those residents with a proper answer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Harker. Well, with regards to my question to Mr. Clark, the area is known to me. I have visited the area previously. But as I've outlined before, a new road network will be required to serve the development and will need to link into existing road networks at a number of points. Developers will be required to submit planning applications detailing their proposals for housing layout and access, and this will be assessed to determine the impact on the highway network, whether that is acceptable or not, and what mitigation schemes might be required. And that's still the position we're in, Councillor Harker. I can't go any further than that. With regards to your second comment about the question from Mr. McNabb, I also said that if he was going to quote me, he should quote me fully so the context could be understood. He was quoting from an email that I sent him, and it was a final paragraph, and what I actually said was about the burial sites and the moving of the golf course, was that who knows, it may be possible. It was as you might say a flippant remark, but a light-hearted remark. It was not trying to convey any intent or belief on my part. So I think I answered the question adequately and fully. And if you don't know what sympathetically and respectfully means, then as a by dictionary, Councillor Harker. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question and one comment. I'll start with the question, if I may. Councillor Marshall, on paragraph, I've forgotten it. Bear with me. Paragraph 5 on page 52 on the planning section, you refer to a charter. Will this charter have the same cachet or carry as much weight and or be as legally binding as the design code stroke building requirement that we are currently looking into producing to ensure that Darlington is no longer a developer's paradise? And in other words, will this charter be enforceable? Would you like to?
Okay. So have you made it before you come in, Councillor Marshall? Have you concluded, Councillor Allen?
I've concluded my question, Mr. Mayor. The comment I'd like to make is regarding something different, just a small comment.
Well, you need to make your question and comment. This isn't a discussion with respect, so make your comment as well, and then Councillor Marshall will respond to it in its entirety.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I apologise.
No, it's fine.
It's regarding the tax building that's coming our way. When it was originally announced, it was 750 jobs. When it was spoken about on the television news the day before yesterday, it was 500 jobs. I'm a little bit concerned about where have 250 jobs disappeared to within inside a week? And if Councillor Marshall can at some point, obviously not tonight, ascertain what these jobs will actually mean, because I have this horrible feeling that the bulk of them will be people who are already trained in those jobs, and so therefore they will just be coming here to work as opposed to jobs for our local people. But as I say, I'm quite happy for that to be done separately. I just
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor. I missed your first one about the planning charter. Where was that?
It's on page 52.
Yeah.
Para 5. It's your first paragraph under planning.
Para 5 refers to Springfield Park.
Paragraph 9, I think.
Sorry.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. That's my bad. Obviously, that's...
So it's paragraph 9, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Marshall to us.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it is complete. As I said, it is complete, and the report will be coming to the members of the planning committee to explain it. And I think Mr. Coates will be able to explain it much better than I can, Councillor Allen. So if you can be a little bit patient, I'm sure you will get all the information you need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and I presume you'll come back to Councillor Allen on the jobs and
yes, I will. Yes,
treasury stuff. Okay, Councillor Linda Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to paragraphs 1923, the Darlington Towns Fund, I welcome the Towns Fund funding and look forward to seeing the £22.3 million spent on the 4 projects. However, I'm sure I'm not alone in being very concerned about the retailers that are about to or have already left the town centre. The 3 Arcadia shops, from group shops, that Thornton's, Peacocks, Iceland announced this week, Thornton's, Burger King, just to name just a few, and there's still the empty post office building. And how we as a council are going to address the increasing empty, very large units in some cases, particularly when we're looking to we've got these jobs coming into the town, we're wanting to attract people to come and live in the town, and it's going to be a real issue. Yes, we'll have these lovely, the yards are brilliant and the independent sector is great, but we're going to have these very large units within the town centre. And just to put into context about the 22.3 million, which was, as I say, is very, very welcome, that we had to bid for, we're losing twice that amount every year because of the cuts from government to council funding.
So Marshall, respond.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Hughes. I share your concern about the businesses closing and the news this week about Iceland and more recently Thornton's closing down. It is worrying. We do have a town centre recovery plan. We are doing our utmost to attract businesses and people into the town, but it is a worry. To go into it in more detail is more complex, and I will get you a written answer on that, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question on point 18, the last one in this planning section, at the top of page 53. I welcome the design code relating to the Burtree Garden Village, as discussed at the recent planning committee. Firstly, is this design code set in stone already, or will there be any further opportunity for input? Will this code include high levels of insulation, higher than the minimum building regulation standards, to ensure that these homes are desirable and of an excellent standard rather than needing retrofitting only a few years down the line? Will they include renewable electricity and heating as standard? And if not, how can we quickly ensure that future developments are of an excellent standard rather than condemning new build homeowners to more expensive bills than they'd otherwise have to pay, or expensive upgrades to retrofit their new homes? I also note that the design code is described as guidance, and I presume this means it is not enforceable. So how is it planned to be implemented? Thank you.
Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. If you just bear with me, I'll get some paper and I'll come back to you. I'll refer you to a question that from the public for Paul Harmon. about climate change, and I mentioned in that yes, we do have the design code. It is advisory, but it does cover somewhere. I've got on my papers in front of me the comments from that about climate change and sustainable housing. But what makes it more impactful is the fact that the government's future home standard, which is being proposed, which will impact on building regulations nationally, and it will all require all new homes to be radically improve their energy performance and be zero carbon ready by 2025 without retrofit. Is what I read on the government site. So I hope that answers your question. The design code is advisory at present, but it is a step in the right direction for the town, that's for sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm seeking a bit of clarification on your paragraphs 7 and 8 about the local plan. It says the inspector has issued a revised timetable for the hearings, and it goes from the 17th of May to the 21st of June. But in the following paragraph, it says they'll finalise the programme by the 15th of March. That's not March 22, is it?
Bear with me. Those dates are all 2021.
So what date will it be finalised? Because it can't be done 15th of March. We've passed it.
What? I think when this report was written, I don't think we'd had the finalised I'll check on that and I'll come back to you in writing.
Could you come back to us? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does that could I bring in Councillor Heather Scott now, Mrs. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it is just clarifying the issue that Councillor Allen raised about the numbers. Councillor Allen, 750 jobs are coming for the Treasury. The 500 that were in the newspaper are the jobs for the Department of Trade and Industry. And on top of that, there will be jobs coming for the Business and Energy Department, which could be up to 250. Those are the lowest number of jobs. We are estimating there could be 2,000 jobs with the 3 different departments. So I hope that clarifies that for you.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall, anything to respond? I suspect
no.
not.
Thank you, Councillor Scott, for that clarification.
Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine is just a comment. A lot of the cabinet members and portfolio holders have said they will reply in writing to people. Can all councillors be copied into those written responses, please? Also, the public who are viewing this on YouTube don't get that response. Is there some way that the public will also get a response to the questions that have been raised? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the best of my knowledge, all cabinet members are sending their replies to the councillor's website, councillor's email grouping, so you should get copies of all responses.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to the issue of the question from David Clark earlier, I'm interested to hear that Councillor Marshall has visited Whitebridge Drive and Bewley Drive and Sparrow Hall Drive to look at the entrances for himself. Can I ask him, when he did, what was his view of that potential access point? Thinking about Bewley Drive specifically, but Whitebridge Drive and Sparrow Hall Drive, he must, as a cabinet member and an experienced local councillor, have formed a view on the practicality or otherwise of that access. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wallace. My view is purely a personal view. It will be guided by the traffic studies that come out. I do have a personal view. I'm not prepared to share that with you, but I will be guided and take everything that comes into public realm when the detailed planning proposal comes forward. and we see what mitigation with traffic can be done. But my opinion is purely an opinion. It carries no weight at all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Item 8F is the overview of Cabinet Member with the portfolio for health and housing. Councillor Kevin Nicholson, could you introduce your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like members to note the contents of my report of the health and housing portfolio, which has previously been circulated. And just before I do get onto my report, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to share some news that's been landed on my desk just a moment ago about the Northern Echo Health and Social Care Awards. And I'm pleased to announce that the Darlington County Durham NHS Foundation Trust has been awarded Employer of the Year, and Margaret Donoghue, a nurse within Darlington, has been honoured with Nurse of the Year. So my congratulations, and hopefully the congratulations of the council go to Margaret and the hospital and the wider health services that are provided from the hospital. I would just like to say, Mr. Mayor, firstly, I'd like to update members with the latest data relating to COVID-19 here in Darlington. As of 9 AM this morning, 7,327 confirmed cases have been in Darlington since the start of the pandemic. I wanted to update members and give some assurances with regards to the small rise in cases which we saw last week. Although the data last week showed an increase of 35 cases in Darlington, which was a higher increase compared to our neighbours, it's important for us to look at the whole picture rather than just individual weeks and pockets of information. The weekly data is a very useful tool to use for public health teams to identify issues and take action where appropriate. But for me, it's not generally a great data set to use exclusively on its own. Darlington remains the local authority with the lowest overall case numbers of coronavirus in the whole of the North East, and we are the second lowest when it comes to mortality outcomes. And in the past 28 weeks, Darlington has only been over 300 cases per 100,000, 7 times out of 28 weeks. Our comparable neighbours, such as Middlesbrough, entered that peak on 13 occasions. And when we look at the 400 cases per 100,000, which indicates a situation of significant problem for the local people, and has what we would define as significant problems of transmission, I'm delighted to let members know that this happened on only one occasion in Darlington in the last 28 weeks. Hartlepool, for example, a similar local authority to ours demographically and size-wise, entered that 6 times. Mr. Mayor, I was delighted that Darlington Borough Council was recently recognised by the Health Secretary for our community testing programme. Our first site was operational on the 14th of December, and we've carried out since then over 26,000 community tests, identifying over 375 people without symptoms. 43% of those people who are booking are return bookings, meaning people are regularly getting tested. In relation to the vaccines programme, the programme is progressing brilliantly across the country, and Darlington is no exception. The NHS is doing a fantastic job, and the council is doing all it can to support the NHS and the primary care network with the programme, and when support's needed, we are there to help. We have been supporting with booking vaccines by deploying 8 council staff to manage phone lines and appointments at Feetham's House. More than 41,000 people in Darlington have received a first dose of the vaccine, meaning that we have a first dose rate of over 44%. And finally, I'm delighted to update members that the council has been successful in obtaining government grants for 2 local authority designated schemes. The first scheme is exclusively for council housing, which is £1 million of grant available to help insulate homes, and we will be double glazing an additional 300 properties. The council housing revenue account will provide match funding, an additional 1.5 million, and we'll be doing that to more than 400 homes, making it 700 homes this year. Sorry, there's a lot of numbers there. The second scheme that we've been successful for is for both council and private homes, which is 6,777,000, and that's as a grant. And we've just been told about that, so more information will be available when we know the details of that scheme. And as always, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank Councillor Nicholson. Page, bear with me, I've lost my page. Page 62, para 43. No, I beg your pardon. It's page 61, para 36, or under the housing management and maintenance section. You say that we're looking for people to join the tenants board. I wondered, are we as councillors allowed to speak with residents and with their permission put those residents forward, or how are you going to find those residents for that particular board? And my second and final question is page 62, paras 44 and 45, under the energy efficiency climate change. Could you clarify for me, please, what the initial funding was and what the additional funding is? And I don't mind if you don't have those figures to hand. I'm quite happy
Councillor
for you
Nicholson
to get me those
respond.
later.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Allen. In relation to the Tenants Board, we'd encourage people to apply to be on the Tenants Board, and whether that comes from members of council who unfortunately can't sit on the board, but by all means you can encourage tenants to take part in that. We have a very active and very very vocal Tenants Board. Haven't been able to meet them face to face at the moment, but I have been kept fully up to date with views on a range of issues, as I'm sure you can imagine. In relation to paragraph 44, 45 and 46, unless somebody is about to correct me, that is a similar insert to what was in last month's council meeting. Now, the reason it's similar, if not virtually the same, is simply because the government announced that we were getting the funding, and I was really excited to share it with council, told us all about it, and then the government said, well, actually, we're going to give you some more, but you can't tell anyone about that. So we had to sort of pretend we didn't know, even though we did know, and then wait till the announcement came, and the announcement came yesterday, too late for me to obviously amend the report. So the amounts of funding now, we've had £1 million as part of the Lab 1 scheme. We're putting an extra £500,000 from housing into that, and we're also having £667,000 which will be shared with private sector housing and council housing. We're not sure on whether that'll be 50-70, 90-10, whatever, depending on what we want to do with that. But we do need to support tenants, both private sector housing who maybe struggle to get sufficient income, and we'll cap private houses having that investment at £30,000 sort of annual income for those tenants, so it won't go to people who could perhaps afford to refit and retrofit their houses. Yes, thank you for your question.
Councillor Layton, thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Councillor Nicholson. Before I ask my question, I'd just like to add my sincere thanks to Pauline Mitchell for her years of dedicated service, and wish her all the very best indeed for the future. I'd also like to, just from my own experience, thank the Primary Care Network for their amazing job they're doing at Feetham's, because that's where I had my vaccination, and it was an incredibly smooth operation and very well organised. I've just got one question on health, and then just a brief one on housing, if you don't mind. With paragraph 15, that's on page 58, with schools reopening and the need for sort of effective testing, which the children do at home, does anyone have sort of local clear oversight of all the schools in the area? And I appreciate they are independent, and the test and tracing is a national initiative, but over many years this council's had a really good close communication with all the care homes, and it was that sort of link that was really, really effective, I think you'll agree, throughout the pandemic, and helping sort of keeping PPE dispersed correctly and everything. So I just wondered if there is somebody that has, and I appreciate Test and Trace will give you the data, but if there is somebody that has the overall sort of oversight, and if there isn't somebody like that, is it something you would consider sort of along the lines of the kind of work the council does with care homes? And just finally, I'd like to ask on the paragraph 37, and you're referring to the council rent arrears, and how things are sort of keeping fairly on an even keel at the moment. I mean, currently with support from government and council and things like the furlough scheme and the uplift in universal credit, I think a lot of people are fairly cushioned just now. I suppose it's more a cautionary sort of tale, really. I think some tenants are fairly sort of cushioned, but come sort of September and sort of the end of the year when furlough finishes and possibly there will be job losses, will you be sort of having a closer look at this and just making sure that it isn't a problem that sort of starts to increase, you know, as the real economic pinch from COVID-19 starts to take effect? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson, to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Layton, for your questions. And similar to you, in terms of health, particularly, I am very much still just learning, even after 12 months. Believe me. So many briefings as you have, you'll still be finding things out you maybe knew. One, you're responsible for and didn't know, and two, you know, the people you meet who perhaps know more about you than you do about them. So just in relation to school testing, just to give you some assurance, we work very closely with the school through Tony Murphy and the commissioning teams, and before the start of the term, we worked very, very closely in terms of making sure that all schools have the capacity to conduct their own lateral flow tests, and the government launched the new Community Collect initiative, which parents who weren't able to access lateral flow devices either in school for whatever reason or at community testing centres were able to get those. And the increase in 35 cases that we've seen on the weeks the schools went back, which you know, maybe made all my hair fall out, was 19 of those were from schools directly. We were able to identify them very quickly, and they were people who obviously weren't displaying symptoms. And if I could answer Councillor Snedker's question that he gave to Councillor Scott in terms of testing and tracing, we know in the last week 112 people have been positive for COVID, which is down 23 on last week. We know where every single one of those people lives, where they work. We know you know, what age group they are, and what I can say is all of the high risk age groups within the borough at the moment, we are showing as having some of the lowest rates in those risk groups, plus 60 to 75 to 80 plus, as having the lowest positivity rates in T. So when I talk about looking at data, it's really important that we look at some of the detail rather than the high level figure, you know, of 35 jumps. So hopefully that answers your question in relation to testing in schools. In terms of the rent arrears success, you know, we'll have probably learned, members will have learned over the last, you know, few weeks, if not years, that when we talk about percentages, you know, 3% to 2%, it's, you know, just make a big difference. You know, our recovery process in the council is very, very sympathetic and very supportive. And as a tenant, we're also, I think, we're a really responsible tenant landlord, because we want to see people lead really positive and healthy lives, and that starts with having a really good, decent home. And you'll have seen some of the you know, awful headlines around the country at the moment about some really rogue landlords and some really poor councils, and I know that doesn't happen here in Darlington. So we have a thing called the Darlow Millions, which is a support process through the CAB to help people, one, to see if there's any eligibility for support that they might not already be accessing. But our teams are well trained on the front line to, one, identify people who might be having financial difficulties when they're talking to the housing officer through, you know, a bit like the every contact counts process we've started, about identifying those people. But we do know, not as a council, but as a society, that there probably is going to be an issue coming out of COVID, because there's a lot of what we would call hidden debt in terms of people relying perhaps on credit, and actually some of the opportunities that people have to spend the money that they'd ordinarily spend isn't there at the moment. So we will be keeping an eye on that, and we will be making sure that tenants are provided with appropriate support, because the last thing we want to do to tenants who are struggling is to evict them from a council property. We have a waiting list of you know, nearly 1,600 people, and we have that waiting list because it's a very, very popular choice for people. And you know, again, as I said, I'm a big champion of our process, but rest assured we are supporting those people, and we are doing that with a lot of foresight around what might be coming in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. this week saw a day of national reflection on the pandemic, and I was pleased to see that the Mayor, together with yourself and the leader of the council, held a public moment of reflection outside the town hall early in the week. And I must say, I personally think that was exactly the right thing to do. Undoubtedly, we owe a debt of gratitude to many individuals who've given their all over this year, and equally there are many public bodies and private companies who've absolutely gone above and beyond. In our endeavours to manage getting through another day collectively, we don't talk much about the death toll often enough, in my view, nor do we reflect on how our different nations have fared. If I can consider 3 island nations, the UK, and we've seen around 126,000 deaths since the start of the pandemic, with a population of around 67 million. In Australia, another island nation, there have been 909 deaths, less than 1,000, 909, and a population of 25 million, about a third of ours. New Zealand has seen, unbelievably, 26 deaths, not a day, not a week, but 26 deaths in the entirety of the pandemic, and a population of around 5 million. To give some context to those rather large numbers, 126,000, the number of deaths in the UK, is greater than the whole of the population of the borough of Darlington. In Darlington itself, there have been 268 deaths, the figures I got from a few days ago. Kevin, you may know more accurate figures, but that 268 deaths is more than the entirety of New Zealand, a nation in itself. If New Zealand were to hold a minute's silence for each of their deaths, it would take less than half an hour. If the UK did the same, it would take nearly 3 months. India, with a population of 1.4 billion, which is 200 times our population, has order of magnitude roughly the same number of deaths that the UK has had. And whilst I admit it's very hard to make national comparisons, many scientific analysis that I have read that tries to account for differing national definitions and recording of COVID deaths shows that the UK is certainly in the top 10 nations of those with the highest death rate, with some people suggesting we're probably realistically in the top 3. For one of the world's wealthier nations, that's a very sorry place for us to be. Mistakes have been made, and I freely admit in a pandemic mistakes will be made. It's a learning process that many people have been through, experience that none of us had before, and therefore mistakes are bound to happen. Some of those mistakes in hindsight we probably could have avoided, some probably not. But what is important as a nation, we learn from those mistakes and learn from the things that have worked well, and we therefore must have an inquiry. And I appreciate this is a national issue, but equally, you will have seen the effects in our communities. You will have had to deal with the consequences of the UK having such a high incidence of COVID deaths and such a high rate of incidence of people having COVID. You are, Councillor Nicholson, in an unusual position in that you have 2 Conservative bosses, Heather Scott as leader of the council and Peter Gibson, our local MP. And can I ask, therefore, to use your portfolio to press through your 2 Conservative bosses to press for the government to start an inquiry to make sure we learn before we forget as a nation some of the mistakes and some of the good things that we've done over the last year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harker. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Thank you. Just before I get on to the very important question that Councillor Harker's raised, in terms of mentioning both of my bosses, I think anyone who knows me knows that probably I've never had a boss at all. So, you know, I think they'll both be impressed to know that they're both in charge of me. But there you go. Anyway, secondly, just to answer the question, it's a very, very serious question, and it affects, you know, people's lives, and the 268 people who have lost their life in Darlington are, you know, brothers, sisters, you know, mums and dads and nanas and granddads, and all of those people have a story, and, you know, I have sympathy for all of those families. And if the council, which ultimately is the response I'm responsible for, could have done anything to try and prevent those deaths, we would have done that, and I certainly would have done everything I could have done to try and prevent that. As I've said, Darlington, you know, is the second lowest in terms of the northeast, including Yorkshire and York, in terms of deaths. So the impact on us hasn't been as severe as those other areas. I do tend not to talk about the national situation, but I will, because I've done a lot of research into the comments that you've made around the impact of the virus. And I've said it before, there will be an inquiry into the pandemic response. There's got to be. We've got to look at the lessons that we can learn, but we're still very much in an emergency situation at the moment, and there'll be a time in all of the resilience forums to look at the response and to look at whether that response could have been quicker, whether we could have done different things. And of course, in hindsight, there are a lot of things that that we all could have done, I guess. I mean, in terms of comparing countries, it is a very difficult one, and I have done a lot of reading on this matter. I mean, when we look at New Zealand, for example, who have, I think it's 6 international airports, you know, the UK has 58. New Zealand isn't a player in terms of being globally connected like the UK is. You know, the types of passengers that travel through the, you know, Newcastle, London, Heathrow, Paris, and all of those things are very massive international hubs. And when the virus came, if we could all cast our minds back to this time last year, I think there was conversation where we should have closed down earlier or we should have closed down later. But all these countries, such as New Zealand, who have been celebrated as being fantastic, that if you imagine if a virus comes into your country and you perhaps have 1,000 cases, virologists tell us that those 1,000 cases will pass them on to 12 other people. If at that point there isn't any evidence that deaths are occurring, which ultimately is the government's job to look at mortality, if in New Zealand you've only presented yourself because of, one, your population and your connectivity and your landmass in terms of people living close together, you're obviously starting that, we'll call it, we may not call it a race, but you're starting that infection process later, so therefore your response to that is going to be very different. So yeah, I mean, these are they're just highlights around some of those things. But you will know when we were talking about you know, the tiers, and everybody was saying that London's allowed free rein, and I think, you know, there was a lot of Labour politicians pitching London with the North East and vice versa around, you know, they're allowed freedom and it must because it's down south, and you know, and actually it didn't take into any consideration around, you know, virology and about how long viruses live on surfaces and how long they, you know, pass on to different people, and actually how infectious people become at which point in the virus. And that was only very much understood at point, we were thinking it was at, you know, day 11 that people were the most infectious, and in fact it went up to around 14 days. So all of these things in a global emergency were considered. So I take your point on the inquiry. I think absolutely it's something that any nation, a democratic nation, will absolutely undertake, and I'm confident it will be undertaken. I mean, it's got to be, but I'm confident that Darlington Borough Council responded brilliantly, and my colleagues on the cabinet and the leader of the council, Heather Scott, not my boss, believe it or not, delivered a brilliant response to COVID in this town, and that's why, like I've said, some of the top level overall COVID virus rates are the lowest in the North East, and that's really to be celebrated. And our community testing has helped save lives. You know, 375 people have been identified as not displaying symptoms who would have ordinarily been passing on COVID to potentially 15 other people each. Then our rates would have been similar to places like Stockton, where we'd have seen 15,000. But hopefully that answers your question, and thank you for your comments in relation to the reflection there.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nicholson, referring to page 62, paragraph 46, I'd like to thank him and for a very constructive meeting with himself and Pauline Mitchell, and obviously I'd like to make the point of thanking her for a long service and dedication to housing in Darlington Borough. We were able to share some good practices that I'd picked up at the APSI Energy Conference, and it's clear that carbon emissions from housing is possibly the most challenging sector for anyone to tackle. But while it does also offer the biggest opportunities for improving quality of life. Applaud the efforts he's taken to secure funding and look forward to many more rounds of funding coming our way. The question I would like to ask is regarding right to buy. The right to buy scheme has resulted in millions of publicly owned social homes being sold off and taken out of the socially rented sector altogether, with, I think, the latest figures, 2/3 of those now back in the private rented sector. It's a constant struggle for local authorities to replace social housing lost to this scheme. Now, in a consultation response published earlier this month, the government advised that they intend to allow right to buy receipts that councils receive to be used to deliver other ownership models, such as first homes, should an authority wish to do so. So given how popular our social houses are here in Darlington, Will Councillor Nicholson undertake to ring fence all right to buy receipts solely for the replacement of social housing and not divert this money for other purposes? Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Snedker, and yes, thank you for meeting with me to talk around all things housing in terms of retrofitting of council properties. And I just want to, recommit publicly that we'll do all we can to try and improve tenants' homes from an energy efficiency point of view, where that there is a balance in terms of affordability for the council as a customer or a purchaser of large number of doors and windows. So you have my commitment that we'll be doing that. In terms of the right to buy, I mean, I live in a home that was bought by my mum as part of the right to buy scheme, and I think it's an absolutely fantastic scheme. It helps, enables a lot of people, who are generally, living in council homes wanting to aspire to be homeowners. And I know a number of relatives and people who live on Firthmoor who have done a similar thing, got some capital out of the house, redone it up, got a, doing lots of different things. And I think that's to be applauded. I think where the issue is, it's around replacing those lost homes and making sure that any new homes bonus in terms of the new houses that we build are suitable. And all of that information, Pauline Mitchell and myself have fed that back to the government around that particular sort of supply and demand process. We lose on one hand and then we build a new one. It takes us a few years to build it and things like that. But I can't give you a commitment about the money that we sort of receive, because it's not within my gift. It's a cabinet responsibility to make that decision around that money. But I'm happy to meet up with you and talk in more detail around the comment that you've made about the diversion of that money, and if it can be, as I've said, looked at and practically rewards our tenants, then absolutely we will do that. But just finally, Mr. Mayor, and I know I do have another question coming. I didn't mention anything about Pauline Mitchell, if it's okay, at the beginning of my
go ahead.
Statement. But I do just want to thank Pauline Mitchell for her service. She is a fantastic assistant director, and she has been exceptionally supportive of me and of her colleagues over the last year. And I think she will be a significant loss for housing. And I think we'll probably get some pseudo emails coming into the council complaints department about certain different things from maybe Pauline Mitchell trying to keep us on her toes. But she's a fantastic assistant director, and her team reflect her leadership, and that's to be commended. I think she's been in the council for 42 years. I'm not even sure.
She must have started as a young child.
She must have. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you for those kind comments. I'm sure Pauline would appreciate them, and I'm sure we all agree with them. Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification, really. It's around page 61, points 41 to 43, about the homeless and the severe weather emergency issue. I was under the impression that the COVID-19 lockdown regulations meant that all homeless people already had to be accommodated due to the all-in scheme.
Sorry?
I know that 105 million was provided by the government to keep rough sleepers safe and off the streets during the coronavirus pandemic by providing them with interim housing. Has that come to an end now? Or is there another reason why they seem to conflict? We wouldn't be having to bring people in due to severe weather emergency if they weren't already off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson to respond, and then one more.
So in terms of the temporary accommodation process, that's a process whereby there's more of a lower tolerance of the council's threshold in terms of allocating people, sort of if they're sofa surfing, if they've just recently had an issue, we would maybe provide them with options to one self-serve in terms of going to find either hotel accommodation or friends and family, or looking at other options. What the weather alert does for us is that we have to put them into emergency temporary accommodation sooner than the tolerance would have allowed us pre the weather, outside of the COVID situation. The Rough Sleeper initiative is separate to that, and it's about people spending the nights on the streets. And I guess with COVID, a lot of the things have began to merge a little bit in terms of how people present to us. So I understand how that would have looked confusing, but it's fundamentally one and the same thing. I think you know, if the government are listening, it's all one and the same pot, I guess. And we, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Finally, I think Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nicholson, on paragraph 24, public health, I welcome the education initiative to supply suicide prevention tins. However, could you please give an update on the Care Quality Commission's enforcement action against the Tees Esconway Valley NHS Foundation Trust following inspections at West Park Facility, Rosebery Park and Cross Lane Hospital, and also the independent NHS England investigation following the deaths of 3 young women who'd been patients at West Lane Children's Mental Health Hospital. A number of Darlington residents have been treated in these facilities. There have been huge concerns. What's happening with the investigation? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the comment in relation to the distribution of the support tins for people, I think it's a good move for people, and it's going to help engage a number of people, and we will try and see if that can be expanded. In relation to the comments that Councillor Wallace has mentioned in relation to Tuve, all I will say to Councillor Wallace is I am fully aware of the situation. I am fully abreast of what's been going on. As you will understand, I am not at liberty to discuss that matter at this meeting. The situation in relation to the report you mentioned is embargoed until tomorrow, but I am by all means, as I do regularly, update members. I will, if it falls in my remit, I think it blurs over with Councillor Mills, update members, as I always do, with my response and my comments on any matters that are of importance.
Thank you. And that concludes questions for Councillor Nicholson. Before we move off, just one in-meeting announcement. I've just received a message that Dr. Amanda Riley's been awarded the Northern Echo Health and Care Awards Outstanding Achievement Award, final award this evening. So I'm sure we'll congratulate her, but she'd be the first to say that the work that the PCN has done, and I would declare an interest here, would not have been delivered without the collaboration and cooperation of the council, but congratulations to her in that respect. Okay, if we could, Councillor, sorry, we're about to move on. Councillor Bell.
Yes, sorry. Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor. It was just in line with what you were saying. It's just to congratulate Margaret Donoghue, which is Bob Donohue's wife. He's also won Nurse of the Year.
Yeah, Councillor Nicholson congratulated her at the start of his portfolio, I think.
Sorry.
Okay, so moving on. So item 8AG is the overview of the Cabinet member with the portfolio for local services. Councillor Keir to introduce his report. And colleagues, I am aiming to finish at 10. It's looking tight at the moment, but I'm sure we can make progress. Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask members to note the contents of the report on our local services portfolio, which has previously been circulated. I would like to highlight a couple of areas. Paragraph 5 in the concessionary scheme for travel. I would ask members who know people who use that scheme that they can renew now on our new website before the expiry date. There is a phone number for people to help, but just in case folk don't know, there is about 13,000 of these passes are going to be being outdated at the end of March, and we really need folks who use them to get them renewed as quickly as possible. So I'm asking for help from all of the members to let people know. Paragraph 22 is quite an interesting new development in respect to highway maintenance programme. We have a significant project which will be employed when resurfacing the roads. What it means is that 8,000 tonnes of the road material, road surface, is calculated to be used. It's going to be recycled. It's not going to go in a truck. It's not going to get transported from the side of the road, and it's not going to go to the tip. It's going to be recycled. And that means that because we're recycling it, we're not putting out those emissions, we're not going to the tip, and we're also not having to manufacture any new material and bring that to the site. So it's a good deal for us in respect to climate change, and we'll obviously let the details get to Margaret Ensign when possible. But I just thought it's worth highlighting because it is a new method, and we're going to be promoting that in one of our roads in the near future. And in paragraphs 20 to 21, I'd like to thank the street scene staff for all the work they did through the snow and winter weather with our bins, etc. I think they did a sterling job. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose the contents of the report.
Right, thank you, Councillor Keir. I would echo comments about street scene staff in the snow. They did a sterling job. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one issue, please, Councillor Keir. When we're talking on page, or when you're talking on page 63 regarding highway maintenance schemes and the rethinking of Victoria Road, when you are looking at redoing road layouts or roads or pavements, could you please include dropped curbs at every opportunity? I'm very aware, I've been very lucky and very fortunate. They have put drop curbs on quite a few places where I live, and the residents who have to use mobility scooters and or wheelchairs are really, really appreciative. If this is something that we could aim to do every time we do something with a road or something with a pavement, and we just immediately think of drop curbs, it will enable our disabled people far more easy access other than putting their lives in danger having to unfortunately travel on the road. Thank you.
Councillor to respond, Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, for the question. Yeah, it's absolutely. I think it's something we do have a programme of drop curbs where we go along where people do report issues, but also the anywhere we are working, and I'll take Houghton Road for an example. On the roundabout there, we've been putting in drop curbs on Houghton Road itself, Hundons Lane, Eldon Street, all around that roundabout area, and areas where people need to cross roads or cross junctions. There are drop curbs that are getting put in there. So your point's taken, and it's part of the remit now that any time we are doing work in a place to consider drop curbs wherever we're working. So if we're putting a bit of pavement up or taking up a piece of road, then that will be considered.
Sorry, I was on mute. It's the first mistake of the evening. Councillor Andy Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Keir, for your report. My question is in respect of the tip. We now see that there's a 10-day wait to get a slot at the tip. And by my reckoning, that's a waiting list of some 4,500 people. Given the comments earlier on in this meeting around fly tipping, surely this is detrimental to all the work that is going on trying to tackle fly tipping. So I've got two questions for you. The first one is, do you consider the booking system to still be fit for purpose? And secondly, given that we have a 4,500 waiting list just to get into the tip, do you consider the tip to now have significant sufficient capacity to meet demand?
Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I think everybody's heard of the problems at the tip this week. I think there are a couple of things, Councillor Scott, that have came together. I think in COVID, we've had bad weather, then we get into good weather, and everybody goes out and starts cutting their grass and starts moving their trees about, etc., etc. So there's been a huge increase in the actual volume going through the tip. We had issues around traffic backing out onto Wheesel Road again, so we had to reduce the numbers going into the tip initially to try and accommodate that. We also have some issues around people who are booking more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 times to go to the tip, some no-shows. And all of that came at the same time, and it's given us some issues. We're working around those issues. In fact, we're going to announce that we're changing the times to extend the time slightly. It gives us slightly more slots, and we're looking at what we can do to alleviate any backlog. I think your question regarding the TIP capacity, I think we've got to manage that capacity, particularly at times when it's really busy, because if we don't, we'll have slots backing back to the basically down at McDonald's. Working practices, we still have COVID, we still have social distancing, so the TIP is working at the rate that it can work under the circumstances it can work. We've maximised that. We review it regularly, and as this peak of loading goes on, I think we'll hopefully see that tsunami of people coming out. Hopefully that will start to wade away and go back to where it was before this last couple of weeks. So it is under review. We are reviewing the times. Personally, I think we need the booking system. The booking system allows us to control the amount of folk going through the TIP, and it allows us to control traffic backing out onto Whistle Road. As we move forward through COVID, then we'll be constantly reviewing it, and we may add more slots into the timing as the volume of waste that people are taking to the TIP starts to go down as well. So currently we are where we are. I think the TIP is obviously with a week waiting list. We're trying to alleviate that. I think we're changing the times. We're getting extra slots. Will not take away all of the waiting list, but I would ask people to persevere with it. We do need the TIP, and in fact, if you look around all of the other areas, Newton Aycliffe, for example, and other areas in Durham and the Tees Valley, they're all adopting a booking system as well for exactly the same reasons. So I think there was a bit of a specific circumstance with the number of people going, but also the volume of stuff that we're actually taking through the TIP the last couple of weeks that have caused this to back up. And on the issue of people booking 10 and 15 slots, we're looking at how we can do that. It's a simple system, but we're looking at what we can do to try and alleviate that system, because I think that's an unfair use of the TIP and basically booking slots, and especially if some folks aren't turning up. At present, the system's a simple system. We cannot identify who don't turn up, but certainly our intent is to try and modify that behaviour in some way or manner. And I would just like the opportunity just now to let people know that we will have security on. I think it's starting next week or the following week, so we can check folk going into the TIP. They will be enforcing the checks again, so you'll have to prove you've got a booking slot at that time. You'll have to prove that you're a resident in the Darlington area, so take proof of address with you as well to try and pull that back. So we're looking at how we can make that slicker as well going forward. As I say, it is a simple system. It's you book up, you go, and that's it. So I'm
conscious of time. A very detailed explanation. Can we move on now? I've got a number of other questioners, and I'm conscious of time. Could I bring in Councillor McCollum, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I have to disagree with you, I was rather enjoying that answer. Can I thank the Cabinet member for such a comprehensive answer?
It was a very good answer. I'm just conscious of time. Now, Councillor McCollum, what's your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So can I associate myself first off with Councillor Keir's comments regarding street scene and refuse and recycling collection? They are certainly a credit to environmental services, and they serve our town spectacularly well, especially given the poor weather that we did experience. If I can, my question relates to paragraph 21, particularly around the work of the winter maintenance scheme. Looking at the policy that we currently have in place, we do not grit cycle paths except for those in town centre and where resources allocated. Reflecting upon a point that my colleague Councillor Layton raised last council regarding snow angels and similar schemes that work to ensure that footpaths are suitable for those with limited mobility, I wonder what we could do as a council to address footpaths that may require gritting to allow people to attend work, in the first instance, and certainly cycle paths. I work at Lingfield Point, and many people around me cycle. It was particularly difficult during this last period of bad weather for people to attend work. So I wonder whether you had considered that the policy may be more flexible in considering those really key routes to areas of work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Yep, we reviewed regularly, and I think I gave a fulsome written answer to Councillor Holroyd in the same question last month as well. It's difficult. We don't have enough grip bins. You don't have enough people to do every single street in the place or every cycleway. The policy just now concentrates in the town centre, I think, as you realise, and in key areas where a grip bin may be required for dangerous circumstances, i.e. a hill or something like that. And I don't think that policy will change just now. We don't have the resource or the amount of people and grip bins, etc., to do that. So the policy, I think, is going to stay as it is just now. And as I said to Councillor Holroyd, people, if they want to volunteer to do their own areas, that's fine. They can do that. The council will not cannot support every group that wants to do that, and grip bins will be placed in strategic places.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also was going to ask about points 20 and 21 and 22. Echo the sterling work done by refuse collectors and the very, very challenging weather conditions. And interesting that Councillor McCullum also raised access to work through cycleways. And I think it's interesting that in your paragraph, we could have said that we were regularly gritting the carriageway network, ensuring residents who need to travel by car can do so. And maybe if you do get a few moments over Easter, look up at a book called Invisible Women by Caroline Carrido Perez, talking about how systems are built by men for men, not deliberately to discriminate, but by failing to grit footways and cycleways, we are inadvertently disadvantaging people who generally take lots of trips by walking, who generally tend to be women. So if you could look at that again, I do appreciate budgetary constraints. My other question was point 22. This may require a written answer from you. You talk about a significant portion of the budget allocated to sustainable transport. Would it be possible to break those down for us and show us a proportion of those? I know that the Northern Bypass was going to cost £253 per person, whereas the cycling infrastructure is 80 pence per person. So it would be great to see what this significant proportion is in pounds, shillings and pence. Thank you.
Councillor Keir to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you do the roads a disservice, Councillor Snedker. A lot of people do cycle on the roads, and I think buses are generally use the roads as well, and I think they carry more people on a cycle. So I think the priorities are there when you look at the buses, and people do use cars, and the vast amount of people use cars in the winter. So I think the priority is there, and I think there has to be some logic to what we do, and even some of the roads in residential areas don't get gritted either. So there is a whole plethora of areas that don't get done. But I think you're right. It's keeping the main. It's logic. It's keeping the main arterial roads open, the main areas in the town centre, keeping them going. So I think I'll have a look at your invisible. I quite like a read, so I'll have a look at that. I'll ask the Invisible Woman book. I'll have a look at that probably. But on the other side, I think the roads, etc., will be what they are just now. I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Dalston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm delighted that over the last 12 months, the ward I represent in Eastbourne has had significant investment in our highways, and so far has had over 15 roads completely resurfaced. Firstly, on behalf of residents, I'd like to thank the team for the professional job they have done in enhancing our area, but also the speed of which this team is now able to complete these investments. Can Councillor Keir tell us what progress has been made across the town, and will this great work continue throughout this year?
Councillor Keir to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to draw members' attention to some of the work completed during 2020 and reassure Councillor Dawson that work will continue through 21 into 22. We've had successful bids for 4.8 million for the National Productivity Investment Fund. That enabled the work to be done in the roundabout between Yarm Road and McMullen Road. There were traffic signs, signals at Lingfield Road, Yarm Road, Lingfield Way to Allington Way cycle route was also done using that funding. A parking bay was put in at Lingfield Way. Morton Road was resurfaced. There was a new path at Morton Way. Walking, cycling infrastructure to Amazon and Tornado Way is particularly good. I know that Councillor Snedker actually used that a week past on Saturday, I believe. Houghton Road, new roundabout through, was re-engineered with a new pedestrian and cycle crossings in Houghton Road, Barton Street, cycling and walking route improvements, landscaping, including local green spaces. So as we're working through various roadworks, etc., we are thinking about pedestrians, we are thinking about cycle crossings. We had a successful 213,000 bid for Rural Payments Agency, enabling the reconstruction and resurface of 3 kilometres of the A66 Middleton St George section, the 26-mile S&DR railway walking and cycle route. We do have a programme of drop curbs, as I mentioned earlier. We filled in 2,824 potholes up to November 2020, which was similar to 2019 levels. Micro asphalting 70 residential streets, and I'll come back to micro asphalting in a minute. We had carriageway structure maintenance schemes, the A167, Morton Palms Roundabout, Barnes Road and others. And then we rethink the Victoria Road work that's just started at the roundabout with Clifton Road Junction. Back lanes are being resurfaced there, the pathways being widened, the 20-mile-per-hour zone, landscaping scheduled to finish round about June. Other funding schemes completed in 2020 include the A66, Little Burn Roundabout, the A68 at Humbledon Farm Roundabout, and a few others. In 2021, we have £1 million plus TVCA funding for the local cycling and walking.
Councillor Keir, this is an excellent outline of the impending programme. Is there much more to outline, or have you?
There is a couple of other things that I think is worth mentioning, since Councillor Snedker did ask for some for some money funding news, and I'm giving some funding news. It took me a while to find this here, so I would be grateful if you let me finish, please. We've got £1 million for TVCA funding the Tees Valley local cycling and walking infrastructure, Woodlands Road. That final scheme design for that should be finished at the end of March, and it should be finished for March 2022 completion of the road. And finally, the DFT funding 1.27 million from the Pothole and Challenge Fund, and money for that will be used in A66, the rural section, and up in Middleton St George between Sadberge and the A67. I did say I would come back, Mr. Mayor, to the
Councillor Keir.
So yeah, I did say I would come back to the resurfacing work that's being done. Micro asphalting in 70 streets. It's a proactive way of looking at streets that are potentially going to be potholing, and we go and we do that micro asphalting. That should give the road an extended lifetime without any potholes, and that's the way we're going to be using our funding in the future. We will obviously have to repair any large potholes in the road, or roads that meet potholes that meet the criteria. But the switch, or the change, is that we'll be using technology to identify which roads are at the potential of getting to potholes, and we'll be taking proactive action on that using micro asphalting. And there are 70 residential streets that are identified. 50 residential streets are identified going forward for this year.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Anything else?
I think that's it, and I hope that answers a bit of Councillor Snedker's questions as well.
Councillor Holroyd. I think this is a final question.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, I do have two brief comments and a slightly longer one. Brief comments first. I'm very interested to learn about the more sustainable fuel source planned for the recycling vehicles. I presume this may be hydrogen, and the roadmap to achieve this. And if you could please supply more details, I would be very interested to receive them. I would also like to publicly state my appreciation for all those in Darlington Forest Project, the coordinators, marshals and community volunteers who helped plant all the trees across town. I know they've been doing a huge bit of work along Tornado Way, and I look forward to their further tree planting with the aim to double the town's tree cover for future years. My slightly longer question was in general regarding environmental services and waste. I attended a recent climate question time hustings type event for the Tees Valley mayoral candidates recently, and during the one for the incumbent mayor, Ben Houchin, stated that he was not overly supportive of the new incinerator project. He stated that he thought it was old technology, that the contract was very long and so would be unlikely to remain relevant for the duration of that period. I know that there have been councils across the country who've been buying themselves out of such contracts because they've found them no longer relevant. He also said he believed that the contract did not take into account that it was very likely that an incineration tax, similar to the landfill tax, could be expected to come into operation during the period. There was also a recent Channel 4 dispatches programme covering the huge pollution and carbon emissions from incinerators, even if they recover some of the energy for electricity. And after the phase out of coal-powered plants, this type of energy from waste plant will be the dirtiest source of electricity in the UK's network. In light of this, should Darlington be revisiting its participation in this incinerator contract with the Tees Valley, 5 Tees Valley authorities, Durham and Newcastle councils? Thank you.
Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Recycle vehicles. The recycle vehicles, unfortunately, just now, because of the lack of infrastructure or lack of fuel availability and essentially the cost of these new vehicles, they will remain diesel, but the plan is to change them at the next round, which will be 7 years' time, and that just brings us it within the about 2028, so it's within the 2030. Unfortunately, they will be Euro 6, hopefully, so they will be at the best emissions that the diesel can have, and that's the plan going forward. On the smaller vehicles and the site that the council uses, absolutely will be changing to electric as soon as possible, and that plan is in place. And if you want a copy of that, I'll get with Mr. Ian Thompson, and we'll try and get something put together for you. But the plan is in place for going electric smaller on the refuse vehicles and on the recycle vehicles. Just now, the plan is still diesel.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. If we can move now to item 8H, overview of Cabinet Member with the portfolio for resources, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I ask members to note the content of my report on resources portfolio, which has been previously circulated. I would like to make a few comments on the positive content which has been achieved to date. In respect of Modern Gov, this app is in place, it's operational and it's working. In respect of elections, our election team with our health and safety plus the public health are working hard and succeeding in managing the difficulties of finding alternative polling stations and COVID protection for voters and staff. In respect of the relationship with resources and Cabinet, we drafted the medium-term financial plan for 2021, subsequently approved by Council. We met with external auditors who, after inspecting our financial processes, gave us a very satisfactory report. We produced the third quarter monitoring of our revenue budget. With the assistance of all staff, we're able to forecast a surplus at the end of the year of 2.94 million. We monitored the Council's capital programme, noting the affordability and funding of many exciting projects. However, we are aware of the potential increasing costs of materials. We carried out essential changes to our investigatory powers as a result of an inspection by the Investigatory Powers Commission's Office and the forthcoming staff changes at senior level. And finally, Mr. Mayor, in respect of climate change, the Council has already allocated funds to progress this matter, and Resources Group will continue to review expenditure to ensure affordability. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Before I bring questions in, just to Councillor Tate has kindly pointed out that Councillor Keir was not able to answer fully. We have moved on. I suggest that Councillor Keir replies to Councillor Holroyd by email, and that is shared with members. I'm not minded to bring Councillor Keir back in. Hopefully that will be satisfactory. Councillor Keir, would that be satisfactory to you?
Yes, that will be satisfactory. If Councillor Holroyd just writes that out for me again and sends it to me, I'll get it sent to the Council.
So there is no failure, only feedback. Apologies for that little mistake. Councillor Wallace, please, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Johnson, thank you for your report. Council tax bills, including the 4.99% increase, dropped on everyone's mats recently. Can I share with Councillor Johnson just some of the 75 comments we received from residents in Horton and Springfield in response? I'll just give the first names. Dave, DBC should hang their head in shame. People are losing their jobs or are furloughed. Should they not set a precedent and not raise it? Come on, DBC, for once, think about the bigger picture this will have on families. Ronnie wrote, it's a joke, leave it as it is, already bad enough. Andre wrote, they raised the council tax and the roads are horrible. Every month I have to change something on my car because of the huge holes. Susan said, need to rethink about this increase. Nobody will have extra funds this year in their wages or pension to be able to pay their normal bills, let alone bills with increase. Give your heads a shake and get into the real world. Cut your cloth the same as everybody's had to. Claire said, no, we can't afford it. I can't work because of COVID being self-employed. I'm currently living off benefits as that's my only option and applying for jobs left, right and centre. So no, we can't afford the rise. A different Ronnie said,
Mr. Mayor, I can't see in my report any reference to council tax.
Councillor Wallace, is there a question?
Well, you'll recall that we can make points or ask questions, and it doesn't only have to be on the Cabinet member's written report. It can be on any item in his portfolio. And unless Councillor Johnson is telling us he has no responsibility for the setting of the council tax, I think I'm perfectly entitled to ask my question.
Is there a question?
Well, it doesn't have to be a question.
All right.
There will be a question. I'm just sharing with Councillor Johnson the comments from people who commented to us about the council tax increase in light of them dropping recently. A different Ronnie said, I think it's a disgrace that the council should be increasing at all. The people at the top getting the big wages should take no pay rise this year, and the council should seriously think again about the hardship they're going to impose on families who have already had a lot to bear with this COVID and possibly lost loved ones. To impose this would be cruel. Another Susan said, it's amazing how they can put up the council tax, yet during this pandemic, which is so infectious and dangerous, they have yet to clean the streets on a regular basis, so the rubbish that accumulates does not encourage vermin which carry disease. Scott said, affording it is one thing, level of service going backwards with an increase is another. Wendy wrote, all it's going to do is lose people their home.
Is it a question here?
He's reading comment. It's a fair comment, Councillor Wallace. Are you heading towards a question here?
There will be a question. I mean, frankly,
when?
you know,
tonight?
this evening, Councillor Keir has metaphorically read the telephone directory to Councillor Snedker, so I think I'm entitled to put these points and ask a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I appreciate the Conservatives won't want to hear the views of the people of Darlington about the 4.99% council tax increase, but I have a duty to share it.
Mr. Mayor, you cut me off. Is he going to go through the 75? Is he going to go through the 75 comments?
Okay, everyone.
No, I'm not going to.
Councillor Wallace, please. Councillor Keir, I asked you to move on after 5 minutes. Councillor Wallace has been speaking for 2.5 minutes.
Okay. I only asked a question.
So can you, Councillor Wallace, are you heading towards a question? Because we tend to, I like to have questions asked within a 2 to 3 minute time frame.
That's not how it's been working this evening, Mr. Mayor. And as you know, I can make a point, but there is a question at the end of it. Yeah. And no, I'm not sharing all 75 of the comments that people made. Kylie said, you'd think with the current pandemic, they do no rise. People are losing jobs or on furlough and can barely afford to live. I'm sure for a year they could budget it, so no one has an increase. Carl wrote, the council tax was never intended to cover underfunding by central government. It's a disgrace just how much council tax has increased. Compound rises year on year. Any increase should be calculated on the initial tax bill, not added to year on year, with the increase getting larger and larger. And finally, Libby, not Councillor McCollum, said people are only just managing now. I think after all, everyone has been through the last year. I think it's out of order. Many people are suffering with the loss of loved ones and keeping roofs over their heads after job losses. So, Councillor Johnson, can you hear the consistent threads running through these comments? Do you accept the council's fundamentally misjudged Darlington public mood when forcing through this 4.99% increase in full this year? Can I ask, what is he and his Conservative administration going to do to address these concerns and protect the many, many Darlington residents who, as he's heard, are just about managing and simply can't afford this increase? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Johnson to respond.
Well, yes, I will respond, Mr. Mayor. And I understand Councillor Wallace's generated concerns. He's obviously gone around fishing to get the answers that he wanted to hear. But nevertheless, I would put a question back to him. Does he want us to abandon the 3% adult care process? And then we could reduce it to 2.99%. Of course we can't. It's a government requirement. So the council's real tax increase is 2%. That's what we have put on. If we hadn't put that on, we would have started a decline over the next 5 years where we would not get to a affordable budget and we'd be running out of reserve. This budget was designed particularly to allow us to generate 4 years ahead. But we had to include the 3% adult social care.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Johnson's asked me a question. Can I not? Well, he's asked me a question.
You, Councillor Wallace, you've asked a question. Councillor Johnson has responded. The way it works is he's answered your question, whether you can discuss it outside of the meeting. So I'm not getting into debate. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to Councillor Wallace's question and Councillor Johnson's reply, maybe my recollection was off, but I seem to believe that a motion was placed and it was confirmed that the adult social care precept could have been missed for this 1 year. And the result of it being implied was removing £1.5 million from the local economy, from people's pockets, to pay for that 3% pay rise, which was enforced by underfunding from central government. So there is sympathy with Councillor Johnson's position, having had adult social care underfunded by central government. My question to Councillor Johnson on a different topic is regarding the legislation which allows us to meet remotely, as we're doing right now. My understanding is that it expires in May. Given that I can only have hoped to have had my first jab by then. I don't know what she's going to come first, my 50th birthday or the tier coming down to grab me before that birthday. But if we were to lose that legislation which allowed us to meet remotely, we would be forced to meet in person. Would we want to meet in an enclosed council chamber with maybe poor ventilation, 50 of us plus support staff? Will we have to move to a different venue to allow us to have the social distancing and better ventilation? Or would maybe Councillor Johnson consider contacting central government to seek their guidance on whether an extension to this legislation is going to be applied until all members of this committee, this council, have received 2 jabs of the vaccine? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Johnson to reply.
Yeah, I understand the LGA has been in contact with government over this problem. I don't know whether Mayor will be a finite position. We must wait and see what the government say on this one. It would be very difficult, as you say, to meet in the current council chamber. And I don't have an answer to that particular question as to where we might go if we are allowed to meet within certain guidelines. As far as I'm concerned, it would be preferable that we do get an extension to May, and hopefully at the same time see the effects of the virus diminishing to a point where we don't particularly have to worry too much about it.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Dilston, I can see you now.
Brilliant, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I'm just going to read something out and then I'll ask a question to Councillor Johnson. This is from the Northern Echo on the 9th of February 2019. A local authority set to demand the maximum increase in council tax has highlighted how much more resilient it has become on funds from residents. There's 16 comments, which I'm going to read out, and then I'm going to ask for Councillor Johnson's opinion. Are you ready?
I'm sat on the edge of my seat.
Yes, absolutely.
Mark R.
Read quickly, please.
Don't be sucked in by these clowns' comments. The Labour-run Darlington Council are totally useless. I and every other Darlington resident knew it would be the maximum tax rise, as it's always been. Remember, this is the past performance of the Labour Council come the local elections. Agio 66. What services? They barely cut the grass anymore. Only empty the bins if they can be bleep, bleep, bleep. Don't fix potholes, ... I'm literally forced to pay £140 a month to have my bin emptied once every 2 weeks. Worst deal in history. It borders on extortion. They weren't very happy. Mark R. In the same 7 years, a former colleague, I won't name them, salary was 1,250,000. What did they do for Darlington taxpayers to deserve to earn that much money? Looks like so-and-so has gone dumb, just like the clowns in the town hall. Now, I'm not going to go on and on and on. I'm just making the point. But would Councillor Johnson agree that although we have raised the council tax this year, that the residents of Darlington are getting a much better service, a much more efficient service, and that this council is absolutely delivering for the residents of Darlington?
Thank you, Councillor Dulston.
It's Johnson, an absolute yes, Councillor Dulston. We are doing that. We are demonstrating that we are a good resident thinking organisation. We put in the money where it's needed. We're provide the services that are needed. And I have not had any direct complaints to date.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Can I bring in Councillor Nicholson? Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. Councillor Johnson, would you be able to update members or let members know whether the government has increased support for council taxpayers in the form of the council tax support scheme? And if so, could you just let us know what a positive impact that has on the people that Councillor Wallace mentioned who are just about managing? And secondly, Councillor Johnson, would you be able to let us know in Darlington over the past 10 years, particularly after 2008, when we entered one of the biggest recessions in the country, whether or not, as Councillor Wallace has said, there were a lot of people, with lots of needs and have lots of issues, whether those people existed then and don't exist now. Because over the last 11 years, the Labour Party has increased council tax at every opportunity since that point. So what I would want you to elaborate to councillors is whether or not unemployment was worse then and people couldn't afford to pay their council tax than it has been now, and whether or not that Councillor Wallace is just playing politics with a council tax rise because he's no longer in control of the council. But rest assured, members of the public watching, they'll keep increasing your council tax if they get back into control. So, don't believe him. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Lee? No, sorry, I do apologise. Councillor Johnson to reply.
Yes, I obviously don't disagree with what Councillor Nicholson is saying. The history of council tax has been going up year on year, and Labour's expenditure has been going up year on year. The gap between income and expenditure has increased year on year. We're trying to stop that. We're trying to get affordable budgets, and then we can present to the public much easier budgets over the next, not this coming year, it's fixed, but following years up to 2024, the budget settings do have a lesser taxation on them. That's the benefit of the higher level of tax at present.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Have you finished? Yeah, I wouldn't wish to cut you off. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You'll be delighted to know that my comments will be very brief, basically because Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Dulston has made the point. But what I will say, having been a councillor now since 1999, I've started every budget day and listened intently to Councillor, to the portfolio holder, the Labour portfolio holder, tell us every year that the council tax will go up. Not occasionally, but every year. And those comments which Councillor Wallace read out, I'm quite convinced could have been written many times, each and every year when there was a council increase by the Labour Party. I think he's been very disingenuous. I think he's been hypocritical. And I'll just say one point. For the so-called nasty party, i.e. the Conservative Party, the 3% we are giving is because we do care. We are concerned of the people. Had we not included the 3%, I'm sure Councillor Wallace would have taken this from a different vantage point of view and say we're being typical Conservatives, not caring and not concerned about those people with less, which of course is an absolute nonsense. So we put the 3% up because we are concerned about those who are in need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any comment, Councillor Johnson? Councillor Johnson? Charles?
No further comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And finally, I think Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did listen to some of that debate with a wry smile on my face. For the last, I don't know how many years, each year when we were in control, the one thing that you could rely on the Conservatives saying at budget time was complaining that we were putting council tax up by whatever amount it was. And they implied for many years that if they were in control, that they would do the very opposite and presumably in their land of the fairies, not raise council tax whatsoever. And what have we found in the last 2 years? On both years, they've risen council tax, so increased council tax by the maximum amount that they've been allowed to do. So they've done the very thing that they spent however many years complaining to us that we were doing. And I think what the Conservatives are finding extremely difficult is the reality of where we are in terms of local government finance. And I won't go on and on about it because it's late. But I would wish to make the point again, and it's been referred to a couple of times, since 2010, the government has effectively raided our resources by cutting grants and have given local authorities a stark choice of either hugely slashing vital and often mandatory services, or raising local council tax to plug the gap of funding that the government is no longer providing for us. That's why council tax in the last 10 years in most local authorities, be they Labour or Conservative, have had to rise quite considerably because they've had tax taken away from them. So government funding taken away from them like there's no tomorrow. And as I said earlier in the meeting, our spending levels today compared to what they were 11 years ago in what we can afford to buy is something like £50 million less in real terms. So I'm not sure who it was said, one of the Conservatives insinuated that our expenditure has gone up and up and up. Well, actually, in the last 10 years, it hasn't. It's gone down and down and down because our funding has been so badly hit by government cuts to local authorities. And even though council tax has risen in that period of time, it by no way has it accommodated, plugged the gap of all those cuts that we face from the Conservative government. And they said for many years, austerity was absolutely necessary. And the one thing we have learned this year is that when it's necessary to find cash, government can make that choice and throw cash at endless things. And quite rightly, that's what they've done this year. They could have made the same choice in 2010, and they didn't. They used it as an excuse to undermine local government as much as they could, because fundamentally, Conservatives nationally in government do not like local government, and they use the opportunity of the economic crash in 2010 to slash government funding, and that's continued for the last 10 years. And one of the problems that this country has faced during COVID is the fact that many local authorities, including ours, have struggled to do the things that they need.
Mr. Mayor, is this a Labour Party broadcast?
Is there a question, Councillor Harker, although you have spoken?
Well, Mr. Mayor, as you're aware, we don't have to ask a question, and I take great exception to being accused as this is a Labour Party broadcast, given some of the things that your members have said this evening. I think that really is pot calling the kettle black. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And
you're right, Councillor Harker. Any member can ask a question or make a comment. Councillor Johnson, to respond.
Yes, all we can say is that I'm here to look after the residents of Darlington, and we fix the taps as best we can, given the amount of money that is made available to us by government, by local resources. It's a fixed amount, and we do what we can with that amount. We can't go knocking on the door saying to the government, give us more money. It doesn't work like that. It would be very nice if we could do that and ask for greater investment in the town, but the government has their own decisions to make. We can't change them.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Councillor Cully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if Councillor Johnson had heard a quote by a very famous politician. The problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson, to respond.
Well, thank you very much for that, Pauline.
All right. Okay. Councillor Layton, and I think that might conclude questions on Councillor Johnson's report. Last words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to comment when I hear expressions like we're looking after the people of Darlington. The 3% social precept is actually to fill the gap of social care. It's looking after people, elderly people who normally years gone by would have had their care under the NHS. It was taken out of the system by the government. So the money is not for people of Darlington. It's actually to fill a gap that the NHS has had removed from it by the national government.
Statement.
You're on mute again, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, my internet paused there for a moment. Councillor Johnson, to respond. Did you respond?
I think that was a statement of.
So no comment. Okay, no Councillor Allen. I think this could be the final comment.
Just a brief comment in response to what Councillor Johnston has just said about not being able to go to the government and actually ask for more money. Perhaps their campaign has totally forgotten that what they did promise was if they got elected in a lot of places in the northeast would see a lot more investment. So yes, I feel that we should and can go to the government and ask them to fulfil their pledge that they made while they were campaigning. Thank you. You're on mute again, Mr. Mayor.
Flipping heck. I do apologise, colleagues.
Didn't get any of what you said.
All right, I'll start again. We've reached 10:05. We've exceeded the time limit. I don't intend to adjourn the meeting. Any member may wish to move a motion to adjourn, in which case, if that were to happen, I would reconvene a week today on the 1st of April. I would suggest that we carry on, but we have a 5-minute comfort break and seek to progress business. I definitely will seek to adjourn if this goes beyond 11 p.m. Right, any questions? Councillor Allen?
Could we please, could I recommend that we do adjourn, because there are 2 motions that deserve a decent amount of time too. Okay. So if we adjourned, at least they would get a fair hearing. Councillor
Heather Scott, Mrs. Scott?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would vote that we do carry on and finish this meeting this evening rather than adjourn.
All right, so if you could just hold on, I'm just going to get my legal advice. Okay, colleagues, I'm advised that clearly we all know that any member can move a motion to adjourn. Councillor Heather Scott has indicated that she won't be seeking to move that. If somebody wishes to move one and that's seconded, we'll take a vote on that. Is anyone wishing to move a motion in that respect?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move a motion.
Is that seconded?
To that.
Yes, I'll second that.
And who is that? Sorry, Councillor Body.
Yeah.
Okay. Against. Those against? Sorry, hold on, colleagues.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, was Councillor Scott's motion seconded?
Councillor Scott never moved a motion. She just said she would be minded to carry on. I'm saying you would have to, you don't move a motion to adjourn. No, you don't move a motion to carry on. You would move a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Mr. Swinhoe, would you concur? Okay, because a motion's been moved and seconded, I'm under the understanding, I've got the understanding that we'll have to carry out a roll call vote. Mr. Swinhoe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the motion that's been moved to adjourn the meeting, can you indicate whether you're in favour of that motion to adjourn, against it, or you want to abstain when I call your name out? Councillor Ali.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, can you explain to members which way they're voting in terms of what the motion was? Because
so there is, okay, just for clarity, before Mr. Swinhoe commences a roll call, Councillor Allen has moved a motion that we adjourn the meeting until a future date, and that's been seconded by Councillor Body. Consequently, that motion needs to be voted upon. So if asked, are you for the motion? You are for adjourning the meeting. If you're against the motion, you're in favour and support of carrying on with the meeting to conclude the business. Okay? Does that clarify, Councillor Harker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It does.
Mr. Swinhoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ali.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin. Okay. Councillor Barch.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Against.
Okay. Councillor Boddy. For. Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chow.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddus.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Crumbie. Councillor Crumbie.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cully.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldine. Okay. Councillor Heslop.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lister. Councillor Lister. Okay. Councillor Lucas.
Against.
Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
Against.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Newell has given her apologies. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Paley's given her apologies. Councillor Preston.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Renton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Scott.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Tate. Councillor Tate.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Against.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have a result there? Can you mute Mrs. Swinhoe?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just checking the numbers. I think it has been carried. So could I suggest that we have a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 10:20? Okay. We're not taking a vote on that one. I'm just saying that's need of a 5-minute break. The motion was defeated. So Dalton to commence live feed. Okay. Colleagues, we do have live feed. Okay. Recommencing the meeting. Item number 9 is to consider the overview reports of the scrutiny committees, and these reports have been circulated to all members. I'm going to invite each scrutiny chair to in turn to speak, and members will then be given the opportunity to comment and ask questions. So, colleagues, overview of Adult Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Curry, please introduce your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Adult Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. I would also like to give an update on item 5 on those people with learning difficulties. Those who were able to attend FETMs would receive their vaccination that way, and those who were unable to travel would be vaccinated as part of the housebound cohort. This has been done by the commissioning and contract team, have been supplying the details of to all managers of learning disability services, and the GPs have also had have a cohort identified for those for the home testing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is there any question or comment to Councillor Curry? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question just relates to paragraph 7, really, it's more clarity. Would you just clarify that the overview of the support received from Dartmouth Council was extremely favourable in comparison with some of the experiences of their other care homes in the North East?
Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Yes, they were very, very pleased that we helped them with the shortage of PPI. They also is it PPI?
It's PPE, I think.
PPE, yes. They also said that we were a very caring council. We listened to them. We tried to help them where possible, and they were very impressed. There was one area Middlesbrough did better than us, but overall we were far better than the other councils for at least trying to help them wherever they had difficulties.
Any further question or comment? No, moving on. Item 9B, overview of children and young people. Scrutiny Committee. I'd call upon Councillor Cindy Hughes to introduce and talk to her report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd invite members to note the content of my report on the working of the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. And in so doing, I'd like to quickly comment on paragraph 17. And it's just to say that I think all committee members would agree how incredibly privileged we were this morning to have been able to have such an open and inspiring dialogue with children and young people from across the borough, from year 2 to year 11. And I'm sure we'd like to thank all of the school leaders and the 45 plus young active citizens who joined us today. I look forward to working together to develop our recommendations based on the testimony we heard today. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Cully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would agree, Councillor Hughes. It was a fabulous meeting with those children this morning. They're an absolute credit to this town. Councillor Hughes, in the scrutiny meeting on the 1st of March, I said that I absolutely do not agree with the correction that you've put to these minutes in paragraph 2 on page 73. I don't agree with the correction to the minutes from the 4th of January, and the only reason this has been allowed into your scrutiny report is because only 3 Conservatives were eligible to vote against it in the March meeting. In the January meeting, we discussed the medium-term financial plan, and at the very end of the meeting, the financial director made a point of reading out a statement about what we were agreeing to as the recommendation from the Scrutiny Committee. The fact that you, as the chair of the meeting, had not sought clarity and did not know what you were voting for, and that the opposition members also did not know what they were voting for, would suggest that some people had not read their papers properly, which is particularly galling given that you, Councillor Hughes, have paid an additional £9,000 to know what was happening in this Scrutiny Committee. This goes back to when the Labour Party were in control of the council. They introduced this method of voting through the recommendations for the medium-term financial plan. And if we disagreed when we were in opposition, We always put in a minority view. That option was available to you and you missed it. It was only when your party whip realised that you had agreed to the council tax increase, and presumably heads were due to roll because your party had been told to vote against this at full council, that you have been backtracking and have tried to correct the minutes, change the constitution and undermine democracy. The Labour Party, shored up as always by the Greens, should not be allowed to set this dangerous precedent by changing history to suit what they wish had happened, as opposed to what actually did happen in the original meeting. So I would urge you to withdraw this correction to the minutes, Councillor Hughes. Thank you.
Councillor Cindy Hughes to comment or reply rather.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm extremely disappointed that you would make such a political statement in relation to scrutiny. And I can tell you that your recollection of events is completely wrong. And I've taken the matter up with Democratic Services because there was no report to scrutiny to that committee. There was a report to Cabinet and Cabinet recommendations to Cabinet. Nothing to scrutiny, and I suspect that next year there will be a report to scrutiny. You can check your papers, and also this correction is in here because we went through a democratic process. We took a vote on what the intention of the meeting was, and unfortunately, your members were not there. And if they had been there, they still would have been outvoted, because it's not the recollection of the committee. So as I say, I'm extremely disappointed you would even mention that and make it a political issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Item 9C is the overview of the Communities and Local Services Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Renton to introduce his report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Communities and Local Services Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. In doing so, I would like to give a brief overview of our work. In the last committee, we had a unique opportunity to question both the Community Safety Team and Durham Constabulary on their performance. We were given a presentation on the local transport plan, which was all very positive. And after updates on both the School Streets Initiative and the Grass Verge Management Protocol, the committee is setting up some task and finishes to explore all options available to us on those subjects. So, over to you. I think you're on mute there.
It's the third time I've done this. I do apologise. Any question or comment on Councillor Renton's report? Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to points 8 to 12. For a start, we already have a bylaw that prohibits parking on grass verges. So are we aware why this is not being used to protect the grass verges? Secondly, on the same issue, I'm concerned that we don't see a significant loss of grass verges in order to accommodate extra car parking, and would prefer that measures are instead instigated to reduce the need for excess car ownership by provision of alternatives, so that people can have a viable bus route and public transport and even electric car hubs nearby that they can use. But also we've seen in other places mini park sort of areas on verges with benches and wildflowers and what have you, so that they are more valued and protected by the residents from people who would wish to park on them and damage them. I'd be interested to learn on how we can feed into this further. Thank you.
Councillor Renton, reply if you're able.
Yeah, very valid points. Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. I would appreciate if you could submit them to myself and Dave Winstanley so that we can include them in our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Comment on, or a question really, on paragraph 5, and I quote, "A working group has been established to identify a number of actions to address dog fouling and to promote a safer and cleaner environment." Councillor Renton, was the rural areas taken into consideration with this working group? Because as you
may or may not know, we have similar problems in all the villages around Darlington, and it is quite a serious one. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Renton to reply, if able.
Yep, agree. It's something that needs to be taken into consideration when this working group is up and running. Councillor.
Okay. Councillor Mrs. Scott, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Renton, could I just ask a question in relation to the comment that Councillor Mrs. Hughes made about reports on the MTFP not going to scrutiny? Do you recall that you had the MTFP report at your scrutiny committee and you considered it and made a recommendation from your committee?
On that note, I had a conversation with Elizabeth prior to the committee, so I understood the process, and it was explained in my committee. So,
point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hughes, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that I have a copy of the Children and Young People agenda, and there is no report attached. So I would like Councillor Cully to withdraw her comments, indicating that I had somehow missed something as chair of a committee. It went to other committees, and if they didn't have the possibility of speaking with their group to understand how this was going to work, there was no report attached to scrutiny. So it was a cabinet report and not any recommendation for a scrutiny committee to actually recommend the MTFP. Only those elements that were included in the particular budget lines within a scrutiny committee. So if there was a misunderstanding, it was down to the fact that there was no report attached.
Councillor Hughes, Councillor Cindy Hughes, the process has moved on. You've made your point. I don't think we can revisit those comments made. We're on a different part of the agenda.
The leader asked for that comment, so I thought it would probably be perfectly reasonable to clarify.
Okay. All right.
We were all sent the MTFP, all of us, for discussion.
Okay, so Councillor Mrs. Scott asked a question of Councillor Renton, and he replied, and then we had the interjection. Moving the point of order, rather. Moving on, colleagues. Item 9D is the overview of the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, and I invite Councillor Durham to introduce his report. Councillor Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report of the working of the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, which has previously been circulated. And in doing so, I would just like to give a quick update on business grants. And I must apologise to Councillor Marshall because I've hijacked this information before it hit his desk. And it relates to a question that Councillor Snedker asked earlier on in terms of the ARG. Now, in total, at this moment in time, £10.76 million worth of grants that have been received from central government have been distributed to businesses. In terms of the ARG, there have been 798 applications, of which 361 were approved and 256 have been declined. And at the time of the report, which I received, 181 were still being reviewed. So in total, £1.1 million of ARG grants have been distributed to businesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Durham. Councillor Mrs. Scott.
Yes, Councillor Durham, could I just ask you whether it was your understanding as the Overview and Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee that you had recommendations from all of the other scrutiny committees on the MTFP?
Yes, that's the case, Councillor Scott, and I think we were lucky in the fact that the scrutiny committee, which we have, everybody was clear in terms of what they were voting on, and we obviously do have two past cabinet members on there, so it went really smoothly.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a point of order, please?
What's the point of order?
Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Councillor Durham has been asked a question in relation to the MTFP and budget. can you also please, Councillor Durham, and I know this is awful, but can you explain the situation that my scrutiny committee was in when I came to your committee to explain how we had actually voted, and that there was a question of cross purpose, and that the committee made it clear that we had supported the budget lines dealing with our area of work?
Councillor Hughes, Cindy Hughes.
Yeah.
So you're asking a question of Councillor Durham, so you're not raising a point of order.
Well, I'm not really. Yeah, I guess I am asking a question.
All right, okay.
Really, and I apologize for that. But what I'm asking is that the leader keeps.
Councillor Hughes has left the meeting. I don't know whether you're able to comment on any of that, Councillor Durham.
I didn't pick it up in total. One of the things, obviously, as chair of the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, pre-pandemic, I would have sat in on every single meeting, and I did virtually, and I revisited every single meeting afterwards. Now, I know that the comments that Councillor Hughes was making, she did make that comment at the meeting, but we obviously took into account everybody's comments when pulling together the Economy and Resources view, which was then submitted to Cabinet. And I also did obviously make sure that every single scrutiny committee, the agenda items were exactly the same that came to Economy and Resources, and that was the case. People were voting on the council tax increase and also on the adult and social care precept. Thank you.
Councillor Durham. Councillor, item 9E is the overview of the Health and Housing Scrutiny Committee, and I invite Councillor Bell to introduce his report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Health and Housing Scrutiny Committee, which has previously been circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Is there any questions or comments?
Nice and easy. You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Fourth time. As somebody's not muted and is breathing heavily, there's no question or comment that I can see. Okay. Item number 10 is notice of motion. And there are two motions with notice for consideration this evening. Call upon Councillor Crumby to move the first motion. Councillor Crumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move this motion, and it reads, Council believes, point 1, the COVID pandemic has accelerated the devastating issue of food insecurity. Point 2, headline findings from a new report released by the Food Foundation states that food insecurity remains at crisis levels with devastating impact on the most vulnerable. Point 3, food insecurity remains higher than pre-COVID levels, affecting an estimated 4.7 million adults, 9% of households over the last 6 months, compared to pre-COVID levels of 7.6%. 55% of those experiencing food insecurity, an estimated 2.5 million, said it was because they did not have enough money for food. Point 4, groups found to be at higher risk were people with disabilities, BAME households, households with children and food sector workers. Point 5, although we recognise and welcome the holiday activity funds, this is only a temporary measure, and food banks and the bread and butter thing are only masking the serious issue of food insecurity. Point 6, the UK government must act now to address this for the long term. The UK government needs to make food insecurity a priority in the recovery phase. We must move away from short-term solutions and prioritise policies that will address the underlying causes of this issue. Council resolves to, point 1, ask the UK government to conduct an urgent review of the current eligibility threshold for free school meals to ensure that no disadvantaged children are excluded. And point 2, request to the UK government that a designated authority be appointed to be responsible for monitoring and tackling food insecurity in the long term. Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crumbie. Is that seconded?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to second it.
And do you wish to reserve the right to speak?
No, can I do it now, please?
All right, okay.
Yeah. I would like to second this motion, as I'm very aware from a local perspective that there has been a huge uplift in demand of the food banks across the town. The service usage has increased absolutely dramatically. A new food bank, the NQA, has set up to address the fact that there is a shortfall on a weekend. I know from my own food bank in Cockerton, families are so very reliant on this service. Some cannot even afford the £7.50 for the bread and butter thing parcels. The fact that there is such an increase in the bread and butter thing hubs being set up is an indication of an ever-growing issue with food poverty. I know of people who say that this is actually their weekly shop and numbers are increasing at these hubs, and that is why I am seconding this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cousins. I've got, as we enter into debate, I've got Councillor Tate, but I'm conscious that Councillor Curry gave notice of amendment. But Councillor Tate, you had your hand up. Do you wish to comment or move an amendment?
I just wanted to ask a question for my own understanding, please, Mr. Mayor. If you submit a motion with notice, as it has been, and then don't attend on the evening to second that motion, just what's the process, please?
Councillor Tate, valid question. I'll just seek, I think I know the answer, but I need to double check with Mr. Swinhoe for a moment.
Councillor Tate, go on mute.
If colleagues could just bear with me for a moment. Okay, colleagues, I've had some discussion with Mr. Swinhoe, and in terms of notice of motion, Rule 24, it states if a motion sets out in the summons is not moved by the member, bracket S, who gave notice, therefore, it should be treated as withdrawn and should not be moved without fresh notice. After discussion with Mr. Swinhoe, I'm going to make a judgment that we should proceed with this on the basis that the mover is present and the seconder has become unwell today, and there is a seconder. So my judgment is that we shall proceed with this. Okay, Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We as Liberal Democrats recognise the motion but don't feel it will address the issue that is looming this summer. So we would like to put an amendment forward, inserted at C, stating that the council seeks funding to ensure that all children that are currently identified on free school meals have free school meals during the 6-week summer holiday in 2021. To also identify and feed those children also in the family of those identified as with free school meals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that amendment seconded?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Oh.
Oh, it's already
Well,
been done.
Can we decide who's going to second that?
Councillor Allen can second, that's fine.
All right. Do you reserve the right to speak to the motion, or do you wish to speak to the amendment now? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was having trouble clicking on my thing. I'll reserve, please.
All right. And just for clarification, you have read out what the revised motion should be. I'll just check with Mr. Swinhoe, because normally you would hand a written copy up. I do know you emailed prior to the meeting. If members could hold, please. I'm going to bring Mr. Swinhoe so we've got absolute clarity about what this amendment is doing to the substantive motion. Mr. Swinhoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding is we've got a resolution in front of members that's effectively saying two things currently. So asking the UK government to conduct an urgent review of eligibility thresholds for free school meals, requesting the UK government designated authority be appointed to be responsible for the monitoring and tackling of food insecurity. So that's the second part of the motion, and that this becomes a third part of the motion. So it's added to those two parts of the motion, and the third part is, that effectively free school meals is dealt with during the 6-week summer holiday, obviously subject to funding issues being resolved. So it's a new third limb of the motion that's in front of members. That's the proposed amendment to the motion.
Okay, so we have an amendment that's been moved and seconded. I'd now invite members to enter into debate on the amendment. Councillor Kevin Nicholson. Kevin.
Ignore me, Mr. Mayor. I want to comment on the substantive. Apologies.
All right. Okay. So, any questions or comment on the amendment? Okay, colleagues. So, if there's no more, there haven't been any contributions. Councillor Curry, you reserved your right to speak. Councillor Allen, you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to speak now?
Only to reiterate what Councillor Curry says, we think it's a good motion, but we don't believe it goes far enough, and we don't believe that it's specific enough. I don't know if I'm allowed, but one of the things that I've thought about just recently is, instead of just referring to the 6 weeks of the summer holiday, I would like to see all children that are eligible get free school meals through every school break, because at the end of the day, children are only in school for 39 weeks of the year. And if we're only allowing an extra 6 weeks of free school meals, then that takes them up to 45. So what happens to the other 7 weeks of the year? Do they go hungry? In my view, this needs to be. Also, the other point I'd like to make is a lot of times these motions come forward requesting questions being sought of government or statements being put to government. I've never yet to have a report back on whether anything has been done and what the government response was to any of these motions. So I don't know if they're actually meant to be helpful, meant to be effective, or if they're merely grandstanding. I just don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to now bring in Councillor Crumby, who moved the original motion, to talk about the amendment. Councillor Crumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to accept this amendment, and just to say the Food Foundation report does cover this issue, and I would have hoped if this motion had passed and gone to government on the points that we'd addressed that this would have been taken up, but I'm happy to accept.
Thank you,
You're
colleagues.
on mute again.
Yes, I appreciate that, Councillor Allen. We're now going to vote on the amendment. If colleagues could just hold on one moment. Before we move to a roll call, can I just see if there are any objections to the amendment? Those who are not in favour of the amendment, could you please raise your hands? Yeah. All right, okay. I think it's becoming clear that we will need a roll call vote. So if you could lower your electronic hands, and we're going to move to a roll call on the amendment, and dependent on what happens there, we will then move to voting on the substantive or substantive item. Mr. Swinhoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the motion that's on the agenda with the additional third limb that has been identified and moved by Councillor Curry that you're voting on. So you're voting on an amendment to the original motion, which was on the agenda, to add the third limb that I explained earlier. So if you're in favour of that amendment, then you indicate for, and if you're against, obviously you vote against, and you can abstain if you choose to. Councillor Ali?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Allen? Councillor Allen?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin? I think he's left. Councillor Barch?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bell?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Body? Councillor Body?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chow?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddas?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cully?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Curry?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harker?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldine? I think he is left. Councillor Heslop?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Howell?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keir?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lang?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Layton?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lister? I I think she's left. Councillor Lucas.
Sorry. 4.
Councillor Lucas, thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
4.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Newell gave her apologies. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Paley has given her apologies. Councillor Preston.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Renton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Scott.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Against.
Thank you. Okay, if you just give us a moment and we'll come up with the figures.
So, colleagues, in terms of the amendment, 4 was 19, against was 25, so the amendment is defeated. We now return to the substantive motion. I'm conscious, I would ask members if they have any further contributions to the debate on this substantive motion. Councillor Dalston. Jonathan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have mixed feelings about this motion. The positive is that it has allowed us to share the great work that this administration has done to tackle food insecurity over the last 2 years. Unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, I am saddened that the Labour opposition continue to play politics with a very emotive subject such as this. The Labour administration had opportunities to deal with this whilst in control and also lobby their MP, the now Baroness Chapman of Darlington. Sadly, they failed to act both locally and nationally. The good news is that food insecurity is one of this council's main priorities as outlined in our council plan. And I'm absolutely committed to pushing this forward. We do, however, have to look at this issue much further than those on free school meals. I want to begin by repeating the statistics of the bread and butter thing that I shared with members at the beginning of this meeting. Over the last year, 12,200 parcels of quality fresh food have been distributed to families across the borough, which has saved 146 tonnes of food from going to landfill. This, Mr. Mayor, has provided 348,657 meals to the people across the town. This innovative project aims to tackle and dispel the stigma associated with quality food, which is near the end of life, but still very suitable for consumption. Every week, I speak to residents who tell me the positive impact this is having on their lives. I don't accept the opposition's assessment that this project masks the problem. I passionately believe that this aims to change the way we as a society utilise good food that previously would have went in the bin. 1 bag of fresh fruit and veg, 1 bag of perishable items and 1 bag of ambient products for your cupboard. Approximately £35 worth of shopping for just £7.50. We are helping residents to be more creative and diverse in the way they budget their money, and this scheme is helping people to live independent lives. We currently have 2,625 children on free school meals. However, there is still 668 children who are not taking up this benefit. Identifying these families is a key priority for myself and Councillor Clark, the Cabinet Member for Children, and that's why we are investing heavily in providing additional support for the Citizens Advice Bureau. This team is actively working to ensure families and individuals receive the maximum support that is available to them. I am pleased that this administration has took the decision to invest a further £150,000 over the next 4 years to ensure this team is equipped in identifying and supporting low-income families as we move forward. For the next 2 weeks, myself and Councillor Clark will be working with communities across the town as we launch and deliver the Easter Activities programme. Working with schools, we have identified those children most in need and have pulled together a nutritious menu of hot daily meals along with a diverse educational and fun activities programme which is designed to stimulate children's creativity. Mr Mayor, plans are already underway on developing this scheme over our summer holidays, which we will be supporting even more families, details of which will be shared with members in the coming weeks. The Council can't, however, tackle this issue alone, and I am pleased to outline some of the key steps this government is taking to further support families. From April, the national living wage will increase to £8.91, which equates to an additional £350 per year in the pocket of a full-time worker. The Department for Work and Pensions have outlined new plans to double the amount of work coaches it has, meaning people who are unemployed will have more time with their coach to give them the confidence and skills to apply for jobs. Remember, Mr Mayor, that it was this government who, with the help of the Mayor, Ben Houchin, and the Tees Valley Combined Authority, have helped businesses to employ 350 young people across the Tees Valley. In addition to this, the government has also changed its policy on apprenticeships by giving businesses an incentive of £3,000 per person they employ. This is double the previous amount, and I am confident that this will give businesses the confidence to create more opportunity for our town moving forward. There are many examples of this government and council supporting families and people as we bounce back from the effects of COVID-19. Finally, Mr Mayor, I would like to finish by saying I will not be supporting this motion as outlined for the reasons given. This council has done more to tackle this issue than has been done under the previous administration over recent years. And I am confident we have the plans and policies in place to tackle this issue and continue with our ambition of enabling people to live independent lives. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would just like to make a comment. Obviously, the motion that's been presented to Council this evening covers a wide range of issues, as the Borough Solicitor has said. You know, I volunteer in my spare time at Firthmoor Community Centre, where a food bank is in situ, and I see, you know, the people who access that food bank service, and it's wrong of the Labour Party to, you know, sort of categorise all of those people as people who are struggling with money. And I find it really distasteful that the Labour Party tends to hijack vulnerable people and use them as political pawns. And actually, you know, these people have very complex needs, have very complex issues, and it's not always about saying to somebody, you know, the government needs to give the council or those individuals extra money. It's a lot more complex than that. But what I would just like to say, if it's appropriate, and you can tell me if it's not, Mr Mayor, is ask a question to the proposer, Councillor Crumbly. The motion itself, for me, lacks authenticity. It seems to me as if it's been a pre-written, pre-loaded press release from Labour Party HQ, and for me, doesn't say anything about what's happening locally. So perhaps Councillor Crumbly could advise us what impacts are happening locally, what percentages of people are in the position that she's telling us nationally they're in, and if she's able to do that, perhaps more members will be convinced about the things and impacts that are happening locally, rather than, you know, pulling it from a Labour Party spreadsheet. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, just for clarity, Councillor Nicholson, this is a debate, so it's not a Q&A. She may wish to pick up on some of the comments that have been made as part of the debate, but nice try. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I promise not to ask for a point of order. I'd just like to say that
that's a relief. Carry on.
The Child Poverty Action Group's research shows that in England, 1.3 million children below the poverty line are ineligible for free school meals. Many of these children are children of the working poor. And without a comprehensive understanding of the scale of the problem, neither the root causes of food insecurity nor the detrimental impact it has on public health and well-being can be fully evaluated or addressed. And for these reasons, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Fifth time, colleagues, I do apologise. It's getting late. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I think Councillor Dalston is actually just deflecting from what the motion actually says, and just blaming it on, you know, Labour Party this, Labour Party that, and I just don't think that's what's happening. What we should be looking at, and he knows more than anyone just how committed I've been to the bread and butter thing ever since it came to Darlington. It was the first thing that I was told about when I went to my first Red All Partnership meeting, and so it was already going to be in place before the Tory administration took over. But a couple of things about, I don't think you're aware that there's a number of councillors here from Labour who
Point
also.
of order, Mr. Mayor. That's just simply not true.
That's not. No.
Hold on,
that's
the
not
pair
true.
of you. Councillor Dalston, you've raised a point of order.
What's your
What
point of
is your
order?
specific point of order?
The point of order is what Councillor Lucas has just said is simply not true.
So what is that point? Which
it wasn't.
Councillor Dalston?
There was no plan.
Please, Councillor Dalston, do not try to speak over the mayor. What is your point of order?
The point of order is what she's saying is not correct.
I'll seek advice from the borough solicitor. Mr. Swindhore. Yeah. So what breach of the rules of procedure are you seeking to clarify, Councillor Dalston?
You know what? I wouldn't be able to tell you from this, you know, ancient document we refer to day in, day out, but it's just not true. So
okay. You've made a point. Councillor Lucas, carry on, please.
Okay. I really don't like being told that I'm telling a lie, because that's not who I am and it's not how it works for me. And you were not there, Councillor Dalston, at the very first Red All Partnership meeting that I went to with my then co-councillor Sam, and there was lots of different members of staff, and it was a member of staff that quite clearly said the bread and butter thing, based in Manchester, wonderful organisation, we're looking to run it out. We've already got the process set up to run it out in Darlington. So you weren't at that meeting. So there were a number of members of staff that were at that meeting, and so was my previous colleague. So I'm not going to be told that I'm a liar. The other thing that I would like you to draw your attention to is that it seems to be that, and I don't want this to get into any kind of personal slanging match, because, you know, again, that's not the kind of person I am. But I'm not going to take the fact that we're being told that it's the Labour Party that do this and the Labour Party that do that, when it seems to me the difference between, and it's not just the Labour Party, it's also colleagues in the Greens, colleagues in the Lib Dems, the difference between the different sides seems to be that we want people to take control of their own lives by being given the right things that they deserve in order to live a full life. Whereas all I hear from the other side is, we've got this charity thing called the bread and butter thing, come along. And also, you know already that the bread and butter thing is already oversubscribed in every single hub that we're doing. People are being turned away. That's how big the need is in terms of food poverty in this town. And the other thing is, we don't just want to be changing, say you can have school uniforms, you can have this, it's a charity, it's a charity, it's a charity. People don't need charity. What people need is the ability to stand on their own 2 feet, to
to get involved with their communities and be able to pay tax. That's what they need, and they need that in terms of their own self-respect. And all you're offering, from what I can see on your side, is charity, charity, charity. And I, for one, don't want the residents in Redall and Lingfield just to be offered charity. They deserve, and they deserve that. What they actually need is better benefit system that can bring them up so they can then go into work as well. They need working benefits as well as non-working benefits.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boddy.
Mr. Mayor, the causes of food poverty are to do with the way supermarkets are organised and the way that market share in retail is organised. And there's already legislation on the statute book to allow government ministers to intervene in monopolistic situations. What we're seeing is a small number of suppliers charging a great deal of money for food. And what we're seeing is a distribution system for food, which is inefficient, which involves a lot of air miles, a lot of environmental impact. We need to go back to a situation where we source food locally and seasonally, and then the costs, the very high costs of wrapping food in plastic and distributing it in the way that we do will be addressed, and the price of food will naturally fall. It's the failure of successive governments to address the monopolistic situation in food retail that has driven prices up and driven the price of food out of the range of many people.
Thank you, Councillor Boddy. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I listened very intently to what Councillor Dalston said, and we're not arguing with what the council are doing. They're doing a great job to identify people on free school meals. What this proposal is asking for is to have a look at the threshold and see if it could be changed to encompass even more people who could be encapsulated in the free school meal setup. And I don't have any problem with that, because I do think that the threshold is probably a bit too low and needs to be raised to allow that some people don't go hungry, children don't go hungry, and that we as a council can continue to support them once they come onto that threshold. Identify them as a council is very, very difficult, but if the government moves that threshold, it'll be so much easier to identify those people who need our help.
Councillor Snedker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've listened to lots of the points put forward, and it seems that almost by accident, or maybe through tribalism, we're forcing ourselves to argue over food poverty, food insecurity, and how best to help people. By supporting this motion, I'm not against the bread and butter thing. By supporting this motion, I'm not against school holiday feeding arrangements. I'm not against any of the wonderful work that is being done by charities, by community groups, supported by the council throughout the borough of Darlington. Well, by supporting this bill, what I'm saying is that people are missing out on free school meals that shouldn't, and that should be investigated. By supporting this motion, what I'm saying is that the threshold for free school meals needs examining and looking at across the whole country at a national level. So by my supporting this bill is not a criticism of actions of anyone else, and I'm not going to be drawn into a false dichotomy, a false binary position of they say, he says, she says. And so that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lucas, I love your love for this passion and the enthusiasm. Corporation Road was the first hub that celebrated its 1 year anniversary last year. That is made clear. I've volunteered over 3 hubs in our town. I can see the difference it makes. This is not making a difference to those just on poverty. It's not there just for people who are on benefits, and this is the issue that people aren't coming forward for. But when it comes to things like we've got the holiday pick up next week, we still have places there for families. We are looking to make it bigger in the summer, and we are looking for families to come in. I've got people in my own dance studio that don't need the help, yet do register for the help. So I had one of my dance mums had messaged me and said, well, I've been offered this and I've been offered that, but I don't need it. So the overall look of it, we need a bigger thing on it. But the bread and butter situation, yes, it's been around a few years, but in Darlington, it's been here a year. So we need to get that out there, and we are looking, we're really happy that it's now coming to Bank Top, and like Councillor Crumby and Newell, we were there, we're really, really happy. But it's not just helping those people that are in poverty, because it's open to everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, I'm really disappointed by each Conservative that's spoken so far. In terms of the amendment that was put forward by the Lib Dems, it read something like, the council seeks to ensure children, and then talked about the summer holidays. I'm absolutely certain if we substituted the word children with business and said that there was a gap in their funding for 6 weeks over the summer, they'd be absolutely clambering over themselves to say this is absolutely outrageous. Why are we stopping funding this business for 6 weeks over the summer? The fact it's about children, about people and individuals, they really don't care. We've seen this time and time again in this council. If it's about business, hey, chuck money at them like there's no tomorrow. But if it's a family that's struggling through no fault of their own, oh, no, we can't do that. It's got to be charity that helps them out. It's disgusting. I absolutely love the bread and butter thing. It does two things. It tries to resolve issues around food waste that's systemic in this society, and probably most of Western society. And that's an issue that needs tackling, not through a charity, through change of how government works, how food wholesalers work, how food growers work. The other task it performs is acts as a food bank. And let's not mince words. It is a food bank in terms of what it's doing, in terms of providing cheap food for people who are struggling on income. Yes, it does good things in terms of making sure food is not wasted. I'll be glad to see the back of the bread and butter thing, because it will mean two things. One, people can afford to go to their local supermarket. And secondly, we will resolve nationally the issue that we have of food waste. Both of those things are things that need to be done nationally. They are systemic problems in our society that cannot be resolved by local authorities having short-term fixes, throwing money at that they have, scrabbling around to find schemes at short notice. That's not the way to fix this problem. That report that the Food Foundation put out, if you've bothered to read it, you will understand that we have systemic and growing problems in our society of families who are struggling, increasingly so in terms of number and cost to individual families to afford to buy simple things like food week in, week out. That is a problem that is growing. And for councillors to accuse the Labour Party of not fixing it is not actually dealing with the issue. Firstly, that's a nonsense. Food banks has risen over the last 10 years because of the national government's economic handling of this country. It is a national issue. It is not a local issue. You can go to any local authority up and down this country and you will have seen the numbers of food banks and schemes like the bread and butter thing on the rise. And it's because more and more families are struggling and we are not tackling it as a country. This is an issue that needs addressing by the government, not by local authorities essentially handing out charity. And until we recognise that, until you recognise that, we will continue forever and a day handing out charity to people because we can't be bothered and aren't interested, or we don't care enough, as it would be if it was a business, to do something nationally to try and address this issue. So frankly, Mr. Mayor, I'm appalled at some of the comments that I've heard, and appalled that rather than talking about the fundamental issues of people who cannot afford to buy food, food waste, they make silly comments about politicking instead of talking about the actual issue that's there today, that they see in their communities and acknowledge they see in their communities, but still don't want to talk about it like sensible grown-ups. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harker. Councillor Marshall, Alan Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just say, first of all, that I agree strongly with Councillor Lucas in her ideal that we need to be supporting people to independence through a good job and a good home. And that's exactly what our strategy is about for Darlington. It's long been recognised that we can get people out of poverty through a good job and make them feel secure through a good home. And we are doing that. We're attracting jobs into Darlington. We're supporting skills education at T levels through the Towns Fund and everything else. And so I think we're already doing that, apart from what we're doing in supporting the bread and butter thing. But I do support what Councillor Lucas says about supporting people to independence and employment with a good home. Could I just comment as well on Councillor Harker? This is the second time he said that this government, if it was for business, they'd be throwing money at it. If it's for people, they don't. He doesn't seem to understand that through supporting businesses, we're supporting people through the furlough scheme, staying in employment and keeping income. And he just doesn't seem to have a clue about that. And also, we sometimes beat ourselves up. Poverty is a bad thing. Nobody's been able to solve it for time immemorial. We beat ourselves up about food banks. You'd think they didn't exist. They exist in every country in Europe, including the Scandinavian, like Finland, Sweden. Even they can't solve it. It is something we have to work hard at, and without a shadow of a doubt. But I think Councillor Harker's comments about the Conservative government giving money to business and not to people misses the point of employment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is somewhat of a confused motion, and some of the comments have been unfair, frankly. We're not just offering charity, and we don't just care about business. Importantly, when you look at our published council plan, our ambition for Darlington is to create the environments of success, and that's so that our residents have access to a good job, a good home and good health. This government's levelling up agenda, coupled with the determination and dedication of this Conservative group, our MPs Peter Gibson and Paul Howell, our TBCE Mayor Ben Hoochin, and we are delivering a huge uplift to this borough, which will have a direct impact on food insecurity. Yet, you have a party leader that states that this investment in Darlington and areas like this isn't levelling up, it's giving up. You really need to make up your minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, there's something that really I do take exception to that Councillor Harker said there about seeing the back of the bread and butter thing and how it'll eradicate once it's gone, it'll have eradicated food waste in this country. Obviously, Councillor Harker has never worked in a supermarket. I have for 35 years. And in all those years, I've always experienced food waste. And food waste will always exist within the supermarket trade because it's not an exact science, people's shopping habits. You will always get waste. I would have welcomed this as an executive in a supermarket company to have this facility rather than chuck it into the bin and into landfill. So I really do take exception to his comments on that.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will struggle a little bit, but I just take exception to the comments that Councillor Harker made about the Conservatives giving money to business and ignoring people. If we didn't have the businesses, the people wouldn't have the jobs and there would be more people in food poverty. The amount of investment that's coming into this town, and it is one of our priorities, as has already been said, to improve the lot of everybody that lives in Darlington, and this is the best way to do it. And to say that we throw money at business and don't care about people is just totally untrue.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Scott. I've got Councillor McCollum.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this short. I understand that
Please do.
We seem to have conflated some issues here. I will take a leaf out of Councillor Snedker's book, as I'm often like to do, and refer directly to the motion, to the text, to the resolution itself. There is really no skin off the nose of this council. Its efforts are noted elsewhere, as we have discussed all tonight. We can have a wider discussion about the principles of the thing, but to ask the government to set up a review of the current eligibility threshold is not unreasonable. As councillors, we see and we understand that there is food insecurity and that it is on the rise. It is anecdotal. We can all attest to that, I am sure. And to request that there's a designated authority to maintain an eye on it, why not? Again, I ask Conservative colleagues, why not back this motion? This is entirely putting this at the door of UK government, who can better determine those people who need help. Whilst we have great experience on the ground in terms of community, I really don't see what the issue is with this resolution. So please vote in support of it.
Councillor Howell, Paul Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It just seems as though we go around the loop in terms of, I don't know how much time we've spent tonight debating national politics instead of focusing on the government. I'm not surprised that we're still here at close to midnight. We've got an issue where we're talking specifically about where things should be on free school meals without any consideration of the bigger picture, and that comes from everything from the investment that the government's been talking and very much delivering to this part of the world on everything from the Treasury outwards, but also just in terms of looking after people. It's about reducing the tax burden on low-paid people. It's about people, the increases in the living wage that we've delivered. It's about all the holistic things that go on. Whereas what seems to happen is that there's one particular item that's picked up, and that's the one that's been soundbited. It's what the Labour Party do in Westminster, and it's what the Labour Party are copying here.
Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I want to commend Councillor McCollum. She has expressed everything, not only eruditely and succinctly, but she's hit the nail on the head. The only other comment that I would make is, as far as jobs are concerned, my main concern is the jobs that are being offered now in Darlington are not ones that our poorer people have the capacity to do. They haven't got the same education. We need other jobs that don't require degrees and academic skills to the level that a lot of the jobs that are coming to Darlington do. We need to get back to grassroots and stop pushing education, academic education, and start pushing skills education. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I'll perhaps comment on that when I'm no longer mayor, but interesting comment. Councillor Cruddas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems to be a great talent of the Labour Party on this council to actually manage to write something that has some merit in language and referencing national issues to make it completely unpalatable to be here. It's quite clear it's not written locally, and if in fact people want to get motions passed through this council, I suggest that the people who are on the council write the motions and write them in a way that they may be able to get them passed, maybe in fact agreeing with the opposition and the ruling group before they put the motions forward. It seems it's deliberately couched in language that makes it completely unpalatable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cruddas. There's no further comments, so I'll ask Councillor Crumby, who moved the substantive motion, to reply to the debate. Councillor Crumby. Councillor Crumby, do you wish to reply to the debate?
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I have a few things to say, and first of all, I'd like to say I'm pleased to hear the positive comments made by members. However, I am very disappointed but not surprised by some comments made from the leading group. Contrary to comments made, this motion does not say that the bread and butter thing is a bad scheme, but that it is adding to the masking of this issue of food insecurity. These schemes are needed due to bad decisions made by this government over the years. Also, I'd like to say national issues, they're what dictate local issues. I actually did write this motion, and I did take facts from the Food Foundation report. Do you want me to make it up as I go along? Maybe a little bit like this government, or would you like hard facts that I've given you? I would also like to say that this report has shown the devastating impact that COVID has had on children's access to an adequate diet, especially the most disadvantaged. There have been repeated shortcomings in the provision of free school meals over the last 10 months. And even if these could have been avoided, many children are not eligible but experience food insecurity. Vulnerable children should not suffer due to last-minute policy decisions, but they should be at the heart of a comprehensive recovery plan. Levels of food insecurity are largely driven by insufficient financial resources, and many people have found themselves relying on benefits due to this pandemic. Evidence shows that people on universal credit have been affected highly by food insecurity, and research shows that the £20 uplift introduced at the start of national lockdown is a crucial lifeline to struggling families, and this being made permanent would be of great benefit to those suffering and would help them to plan going forward. As we move forward, we need a designated authority in government to commit to eradicating household food insecurity, and this would not be thrust onto local authorities who are already dealing with the impact from severe government cuts. In conclusion, this is a moral issue, and we all have an elected responsibility to press government to do the right thing for the people we represent, and I would strongly urge all members of this chamber to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crumby. I will now ask any members who do not support the motion moved by Councillor Crumby to indicate by raising their electronic hand. Okay, so I think we now need to move to a roll call. Mr. Swinhoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion as it's in the agenda, if you can indicate whether you're in favour of the motion or against the motion or abstaining on the motion. Councillor Ali.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin, I think, has left the meeting. Councillor Barch. Councillor Barch. I'll come back to Councillor Barch. Councillor Bell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Boddy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chow.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Against. Can I just say, I think Councillor Barch's screen had frozen, so he might. I don't know if he's back in, but okay. I think he was having difficulties.
I'll pick him up at the end of the roll call. Councillor Cousins.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddus.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby.
For.
For. Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cully.
Against.
Councillor Curry.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harker.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldine, I think, has left the meeting. Councillor Heslop.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lister. I don't think she's at the meeting. Councillor Lucas.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Newell has given no apologies. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paley has given her apologies. Councillor Preston.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Renton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Scott.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Tostovan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Barch.
Against.
Thank you. If you just give us a moment.
Can everyone mute, please? Colleagues, for 19, against 25. Motion falls. Moving on. I now call upon Councillor Ali to move to the second motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the motion that appears on my name, which is printed in the council agenda. Would you like me to read it?
I think colleagues will have read it, but if there is anybody who wishes it to be read, please indicate now. Councillor Ali, take it as read, or having been read.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Seventh time. Councillor, is that seconded?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Can I second the motion and reserve the right to speak?
Okay, I now invite members to enter into discussion on the motion. Councillor Dalston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I submit an amendment, please?
You may, Councillor Dalston. Do you want to read it out?
On a point of order, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Ali hasn't had a chance to move the motion. She's moved it, but she's not spoken.
Did she wish to hold on one second? Hold on one moment. I do apologise, Councillor Ali. Did you wish to speak on moving the motion?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Right. I do apologise, Councillor Dawson. I'll return to Councillor Ali to allow her to speak. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the public in a time of virtual world. I have had many residents talk to me regarding their extreme concerns around the growing misuse of loud fireworks. It has been extremely concerning for many residents throughout our borough, and in current lockdown times, we have still had many residents and animals and cars be at the forefront of misuse, and they've suffered due to this. The impact leaves people of all ages and animals affecting their mental health and well-being. And for shift workers, it also affects their sleep. It also raises fear in many people with different disabilities, also war veterans, and the list is endless. We really do need to do more to protect the welfare of all our residents, including our animals. Whilst I understand that they can bring much enjoyment to many, they can cause significant fears when misused and bought for the use of antisocial behaviour. The loud noises can cause immediate fear. We should urge retailers to stock silent fireworks or reduced noise fireworks, as well as promoting using laser light displays. For the welfare of our borough's residents and animals, I ask all my fellow councillors to support and pass this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dulston, do you wish to enter into a debate on the motion?
I'm confused, Mr. Mayor. Shirley has went through this time and time again, but I don't understand the process. So I'll go on and speak, and then you can correct me if I'm not following it to the letter. So I'll propose an amendment, the detail of which can be circulated via Shirley now, by email.
Okay, just pause a second. Shirley, have you got that to circulate? She's just working that keyboard. Okay, do you want to start speaking to the amendment then, Councillor Dulston?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Hold on, it's late. I'm not at the top of my game. Hold on one moment. Do you have a seconder?
Yes.
All right, okay. So if you wish to speak to the amendment. It should be coming into everyone's inbox, but please speak to the amendment.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I propose to delete the following from the council believes paragraphs. Paragraph 3, 4, 5 and 6. And delete the following from the council resolves paragraphs 1, 2, 3 and 4. And replace it with to encourage all public firework displays within the local authority boundaries to be advertised in advance of the event, allowing residents to take precautions for their animals and vulnerable people. 2, to run a public awareness campaign about the impact of fireworks on vulnerable people and animal welfare, including the precautions that can be taken to mitigate risks. 3, bring back the South Park firework display in 2022 as an organised and safe public firework display. The amended motion will therefore read: Council believes 1. Fireworks are a traditional way of celebrating key dates such as Guy Fawkes Night, New Year's Eve, Chinese New Year, and I can't say it, I've rehearsed it. 2. Public fireworks displays at such occasions can foster a great community spirit. Council resolves to 1. To encourage all public firework displays within the local authority boundaries to be advertised in advance of the event, allowing residents to take precautions for their animals and vulnerable people. 2. To run a public awareness campaign about the impact of fireworks on vulnerable people and animal welfare. including the precautions that can be taken to mitigate risks. And 3, bring back the South Park firework display in 2022 as an organised and safe public firework event.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Has that been, do you wish to speak to the...
I'll reserve the right to speak.
Okay, and that's been seconded?
Mr. Mayor, that's seconded by Councillor Stephen Tear, and I reserve the right to speak.
All right, so if members can enter into debate on the amendment, please. Councillor Dawson, you've reserved the right to speak. Councillor Tate, you've reserved. Councillor Wallace, do you wish to enter into debate on the amendment?
I do on the amendment, Mr. Mayor, and I'm genuinely nonplussed by Councillor Dalston and Councillor Tate's amendments.
Start speaking about the amendment then, okay?
I'm about to. I cannot see the merit in removing the important sections of Councillor Ali's motion, which simply sets out what are established facts, the facts which have been established by the RSPCA regarding the impact of fireworks on the communities around the UK, and as part of as members will see from the second part of the resolves, is part of an important campaign the RSPCA has been running around the country. To my knowledge, this motion has passed multiple councils in England and Wales, and generally it's passed unanimously. It's simply a fact, Councillor Dalston, that not only has firework technology changed over the last 20 to 30 years, but also societal norms have changed. And we as councillors get complaints all the time throughout the year, people complaining about the impact on their animals, about the impact on them themselves of fireworks being let off at inappropriate times in a way that really doesn't consider their needs. It is simply a matter for the council to step up, as most other councils have done, Councillor Dalston, to accept that we as a local authority have a role in helping this, and also, of course, that government do. And we added, Councillor Ali and I added the point that the government takes this seriously too, which is why, after a debate in the House of Commons in December 2020, the government has pledged to set up the Office of Product Safety and Standards. Now, that's a good first step. The RSPCA has said it's a good first step, but we need to go further. Please don't let us be the first council in the country to gut this motion, thumb our noses up at the RSPCA campaign, and do the bare minimum in terms of protecting people from antisocial use of fireworks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
8th, 9th time. I do apologise, colleagues. There is no fairly runny feedback. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also a little nonplussed about the removal. I mean, I'm concerned because some of the items that have been removed seem to seek to remove the responsibility from the makers of fireworks and the alternatives to them, and put it on to the potential victims. I mean, personally, as you all know, I don't drive, I cycle everywhere. I remember cycling through the streets of Manchester and having firecrackers thrown at me, which is very scary. Personally, I would be in favour of a motion to prevent fireworks from being sold to members of the public at all, and you know, have them only as part of an organised display. But that's not the motion before us tonight, and I'm very much in favour of restrictions on the noise and the dangers of fireworks. So I object to the amendment. I don't see that, as Councillor Wallace has already said, I don't see that the removal of the facts mentioned adds anything to this motion, and it very much takes away the responsibility that should be there on the makers of dangerous items, and spelling it out to the members of the public that they are dangerous items as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be honest, I've always believed that amendments should be made to improve, enhance and strengthen a motion, unless it's completely and utterly ridiculous. And to be honest, most of the motions that come forward to our council are relevant. I'm also a little bit sad because it appears to be that Councillor Dalston is now just wanting to make his own political slant to something, as opposed to just trying to amend. His amendment to me is not an amendment. Okay. It's merely a rewrite in his opinion, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Can I just pause for a moment? Councillor Dalston, you did move the amendment and Councillor Tate seconded with a reserve to write. Just thinking through process, you didn't speak. Do you wish to speak now? Because you wait to the end and Councillor Tate will sum up on the amendment. Okay, you're muted. I'm presuming that's a no. You do not wish to speak.
No.
All right, okay. Can I bring in Councillor Body now, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think the amendment does have some merit to it, in that it makes a specific reference to the South Park firework display that we used to have in November. And I think we have to recognise time marches on, and since the millennium, there are also a lot of fireworks at New Year. And if we're going to address the problem of the 5th of November and the problem of New Year, then we should be aiming towards 2 fireworks displays organised by the local authority in the way that we formerly had 1.
Thank you, Councillor Body. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the amendment this evening, for the reasons which Councillor Tate will outline shortly. But I just wanted to make a few comments about, organised displays. When organised displays occur in towns and cities, there is a known thing which happens, which is people decide generally not to have their own displays, and I think the reintroduction of the South Park fireworks will absolutely support all of the things which the opposition are bringing forward today. So I would encourage them to support the amendment. On a final point, again, I think there's a bit of a trend happening with Councillor Wallace in his politics being contradicted. Councillor Wallace attended Firth fireworks and actually set our fireworks off for us, I remember, back when he was mayor. So I guess it's it's good for the goose and all that. But obviously now you're on the other side. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a shame that Councillor Dalston hasn't already spoken for his amendment already, because Councillor Dalston is always very keen to tell us what he thinks, and I always listen very intently to what he says. So unfortunately, Councillor's having to guess at this point as to why he's moved these amendments to what I consider was a good motion to start with, and Council and members of the public having to guess why he doesn't want to acknowledge the trauma that people experience every year from the irresponsible use of fireworks, people with autism, war veterans, sufferers of PTSD, and the large number of pets that suffer from irresponsible use of fireworks every year. Also, the willingness to remove large sections of the motion. We don't know why he doesn't want to talk about animal welfare. We don't know why Councillor Dalston doesn't accept the really well thought through, well researched and very well supported advice of the RSPCA. So that's why I'm a little bit concerned that the motion has been weakened by this amendment. The South Park display, of course I support that. I think it's a great idea, and Councillor Kevin Nicholson has already said about one of the benefits of organised displays, not only the safety, not only the impact, because you get professionals in to do it, but it does tend to mean that individuals don't do those displays in their back gardens that start a fortnight before and go on for a fortnight afterwards and at all times of day and night. So in a way, that part of the amendment is great to see. The rest of it I'm disappointed with, and I'm struggling to know how I could support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Okay, Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to speak actually in support of what Matthew's said. The gist of it is that it doesn't mean that we're not supporting the firework display in South Park, or that organised fireworks displays wouldn't be, acceptable. I think also there is room for, I know at New Year there were lots of firework displays for Hogmanay where they actually used the sort of modern laser techniques as well, which is absolutely phenomenal. It's something that we could look into. But what as a pet owner and of somebody whose mother had dementia, I've witnessed the most distressing nights. And the trouble was, it was easy when we knew it was like bonfire night or we knew it was New Year. It was quite easy to go along to the home and sit by my mum and support her. But when it was night after night, and then they were phoning me from the home saying, your mother's had to be taken into hospital, she's having a delirium episode because it was triggered by fireworks. My mum was brought up in the New Forest. She was blitzed, she was bombed, she was very, very distressed by fireworks. But having to medicate a dog with heavy duty sedating drugs is just not acceptable. And we're not talking about regular firework displays in South Park. It's disingenuous of you to kind of make it look like that's what we're doing. What most people are hoping for, what the RSPCA are hoping for, is just to stop the never ending. I've got some neighbours down the road. They delivered, a van turned up and they delivered fireworks that were actually display fireworks that they let off in their back garden. They were absolutely enormous and the windows rattled, and my dog was vomiting all night long, and it's very, very distressing. And no amount of mitigation, no amount of advance warning will ever solve that problem for a woman with dementia or a dog with distress. And I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing you for it, but no amount of mitigation will ever solve that problem. So we're just asking for consideration. That's all it's about. Thank you.
Councillor Cindy Hughes. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I have difficulty with the inclusion of bringing back the South Park fireworks display, not because I personally don't like the idea, but I believe that if we're going to reintroduce something like that, the residents that surround the park, which are mainly Park East residents, should have at least a consultation or a discussion to be able to see how they feel. Because although I do like fireworks displays, when they actually were taking place in South Park, there were many, many complaints from people who suffered as a result. And I know that, mitigation, we think that it's an easy thing, but Councillor Layton has made a really good point, and there are many residents in that area. And I think the very least we can do is have a discussion with them before we spring something like this in a motion out of the blue. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've done something to my laptop. I do apologise. Yes, I know. I thank you, Mr. Swinhoe. I do apologise. Councillor Dulston. Councillor Tate would ordinarily sum up, but his hand is no longer raised. Do you wish to speak to the amendments?
Yes. Are you asking Councillor Tate or Councillor Dulston?
I'm asking. I do apologise, Councillor Tate. You have the right of reply, but Councillor Dulston's got his hand raised, and you have not got your hand raised. So
okay, I'll raise my hand if that means I get the right.
All right. So Councillor Dulston, do you wish to make any comment before I bring Councillor Tate in?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that this motion has been brought up tonight because it's allowed us to review our position on fireworks. And let me be very clear, I share the concerns of everyone that has raised commentary tonight and spoke to the motion. As a dog owner, I am acutely aware of the concerns that dog owners have around firework night. We have colleagues who have autistic children within our group, and we're also acutely aware of the difficulties and distress that can be caused by fireworks. But let me be very clear that this motion sets out to work with groups. And in addition to this Conservative administration has set up meaningful working groups. So we have a responsible dog ownership group that is attended by residents, myself, the police, the dog warden, veterinary surgeons, a multitude of people who have an interest in the welfare of dogs. So we'll absolutely be utilising that working group to ensure that we strike the right balance and that the concerns are addressed over the next 18 months and beyond. In addition to that, I'm pleased that my colleague Councillor Mills has set up an autism group and is working heavily to push that agenda forward. And again, that has colleagues from various organisations and politicians from all sides who again are feeding into that meaningful agenda to ensure that those voices are heard and that the council can take on board the concerns that they raise. But I firmly believe that this resolution, this amendment is clear. It highlights the problems, it highlights the concerns that people have. It gives a clear direction that this council will encourage future events to advertise them well in advance so that people can take the necessary precautions. The public awareness campaign I will personally lead on and make sure that it is meaningful and it captures all different groups of people to ensure that it's meaningful and that we can really push the awareness piece forward. And the final point is that the firework display was the centrepiece of our community and our town for a lot of years. I remember growing up and feeling that buzz for weeks before and weeks after as we attended such a great event. We were known in the North East as being the best, and we need to bring those days back. And I'm confident that when we do that, what we'll do is bring back such a meaningful and fantastic event that people won't feel the need to go and do individual firework displays. And actually what we'll do is we'll provide a controlled environment where people will attend, and it will mitigate the need for others to do their own version of a bonfire. So people will be attending a safe environment, and hopefully, and I say this hopefully because this is the essence of why we're bringing it back, is one, to make sure that we can get that community spirit back, but two, and this is the important point, to reduce the amount of both illegal fireworks that go in circulation, but also people who decide to have smaller events at home. And I would always discourage that. I am pro large events, and I think that that's always the safest option. And I'd like to give way to Councillor Tate.
Actually, before you give way to, thank you, Councillor Dalston, I've got Councillor Harker, then Councillor Tate. If there's no other speakers on the amendment, I will sum up, and then Councillor Ali has right of reply. So, Councillor Harker, did you wish to speak before I bring Councillor Tate in? I
did, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councillor Snedker, and I think Councillor McCollum, that it's rather odd for the mover not to say anything until towards the end, because if I can help Councillor Dalton, the point of the debate is for you to move something and explain why you think it's important to support. And if you don't do that, it's very difficult, genuinely, for members to know what the rationale is behind it. I don't happen to agree with you, but it'd have been a lot clearer if you'd said at the beginning what your rationale was, and probably would have helped the debate a bit. I do disagree with what you said in moving it, because what you talked about was that the point of your amendment was that you'll go forward and you'll consult and you'll tell people about the issues. And whilst, yes, your motion does say you'll run a public awareness campaign, in amending the motion, you actually take out half the facts about the fact that it does cause animals distress. You remove the fact that it causes distress to certain adults. The list has been iterated many times this evening, so I won't go through it again. If you're concerned about telling people and wanting to consult, why on earth remove all that information from the motion in the first place? The reading of your amendment looks like that you're not really going to do very much in terms of consulting, because you're just talking about running an awareness campaign. And frankly, that isn't enough. And there's been some discussion around, well, we've always had fireworks, you know, what's the problem with them? Well, there's many things we've done in our society in the past that in hindsight, we thought, well, that actually isn't a very good thing to do. And as a society, we move on and we change things. It has become increasingly aware with people that loud fireworks are an issue for animals and certain people. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely loved the firework display in South Park. I really like loud fireworks, but they don't distress me. I'm acutely aware that for some people it's a huge problem. And I also agree on one point that Councillor Dulson made, that public displays, one of the key reasons for having them is it really does genuinely help to diminish the number of stupid incidents of people setting off fireworks in the streets on days before and after bonfire night, because so many people go to them that far fewer people actually bother buying fireworks for their home. And absolutely, it does the right thing. But it's still an issue on bonfire night of loud noises echoing around South Park, distressing and terrifying animals that live nearby, and also some people that live nearby who on many occasions are just stuck with it. They can't move out for the night. They've got to stay there and they've got to go through it. So reinstating South Park doesn't address the issue that this motion is actually talking about, that for some people, loud fireworks are a problem. Councillor Layton talked about her dog throwing up all night as a consequence to it. We've heard people talk about people with dementia being seriously distressed. You know, these are people and animals that we need to take seriously and think about the impact it has on them. And can we modify our behaviour so that, yes, we can enjoy fireworks, but not to the detriment of other people? And therefore, I can't possibly support the amendment that's been put forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any further comment before I bring Councillor Tate in? No raised hands, Councillor Tate, and then I will bring in Councillor Ali, who moved the substantive. Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be as quick as I can because I'm aware of the time. As a child, I remember the build-up and the excitement of attending South Park fireworks. The buzz started weeks before and lasted far longer than the fireworks themselves, usually around about 10 minutes. This amendment gives the council the opportunity to bring our communities together to celebrate in a safe and controlled environment post-COVID. As a chairman at Firthmoor Community Centre, we have organised 2 firework displays in recent years. Both were well attended, safe, and were delivered as a result of community feedback, especially for people who couldn't afford to travel to Stockton or afford to attend the organised display at the rugby club. This amendment will allow low-income families the opportunity to create memorable family experiences. I have no doubt that this will reduce the amount of other firework displays in the area. I also feel it will reduce the amount of back garden displays, as in years when the town had an annual firework display. The motion submitted is a public document. The facts on the previous motion are recorded, and I would urge all members to support this amendment to bring back the South Park firework display. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we've debated the amendment. Councillor Ali has a right to reply. Councillor Ali.
On a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
We have to vote on the amendment.
Just for a point of clarity. The rights, Councillor Ali, as the mover of the substantive the substantive motion, has a right of reply on the amendment.
On a point of order, Mr. Mayor, it's not a substantive motion until you get rid of the amendment.
Okay, I'm going to get the borough solicitor to clarify this, leader.
She was the mover of the original motion, so she has the right.
You're not mute.
Yeah.
I'll ask Mr. Swinhoe to explain this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when there's an amendment that's been moved, at the end of the debate on the amendment, the mover of the original motion can reply to the debate on the amendment. That's the process that we follow.
So I'm just acting on the advice and guidance of the Borough Solicitor. Councillor Ali, do you wish to reply to the debate on the amendment?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the time at such a late hour to go into discussion over this. I've heard everything everyone has said. Even as a child growing up, born and bred in Darlington, I used to look forward to the fireworks display at South Park. However, putting that aside, I was a child then, and when I've grown up and see the detrimental effect it has on people's well-being and health and animals' welfare, I think it's very important, and I haven't put this together lightly, and following on from residents hugely contacting me in great numbers throughout last year regarding fireworks and to campaign with the RSPCA. And I think it saddens me that the South Park firework display has been brought in as an amendment into this motion. It saddens me because it's something that could have been done on a separate occasion. You talk about raising awareness before an event, which is absolutely fine, but then it still does not rule out what we are discussing in this motion. We are discussing the health and welfare of animals and people that suffer as a result of loud noises caused by fireworks. We are not talking about the beautiful colour they display or the different patterns they display. We are specifically talking about the dangers, the hazards of the actual gunpowder and fireworks that are caused. They are thrown at emergency vehicles during their work. There are several recorded incidents. They are used in horrible fashions against animals by people that are out to cause antisocial distresses with their antisocial behaviour in purchasing. We do need to, as a borough council, I do hope that my fellow councillors will reconsider what has been discussed and understand the importance, the huge importance in supporting this motion purely for the reasons that have been raised, which is for the well-being and health of every animal in our borough and our vulnerable people that suffer as a result of fireworks. And fireworks aren't just used in New Year's events and Guy Fawkes Night. May I remind everybody, fireworks have now become a common trend. They are used in anything that causes a reason for celebration, because you can now even order them online, get them delivered to your door. So please bear all these things in mind. And I do hope that you all think about this and support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. I'm now going to invite members to vote on the amendment. Can I see those who are against the amendment? Raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to ask Borough Solicitor Mr. Swinhoe to go for a name vote, a roll vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So you're voting on the amendment moved by Councillor Dalston. So can you indicate if you're in favour of the amendment or against the amendment, or you're abstaining? Councillor Ali.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin, I think is not here. Councillor Barch.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boddy.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chow. For. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddus. Councillor Cruddus.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cully.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
For. Dems abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Harker. Councillor Harker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldine, I think, has left. Councillor Heslop.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Against. Deborah still with us then.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lister. I don't think he's with us. Councillor Lucas.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
Against.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Newell gave her apologies. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Paley gave her apologies. Councillor Preston.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Renton. Councillor Renton.
What on
I'll come back to Councillor Renton. Councillor Andy Scott.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Renton. Is Councillor Renton no longer on the call? Right. Okay. Well, we'll come back on the figures.
Okay, colleagues, in terms of the amendment, 423, against 16, abstentions 4. Consequently, the amended motion is now the substantive motion. Are there any further contributions from members on the new substantive motion? Please raise your hand. Councillor Crumby, you've got your hand raised, is that correct? Was that a raising? Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't cover the the points Councillor Ali made so eloquently, but on the substantive now, I will be abstaining. The Conservatives, for their own reasons, have chosen to remove all meaning and purpose from the motion. I think we'll probably be the first council in the country to reject the campaign that's been led by the RSPCA. Of course, Cabinet could have, on its own motion, brought in a fireworks display at any time it wanted to. It certainly didn't need to neutralise a well-meaning and well thought through motion in this way. So I'm afraid I'll be abstaining on the substantive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further question or comment? Councillor Snedker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would struggle to answer a question as to why I would support a motion that had the RSPCA's excellent advice and research removed from it. So while I will continue to answer and field questions from my residents as to why their animals are petrified by the poor use of fireworks and the litter that they leave behind, I would be unwilling to support this motion because of the removal of those parts of it. So I will be abstaining on this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too will be abstaining for the simple reason I just feel that for political reasons, the Conservatives have hijacked a perfectly okay motion and they've diluted it tremendously, and I'm just not very pleased with that at all. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson, Kevin Nicholson, you did raise your hand, but it's disappeared.
No, I was making a point, and I will be supporting this this now.
All right, but you don't wish to speak.
But I will now speak. Now you've called me. You know, we were talking in relation to the motion being diluted and being changed, and you know the items which are in this motion are still very valid and still very positive and very supportive. And I know members might not agree with that, but the rationale you're giving for not supporting that is because there's or not supporting the South Park fireworks. Is because procedurally the Labour Party is saying, well, we support some of it, we don't support all of it. It's the same thing you've been saying to the Conservative Party all evening, is there's bits of this motion that you can support, but there's bits you shouldn't. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say to somebody under a procedure that actually, part of the motion you support, but actually there's bits of it that are good, so why don't you support it all? You're contradicting yourselves, and members of the public watching will just see straight through Labour. You've voted against South Park fireworks quite clearly, whether you're voting through it now or voting through it here, and ultimately the public will judge you on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Cindy Hughes, and then Councillor Heslop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without consultation, extensive consultation with the people of Park East, who will be impacted more heavily than anybody else in the town with the reintroduction of the South Park fireworks, I certainly can't support this motion. And in fact, those same people that received a threatening, heavy-handed letter, a blanket letter out to those same residents, threatening them with Section 46 notices, are the same people who will be put at risk if they're vulnerable, and their pets will too. So I believe that they need to have an extensive consultation before any fireworks are reintroduced. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Heslop.
Just in response to Councillor Nicholson and the public saying through Labour, I think the public tonight will see exactly through the Tory party in this town how despicable you all are, including their independent followers who hang on every coattail. They're not that independent. You vote against feeding kids. You vote against anything that's half decent in this town, and you're distrusted in your own bitter, twisted way, Councillor Nicholson, and blame everything on Labour. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, it's personal, and that is within the standing orders.
There's no more personal than you, Nicholson.
All right, Councillor Heslop, please
apologise. I would like Councillor Heslop to apologise for the comment and withdraw it.
I do apologise, but
okay,
there they are.
You've apologised. Councillor Nicholson, he's apologised. Do you accept that apology?
I would accept it in writing to the whole council. The comments are unacceptable, they're personal, and they go against the motion which the Labour Party voted on many months ago.
All right. So Councillor Heslop has verbally apologised. We'll have to see if he chooses.
We need to have a record of these types of incidents and behaviours. Yeah. The Labour Party are known for it. So, I want Councillor Heslop to write a letter of apology to me, and copy the whole council in. It's not acceptable, the things that he's just said. It goes against the motion that we all agree to treat people with respect.
Okay,
although
thank you.
Today has
Councillor
been
Nicholson, Councillor Nicholson, you've made your point. I'm just deferring and consulting with the Borough Solicitor. If you please hold on. Councillor Nicholson, I will, as Mayor, be dealing with this outside of the meeting. Okay, a verbal, and I've noted your comments. Okay, if we could move to further comment, I've got Councillor Harker. I've noticed Councillor Dulston. I'll bring you in at the end. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be abstaining on this final vote, partly for the reasons that have been articulated, in that the whole point of the original motion has been removed almost in its entirety. And secondly, just to be clear, you're trying to fool us into saying that we're not supporting an event in South Park. You don't need a motion to council to put on a firework display in South Park. Cabinet can make that decision on their own. The cost of the firework display, although quite large, is well within the bounds of what Cabinet can decide to do without referring it to council. So you've accused us all evening of playing games. You're trying to set a trap here just to accuse us later on tomorrow saying, oh, they don't support a firework display in South Park. And it's just absolute nonsense. You're doing what you've done all evening, doing anything apart from talking about the real issue. And the real issue here is the detrimental effect fireworks have on animals and people. What have we learnt today, this evening? I've learnt two things. One, the Conservatives don't really care about hungry children enough to do something properly and sensibly nationally. And secondly, it seems they don't even really care about pets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've listened intently to a couple of comments that have been getting made there. Conservatives don't care about children. I think that's an outrageous statement. I think they should take that back. I think it's that was well debated. Our points were put forward, and we put our reasoning forward. I think Councillor Harker is making mischief there. On the motion, I think fireworks in themselves, where they are used illegally or where they are used to distress people, that's a public order offence. And nothing in the previous motion was going to differ from that. So if we're talking about the motion here, practically, the motion would not have done anything. At least this amendment that's now the substantive brings forward a move to bring the public display into the park. And I think what Councillor Dawson had said he was going to do going forward with the consultations is fine as well. I think part of that, if people are distressed, it's a public order. It's a public order offence, and people are perfectly legitimate in calling the police or calling folks to stop those public order offences, because the people who do that type of thing, irrespective of either of these motions, are going to do them anyways, and that's where it becomes a nonsense around sending letters to governments, etc. I think what it needs is people to, and I'm not putting it in people, I'm just saying that we need to recognise, and amongst us as councillors, if we see public order offences, we should be raising that with the enforcement people. I think that for me, that's the reason I'm voting for the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. You're right to point out that we should be talking about the motion. I think colleagues are all getting tired. Councillor Heather Scott, Councillor Mrs. Scott, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't repeat what Councillor Keir was going to say. I was going to say that as well, but I totally support Councillor Nicholson. We all signed an agreement. Every single member of council signed an agreement that we would respect each other. And I think that what has happened this evening and the comments that were made against Councillor Nicholson are totally unacceptable. So I hope that you deal with it in the proper manner.
Councillor Scott, Mrs. Scott, I did indicate that I'll be dealing with this outside of the meeting. Just ask colleagues, we've got Councillor Tate and then Leighton, and then I'll bring in Councillor Dulston if there's no others. Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a level of respect for every member in this meeting tonight, and that's been lost to Councillor Heslop. When someone gets angry, you see their true colours, and that's what Mr. Heslop's shown tonight. It's unfortunate, some people will say, that the independents are having to support the Conservatives, but what I would say to Councillor Heslop, that if your party could win enough seats, support its community to keep them seats, we wouldn't be in this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tate. Councillor Leighton, do you have anything to say on the motion?
Yes, I do. I'd actually like to get back to the subject. It was just to address something that Councillor Keir mentioned, and with the greatest respect, I do appreciate that it is like a public offence. It probably is antisocial behaviour, but if it just would not be possible to handle the situation by calling the police or calling enforcement for every single time fireworks were let off. We're not talking about organised displays. We're talking about random events like somebody's baby shower, somebody's decided they're having a party, sweet 16 or graduation. Every time there's a firework display, or even just a few fireworks being set off in the Deans locally to me, I couldn't in good conscience phone the police and say, come round, my dog's vomiting. You know, it's very distressing. You just can't do that. And for every single issue like that, we're not talking about, you know, big events. We're talking about the fireworks going off constantly over and over again throughout the year. We're not talking about just single events like fireworks night, bonfire night or New Year or even Diwali or something like that. We're just talking about individual, just random fireworks. And you can deal with it by actually having a policy, and then something could be done about it. But to phone the police and treat it as a public order thing is as ridiculous as it sounds.
Thank you, Councillor Leighton. Councillor Dulston, can I bring you in, please, to reply to the debate?
Excuse me, my hand's been up for the past 5-10 minutes.
Oh, right. With the utmost respect, Councillor Lucas, it doesn't show. It's not showing. So I do apologise if I've offended you in any way, but it is not showing. Can I just check, Mrs. Wright? Do you wish to speak before I bring in Councillor? Were you physically holding it, or your electronic hand?
No. My electronic hand, according to my screen, it was saying that my hand was up.
Well, just to confirm, Mrs. Wright, it wasn't showing, or else I would have called you in. So apologies if. Right, Councillor Lucas.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much for that. It was just a quick comment to, I don't remember who said it now. Councillor Keir, with all the best intentions, phoning the police when you're shivering in a corner because you've got traumatic stress disorder, because you've been a frontline soldier or whatever, or your child's autistic, or you are. You do not, the last person you're going to do at that point is phone your police. It's just not going to happen. And we're not saying ban all fireworks, and we're certainly not saying ban, don't have fireworks displays that are organised, because yeah, we all love, I think most of us do love those organised fireworks, but I would love to see us following the lead of the RSPCA, and also following the lead of other organisations that deal with those who've gone through trauma. And the very last thing we can do is make sure that if we're going to do something, we do it with research, and we do it with listening to the experts. And in my opinion, the experts on this are going to be the ones that are suffering, and they've got people and advocates that we can talk to. And I'd like to see, I mean, there are towns up and down the country and in places like Italy that do silent fireworks, and they're absolutely beautiful. So my actual comment is, I'm phoning the police when my dog's like stressed to death because I've already had to put 2 lots of Valium in her. It's not going to happen. And let's face it, on bonfire night, or leading up to bonfire night, the fire brigade and the police are absolutely overwhelmed with the amount of phone calls they're getting because of things like antisocial behaviour. Thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, I'm not a liar.
Right, Councillor Lucas, thank you. You're looking well, by the way. Okay, Councillor Key, you've raised your hand. Is it a point of order or a point of personal explanation?
It's a point of explanation. I was looking at the motion and the amendment, and when you look at the amendment to me gives that the words that Councillor Dalston that said you get community spirit in the park, and I take exactly what Councillor Lucas says, etc., etc. I'm not suggesting that every time
Councillor
you phone the
Key,
police. I'm just saying if it's excessive enough that causes a problem, it's a public order offence, and you can call.
All right. I think you've wavered a bit, but it is late. Councillor, thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Mills, you haven't spoken. Where are you?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Just for clarification, and I'm coming in at this as a retired police officer. I am confused because I feel that Councillor Layton and Councillor Lucas, I absolutely understand the emotion behind this and the concerns that we all have. None of us on the Conservative side is saying that we don't have those concerns. But when people misuse and abuse fireworks, that is a public order offence or an antisocial behaviour offence at least. And the thing to do then is to call the police or civic enforcement to as much as we can to deal with that. However, this policy that Councillor Layton mentions, we can pass a policy and something can be done. What can be done? Are we all going to go out there and stand as employees of the council or councillors on the street and actually physically stop people from throwing fireworks? It isn't possible. So whilst we absolutely have complete and utter sympathy and empathy with all of these points, I absolutely do. We're not saying that those points aren't valid, but what we're saying is there is a limitation to what we can do as a local authority, and we need to accept that logically. We also accept that, yes, there are amazing displays that are done with silent fireworks, other issues and other ways to deal with this. However, people out there throwing a firework, it isn't going to change just by a council passing a policy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. I think that's it. Councillor Dalston to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, we've seen the mask of Labour slip and show their true colours in the abuse that they provide to other members. And when the Mayor says he will deal with it, I hope he deals with it robustly, because this is just one of a number of incidents that I can recall since being elected, where personal attacks have been aimed at both myself and members of my team, and it's completely unacceptable. It needs to be dealt with, and we can see that the tempers of the Labour Party are really, really flaring tonight, and that's disappointing. But if the opposition did care so passionately, then we wouldn't be in a position where over the last hour the numbers have depleted. I think you've lost about 5 who are not taking part in this debate that they have submitted, and that's disappointing because the members, the residents that they represent's voice will not be heard tonight because they're not taking part in the debate. I just want to clarify another point before I make my comments on the motion. I would like to clarify to Councillor Lucas that I did not call her a liar, and I wasn't saying that. However, her version of events differ to what I know, and I'll just leave it there. I'm going to talk slowly and methodically over the next couple of minutes so I can illustrate each point so that our comms team can do a screen grab. I don't mean the council comms team, the Conservative comms team can do a screen grab to dispel the lies that you'll portray tomorrow. Use that abstain and emotion that I am confident outlines the main essence of what you were trying to achieve tonight. And it goes one step further in that it is creating a large-scale event for people to attend from across the town with the hope and ambition that it will remove and mitigate the need for people to do independent firework displays. So I'm confident that people who attend that event are less inclined to do their own event because it makes sense, both not economically and practically. just to dispel the myth, we absolutely care passionately about vulnerable groups. I care passionately as a responsible dog owner, and I understand the issues associated with fireworks and loud bangs. But let me be clear, this council was the council that set up the Responsible Dog Ownership Group, which brought together multiple agencies, partners, the dog walking community, vets, etc. And I'm confident that that group will have a meaningful part in our plans as we move forward. I want to repeat the second point, that this council was the council that set up the autism group, a group that is focused on pushing that agenda forward and understanding the needs and how this council can better support residents moving forward. And the final point I would like to make is a point that Councillor Mills has just made, and that is we have taken out the national stuff because we are a local authority and our jurisdiction is limited. This motion, this amendment captures what we can do and what we can achieve and what we can control, and that is our responsibility as elected members of Darlington Borough Council. If the opposition have issues with national policy and they want to push the agenda forward, well then I'm confident that we've got a fantastic representative in Westminster. Peter Gibson on Duke Street so far has dealt with 13,000 separate cases that have been put forward to him whilst he's been elected. He's more accessible than the previous MP, and he will absolutely make sure that he represents the opinions and voice of every single resident in Darlington. That's his responsibility. That's what he needs to do. Our jurisdiction is very clear, and that is what this motion does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. So, members to vote on motion. Can I see those who are against the motion? Can I see those that might abstain on the motion? Okay, Mr. Swinhoe, could we move to roll vote, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you're now going to vote on the substantive motion that is now in front of you, the one that has been moved by Councillor Dalston and Councillor Tate, which amended the original motion. So can you indicate if you're in favour of that new substantive motion or against it or abstaining on that motion? Councillor Ali?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Abstain.
Thank you. I think Councillor Baldwin has left the call. Councillor Barch?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boddy?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chow?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddus?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cully?
I agree with Councillor Dalston and I'm for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curry?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Durham?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Harker?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldine, I think, has left this call. Councillor Heslop?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Howell?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keir?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lang?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Layton?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lister? I don't think she's with us. Councillor Lucas?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
4.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
Abstain.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Newell has given her apologies. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Paley has given her apologies. Councillor Preston.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Renton. I'll come back to Councillor Renton. Councillor Scott and Andy Scott, sorry.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Renton. Okay, we'll come back with the numbers.
Thank you, colleagues. The scores are for the revised substantive motion 24 for, 19 against, so the substantive motion is carried. 19 abstentions, I do apologise, it's late. So that's 24 for and 19 abstentions. Next on the agenda is membership changes. Are there any membership changes? Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether this is an appropriate point in time to comment, but as you're probably aware, this will be my last session on council, and I would just like to take the opportunity to thank the officers of and the team and the people that have supported me in the time that I was on council. It's been an absolute privilege. It's really been a pleasure to be involved with the team in the council. I would absolutely continue to support Darlington Borough Council in everything that I do in Westminster as we continue. I thank Heather and the team of the Darlington councillors for their support, and probably a tongue-in-cheek way, but I would thank the Labour Council in the past for their actions on things like Crown Street that stimulated me to get so involved in the first place. But no, it's been an absolute privilege, and I thank everybody that has educated me in so many ways.
Thank you, Councillor Howell, and I'd remind Councillor Dalston that we have 2 MPs covering Darlington, of course, not just Mr. Gibson. There is Mr. Powell as well. Councillor Layton. You've got your hand raised, Councillor Layton. Councillor Boddy's got his hand raised.
Sorry, that's just a.
All right, okay. So there are I think there are no membership changes. That concludes this evening. I would remind all colleagues of to wear denim tomorrow. You can wear double denim if you wish for All in Aid of Dementia, and also the Mayor's Ball. If you could promote that, that I would appreciate that greatly. And finally, I would apologise for the late hour, but I would retort that you were given a choice at 10 o'clock and we all agreed to carry on. Okay, you all get to bed while I pack up and leave the town hall. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you and good night, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Good night.
What about the people whose hands are up?
I haven't got any denim.
You've got 2